For 650 Ks, the first of the big endurances. I'm Matt Kavanagh and joined again by Daniel Leet and Matthew Norris. Gents, it was a big round two. We've got to go over lots of things happening in this one.
Absolutely. Great round last week out at Road America. All came to a huge conclusion at the end, and obviously we're going to touch on that, but cracking race for everyone that was involved in it.
And Norrie, how's your week been, mate? Have you had time to digest everything, go over the stats?
It's been crazy busy, but that's because that result finished in just a crazy moment. It was awesome to see. Well, not so good for Andrew Gillingham and James Scott, I'll give you that, but it was fantastic.
The YouTube channel, make sure you subscribe to that one, like it and subscribe so you know exactly what is going on. Of course, our race tonight, qualifying starts at 7:25 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. That's qualifying for the main race. 8 p.m. kicks off. So a little bit earlier this week, as we know, because we do have 650K. So 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be pretty early for the guys over in WA, and anyone joining us from New Zealand in the race, they're going to be starting a little bit earlier for them. So it's a bit more comfortable, I'd say. But let's move on. We've already touched on, of course, the results from round number 2 last week at Road America. This one's a big one. Now, let's just go through the top 10 to start with. Of course, Corey Shepherd ended up winning this race, followed by Andrew Dyson in second, Brian Borg in third, so the teammate of Corey Shepherd, Tom Freer in fourth, James Scott ends up fifth, Dylan Rudd in sixth, Andrew Gilliam in seven. Michael, guys, but so much to go through in these results. Where do we start?
Well, let's start at the beginning, because the race itself, all throughout the night, absolutely fantastic. There was a lot of mixed strategy with the guys out the front. The top four really just tucked in behind, stayed behind Gilliam for pretty much the majority of that, got a little bit of an advantage through the pit stops. But then when we got to the end, it was every man and his dog just fighting for the cheap stations. And yeah, a hell of a way to finish it out, taking the round.
Yeah, I mean, he stayed there the whole race, didn't he? Really, just at the back, Corey Shepherd. He probably didn't have the pace, I suppose, at some points of the race, but he never lost touch. One of the biggest things there, I think, was the fact we had a second safety car come out after Broad spun the car out and actually got stuck on the grass. So that probably was a big impact in the race, and that was only a number of laps before the finish.
So it's almost a little bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card for all those guys that pitted when they did. But at the same time, while it was that get-out-of-jail-free card, there's a big chance for a big incident at the very end there. And that's basically what we saw on that final lap.
And there were plenty more names, I suppose, from 11 to 35. You can see up on the screen that like Jordan Ross was one who got in a late incident. And unfortunately, he was running right up there. He was actually in fifth earlier on in the race. So a late incident for him, and he ended up in 12th. Who else is some of your pickouts, Norrie, sort of in that 11 to 35 area, where you saw some major improvements?
Well, I'm not calling them improvements because Jordan Ross was back there in 12th, and there's a few others. Rob Harris wasn't on his roof this week, so that was a good start back in 20th. Talk about, Tony Gaffer, he was up there as well, 32nd. So there's a few good guys in.
Yeah, I noticed, Dan, you were talking, we spoke after the race, that there was a couple of people in particular there that sort of moved up the field. They made some big moves throughout the race, I suppose. Didn't quite get the qualifying they wanted to start with. Yeah,
we had a few guys, especially down in that sort of mid to bottom pack, that sort of qualified relatively well. A couple of guys like Brian Borg, started around 38th position, had a very awkward start, basically dropped right down to the back of the field. Was able to fight his way through, came up, I think finished about 30th at the conclusion of the event. So it was a good, strong run there. Matthew Blunt was also another. He put through a fantastic campaign. Again, similar story, got an incident on that opening lap, dropped right down the field, and then just kept chipping away.
Things happening there. I suppose it was probably, I'm going to sort of point out this, probably position 14, Jamie Stovald, all the way back so wide, a couple of cars to go through, sort of going back and forth. Matty Mascord did quite well at one point. He was quite a bit further up that pack where he ended up in 19th, but he went up, had the incident, came back. So, you know, there was some great racing going on there, and I'm glad we actually got to see a fair bit of that throughout that race with 300 kilometres.
Yeah, absolutely. And those guys really just kept chipping away. And that's the thing for this championship. You don't need to win every race. We've seen championships come down to the wire with good, consistent driving. And for all those guys, just accruing the points week in, week out is what you need to do.
Now to probably the top 7 is where all the impact was made throughout the race on the final corner of the final lap. So let's head into our AJ Insurance Services impact of the round. And it was all 7 drivers there, so that it impacted. And it was actually between James Scott and Andrew Gilliam on the final lap, final corner. Let's have a look at the replay of exactly what happened so we can have a chat about it in a second. Well, we've seen the replay now. Norrie, what do you take away from that? James Scott did go a little bit wide going that corner, but, you know, it's one of those ones we're going to leave to the race officials. What was your take on it?
That's one of the reasons I'm thankful I'm in the com box with you guys, because I do not want to be calling that one. In my eyes, James opens up the corner a bit too much and invites Andrew to make the move. Andrew, being a race car driver like any of us would, takes the bait, and then James shuts the door on him. So that's just my opinion of that, but that's what I can see. And that looks as though if James had opened up the corner, he could have got the exit and gone running up the hill. Didn't happen, closed the door, and they both ended up in the sandpit because there was a bit too much, you know, it's my line going on. So that's what I took from that. And I don't really think the move was on. I think that.
Well, he ended up in 5th still, though, Norrie, and I mean, he hasn't been down that far down for a while, so that is a bit of a change for him.
Yeah, that's one of James Scott's worst results on record. I mean, obviously not his absolute worst, but in recent times when he's been
behind him, they did gap him. Gilliam and James Scott probably opened up a gap in him throughout the race. The safety cars brought him back together. That was a big impact of the second safety car, but in those last final laps, that's all it was. You know, that's all Corey Shepherd needed was that slight little delay from those guys having their own little incident to get through and take that win.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Corey would attest to this. May not have had the outright pace that he needed to do, similar to what we saw at the very first round at Brazil there. I mean, just a little off. Again, similar to Brazil, the car was maybe a little bit tricky for him to hang on to and get the most out of. That being said, if the guys in front go off, all you got to do is get the thing across the line, and he did that superbly. So, yeah, didn't miss a beat, stayed with it, may not have had that absolute pace that he needed, but, you know, at the end, he's come home with the victory. The other guy, too, to keep in mind here, too, Andrew Dyson. I mean, we noticed a long way throughout the course of that race, again, not able to kind of regain that again when we had the first of our 2 safety cars, and then just started to edge back, and then obviously with the incident that Norrie was just referring to with James and Andrew, was able to pick up the pieces and come flying through and get himself up on the podium in 2nd position.
And another person who was really animated when we spoke to him after the race was Brian Borg. It was good to see him get through and get himself a podium because it's been a little bit of a while for him, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's been in this series for a very long time, and he's always a bit of a stalwart here. And it's really getting on song with their performance, the speed, the setups, outstanding for them at the moment.
I think you would
Chat with him a little bit later tonight, so it's going to be fantastic to see what he's got to say. But yeah, that was what happened, and that's really AJ Insurance Services' impact of the round was James Scott and Andrew Gilliam coming together on that final corner, and it sort of shows exactly what can go wrong in the final moments. You think to get some sort of position. They didn't go all the way down the field. They didn't get out either, which sort of takes us into this. This has caused this as well. So we lead into our Sydney Computers photo finish of the round, and it's actually for 6th position between Dylan Rudd and Andrew Gilliam. Now, this one was exciting to watch. Let's take a look at the replay and just show you exactly how close it was. And the front wheel in front. That's all you've got. Only a small section of the car at that sort of speed. Gilliam pulls over, tries to do a maneuver. I don't know if he actually knew he was there or not. Who knows? But this is our Sydney Computers photo finish of the round. Dan, I mean, he moved over. How do you take on this one?
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one. I get the reason behind moving over to defend the line. It's a very late call, and I know Race Control has had a look at it, so we'll wait for their decision on how this is unfold. I think from what we're seeing, it is a breach of the ruling, but again, that's for Race Control to come up and determine. For Rudd to go around the way he did on the front right corner as he gets around Gilliam, but to have all 4 wheels off the road and still gain the position was huge. I mean, that could have ended exceptionally badly for not only himself, Gilliam, but a lot of drivers further down in the field as they all crested over that hill. It's a blind rise up through there. So very fortunate in the way that it ended. And yeah, definitely one that he won't want to repeat anytime soon. But yeah, it's a hell of a way to gain the podium. And as we see the still at the conclusion there, he is right out over the grass there.
I was really excited for us to watch and really commentate, because we didn't know what had happened for a second. We had to watch the timing screens, in full speed. It was so close to call. So that's what made that our Sydney Computers photo finish of the round. And I mean, have we got much else to talk about? They were the big talking point. 7. I think that's where it all ended. I mean, the only thing that came out of round 2 was that we all now have to grow beards. That's pretty much the only thing that we've come out of round 2 with.
The one thing I do want to point out, and I'll just pull Daniel up on this, in last week's show notes, I'm just going through, you don't actually mention passing on the grass for a position. So that's something you should look at for this one.
Well, no, and we'll get to that later on, but we don't recommend it. It's certainly not the best way forward. And I mean, we've seen SVG out in the supercars attempted to try and cool the tyres. That's not how you want to finish a race, though.
Oh, wait, it's we're only 2 rounds in, remember? So it's we're already seeing some exciting things happening in AOSC10. Big shout out, of course, to Jinx Shifters, our major sponsor. Don't forget, they've still got their competition going. So if you go to their Facebook page and find the post, of course, get yourself up there. He's got some new white Jinx Shifters T-shirts to give away. So get yourself wearing your merchandise using their shifters. Of course, competition closes on the 31st of January. Don't forget that one. But a big announcement this week, guys. It is we've teamed up AOSC and Pure Driving School from now onwards. Of course, if you want to go back it's actually from the 25th, AOSC and Pure Driving School are partnering up to provide expert driver coaching for AOSC members. This means you can benefit from driver coaching, hosted by reigning 2-time champion James Scott, of course, from the Logitech G Altus Esports. Simply head over to the AOSC Discord and post your message through the driver training channel for more info. And, of course, big thanks to Pure Driving School and James Scott for giving us their time. And that's a pretty good initiative, I think, gents, because some of those guys further back maybe just looking for some car setup or some tips on some of the tracks that we get around.
Absolutely. It's a great initiative from AOSC to try and look at, obviously, helping develop the younger drivers that are in the championship. Obviously, we traditionally see 2 splits. And so for those guys that may not have the outright pace that they need, or maybe just lacking a little bit in finding the marks, getting the 20. A lot of people taking a huge amount of knowledge and information away from it.
Just to echo that sentiment, how good is it to have a 2 times AOSC champion showing them the ropes? That's excellent for the series and for all the competitors taking part.
Yeah, great partnership. We can't wait to talk more about what's going on with that in future shows. Right now, though, it has changed a little bit now with those final positions in round. James Scott in second, following by 50 points. Then it goes back to Tom Freer, Brian Borg in fourth, Bailey Fred in fifth. Then it's Michael Taliancic in sixth, Jordan Ross 7, Andrew Dyson now ends up in 8th, Jacob Knight in 9th, and Neil Pearson in 10. So they're the top 10 in the championship at the moment. Any other standouts, guys, as we look from 11 to 35?
I'm pulling Corey Shepherd out of that, number 1, and that is the first time James Scott is not leading this series in a long while. So, I mean, Corey, your task is in front of you now, mate. You've just got to stay in front and keep getting more points than James. James, you've got to get to the back to the front of this field if you want to keep fighting for this championship.
Absolutely. I think from my take, we just spoke with you there, Brian Borg, absolute standout. I mean, had a great couple of rounds, first opening round, very good last week. Cannot wait to see what he's able to deliver at Monza for the 650 for the Enduro, because he himself and Premier have been very, very good on the long Enduros, especially, if we roll back to last season, only missed out the Silverstone round by a lap. They had that in the bag, and unfortunately the fuel strategy didn't quite get there. But look for those guys to definitely make amends for that one. And Matthew Blunt, we mentioned him just before, but started 45th in the field, had the incident, dropped himself all the way to the back, and then got himself home up in 29th. So, may not have been right at the front of the field, we didn't see it, but clean, consistent driving will help you progress back up through the field.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm pretty impressed with Corey Shepherd, and I'm obviously new to the AOSC series. I can't believe he's 16. Like the talent he is already showing, and with a bit of mentorship from someone like Brian Borg, he's going to be one to watch, I think, not just in season 10, I think season 11 and 12 as well.
Absolutely. I mean, he's been quick the past few seasons. We've seen that throughout this championship. He's very quick. It's just putting together that season campaign, and I think he's in the right stead at the moment to be able to sort of develop and progress that. And with the way Premier are running, looking forward to seeing big things from that team.
Hip charge, definitely right. A season or two away from seeing a real contender there.
Yeah, so much confidence for that young fella. And it's fitting that we actually caught up with Brian Borg this week to talk Premier Racing and see how he is going in the AOSC. Let's see what he had to say. Well, Brian Borg joins us tonight. Brian, thanks for giving us some of your time here this week. It's great to catch up with you and your team because you're doing fantastic things already, 2 rounds into AOSC10. And exactly how are you feeling out the season so far?
Yeah, it's been a good season. Obviously, it's been a good Christmas and New Year, so happy New Year to you guys. And, it's, round 2 already. And as you said, we're doing pretty good as a team and things have really been kicking off pretty good.
And amazingly, you've actually got quite a few young guys in your team, especially Corey Shepherd, Jet Johnson. How do you feel? Are you sort of like a bit of a mentor for those guys?
Yeah, well, I'm definitely the old bloke in the team now. I feel like I'm a mentor, but obviously they need to learn from their mistakes and stuff. I'm probably doing more mistakes than what they are. So I'm learning more, about how to drive like they drive it, and they drive it like they stole it.
He's got a pretty impressive career, though, doesn't he, Norrie, so far?
Absolutely. I was just about to call that out. It's 130 races strong. There is one win, so you're not winless there, boy. There is a win.
Oh, wow, man. I'm so excited about that stuff.
But you have been a bit luckless. There have been so many times you've been punching at the front end of this field, and that a result has gone begging. There was one last season. There's been a couple of times before. It must be hard to be at the front end of this field, but then not be so progressive with the results.
Yeah, look, this field has just continued, each season it just goes stronger and stronger. And, to be at the top is one thing and to be around it is another. So I'm glad I've been around the top I don't know. I think, the old saying is the greyer the hair, the faster we go. So I'm looking for more greys.
I tell you what, though, like last round number 2, Road America, crazy finish at the end. How did you think? Did you think you were going to make it through and make that podium at the end?
Yeah, round 2 was a crazy race. Late safety cars, and those safety cars came out. I think it was lap 30 we had our first one, and it just brings everything back. The field comes back to you. You've got a new challenge. You get into a rhythm, and when those safety cars started coming, I was happy at P6, and then Jordan Ross had his off, and it was P5, and I'm like, yeah, you know what, P5 is good. And then the last lap and what happened on the last corner, I'm like, wow, man, I got the podium. And Corey's like, I got the win. I'm like, yeah, but I got the podium.
Yeah, you're pretty excited when we spoke to you after the race. But, I mean,
yeah,
how important do you think it is for someone like Corey, really, with his confidence so far? I mean, he was really good in round 1 as well. Maybe with a bit more experience, he might have got past James Scott in that first race of the series as well.
Yeah, look, Corey is obviously a young kid, and he's still learning, but his name about himself. He's come onto the scene, and like shown what he's got and the skill that he's got at such a young age. He just turned 16, and I think he's going to be up the top of the field for many seasons to come.
Yeah, another name you've got in the Premier Racing team also is Jet Johnson. And for those that really haven't joined in, I mean, he is the grandson of the great Dick Johnson. How did that sort of come about?
Yeah, well, with Jet Johnson, we were really just talking with each other in practice sessions that we're doing, and I just offered my advice to him, and he grabbed it with both hands. And when I found out that he was doing the AOSC season, I'm a lifetime fan of the Johnsons. So to have a Johnson in my team is a bonus for me.
He was up there with Corey. It must feel good as a team owner to not only have consecutive podiums with two drivers on the podium, but to be sort of leading the team's charge and having those up-and-comers in the team. It must feel good to be able to have that sort of experience and youth around the team.
Yeah, look, it is good. Ryan is a very established driver. He's obviously doing awesome in his real-life racing. He finished off at Hampton Park in New Zealand with the lead of the championship for the Toyota 86. So to have someone of that caliber in my team, and, I think with Corey and him being in the team, they will push each other to new levels. And as a team owner, yes, I'm excited, but I need to. I haven't had this before, so challenge having fast guys in your team.
Well, you just touched on Ryan Wood. I mean, we know in real life he's got some other racing commitments so far. So what does that mean coming?
Yeah, so I'm with Corey Shepherd. Ryan is racing in real life, so he won't be here for the 650. And we'll have a teammate to be announced.
Oh, does that mean we're going to get someone special for him? There's a big smile on your face. Was that from us, Borgie?
No, Shane Van Gisbergen's locked down, so it's not him.
He's got access to a sim, doesn't he?
Yeah, probably.
I will say that looking at the 650, it does look strong for you. That's where your last win came from. So 650s are a good omen for yourself, I would imagine.
Yeah, look, I really like the endurance side of things. I think it really suits. But, if I need a bounce, I'll bounce.
I suppose one of the things we interviewed James Scott in our first sort of interview this season, and he's sort of a lone ranger out in his own without any teammates in the series. How important is it to have some teammates to get some data for the car setup and things like that?
Yeah, look, James obviously does an awesome job with how he goes about his racing, and as you touched on, he doesn't really have any teammates to fall on, as far as I know. But for us as a team, yeah, it's good. We find that team battles in the team always, and yeah, it's just good to have that kind of data to see what other people doing in braking areas and photo application. You know what it's about. Like, it's just good to see another set of hands and pedals, I guess.
And so if we come down to a safety car, say 30 laps out from the finish this weekend, who will take the wheel?
Yeah, I definitely think Corey will be there at it. Unless for some reason I'm faster than Corey, but I don't see that happening.
Oh, mate, we're not counting you out for anything, Borgie. I mean, don't take it away. You were very close in fifth position, like you say, and anything can happen on the last corner, as we saw in round number 2. So, good luck this weekend at Monza, mate. It's going to be a ripper track. And I mean, have you got any certain challenges at Monza that you find?
Yeah, I think there's actually 6 teams that can definitely, take out the 650 at Monza. And being a track where draft is so, so much, too much, not race over, but you're putting yourself in a position, once that draft is gone from you, you're really falling behind the train.
It's going to be interesting this one weekend. Norrie, have you got anything else to add?
Just best of luck and go out and ring its neck.
Make sure you get a look at it.
We'll pass that on to Nick and make sure he gets a good camera angle on that one. But thanks for your time, Borgie. We can't wait to see how you go tonight in the race, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Well, how was that from Brian Borg? I mean, he's a bit of excitement to talk to on the radio, especially after he's come on the podium in third. We know that already. Great to catch up with him earlier in the week and have a chat about Premier Racing, Corey Shepherd, Jet Johnson, Ryan Wood.
Absolutely. I mean, I actually didn't realise that he'd already knocked over 130 races within the series. I mean, we said very early on, he's a bit of a stalwart. He's part of the furniture almost for AOSC. I just didn't realise it was to that quite of an extent. So that many races he's been there plugging away week in, week out, which is awesome to see. And as you're saying, they're really looking forward to what's coming up for Monza. And like I say, I think they will sort out what they need to do for that strategy to get themselves home in a fantastic spot.
And Norrie, how strong do you think he's going to be teaming up with Corey Shepherd in this one? And we know he's had his luck at the endurance 650K races.
Absolutely, that's where one of his wins came from, and he made the point. Brian's got the pace, got the know-how, and got the nous to know exactly where to put the car, and they'll definitely be strong this round. You watch, they'll be on the podium. Yeah,
can't wait to see how they go. Let's head over, though, now to simrigs.com. Show us your rig. And, of course, this week it was Nick Hausler, our director for the show.
He's got a heavily modded hyperstimulator, originally purchased in 2001. Yes, that's 2001, that year. Back then, a long time ago. He's got a Dune Buggy seat insert with a Thrustmaster T500 with Sam Maxwell wheel, a Frex sequential Samsung 49-inch ultra-wide monitor, and he's got a homemade button box and his iFlag, and his system is a Ryzen 7 270 and 16 gig RAM, NVIDIA GTX 1660 Ti GPU. And he's also got his streaming center. This is a whole different system. Nick, you've got too much money.
Yeah.
An AMD Ryzen 7 370, a 32 gig RAM, NVIDIA GTX 1080 GPU, Samsung SJ55W 34-inch ultra-wide, and an Acer 27-inch. Nick, can I have some gear?
Yeah. Got anything spare? You've got to do when you're the broadcaster. He's doing a fantastic job. And I've got to put a shout out to Nick, actually, because we're 2 rounds in. He's had to take on so much this season. It was great.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. So we've had so much to talk about in round 2, but we're done with round 2. Let's move on to round 3. Of course, this week it is the big one. Dan, I know you're you're eager, you're biting at you're chomping at the bit, aren't you, to go through this lap? Take us through it.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I mean, Monza's great. We actually have to thank Norrie for this one. He has jumped aboard the safety car to take it out for a bit of a lap. So we'll jump on board and we'll check out this 5.7 kilometre circuit. As we watch Norrie down through the final corner here. So as I said, also including our highest average lap speed for all these guys going around. So long sweeping corners, some very fast straights. It's a narrowing front entrance and the run to turn one. It's a very tough corner to get right. A lot of brake pressure is going to be applied, and with 3 wide as everyone funnels their way down, it's going to be very tricky for them to get through. Use the curbs as much as possible, but keep an eye out for the gravel out on that outside. You've got to get the power down nicely, set your run up for turn 3. Don't work too hard on pushing the car through. Grab those gears and keep the traction down as you float your way up through to turn 4. For second of the chicanes here, again, very narrow road, very tight chicane, a little bit of runoff ahead of you, which you do have the ability to use up if needed, if you make a meal of the corner. But again, ride control is huge. Look out for the chicane on the outside there. 6 and 7 up into the Lesmos. Very quick double right-hander complex. The wall eagerly inviting you in through the first portion. Look out again for that gravel trap. Into the second one, get up over the curb and run it down as hard as possible down towards the Ascari chicane. A little bit of a breather here for these guys to set up. Plus also a good opportunity for the guys behind. If you can get that run out of turn 7, you might be looking at a good opportunity as you head into the brake zone of the Ascari. Brake around the 150 boards, throw it in hard through the corner. Look out for those sausage curves because it will make a little bit of an error on your run through turn 9. And again, back through turn 10, very quick. Use that curb and fire down towards the Parabolica. The Parabolica, though, is very tricky. It looks simple on paper. It's a bit of just a hairpin corner, but very awkward on the brakes. You've got to brake it late, turn it in sharp, and then float the car out wide. Use that ripple strip on the outside to maximise rotation of the car as you get through. Try again not to excite the wheels too much, and then fire down through the front straight. For the guys that are coming into the pit lane, though, very short entrance to try and get in. And
Welcome back to Friday night. Of course, it is the Jinx Shifters AOSC Roma Nazionale Monza, bringing you 11 corners tonight, 650 Ks. We've got 2 drivers in the car. This is round number 3 of the season so far. And Matthew Norris, you are back in the commentary box and eager to get things underway.
Absolutely, Mandy. It's fantastic to be back here at Monza for a 650. We've had some great races so far this season, but nothing quite like an endurance at the Temple of Speed.
This one's going to be a bit of a spicy meatball tonight, I tell you. It's going to be a good circuit, big curbs. We've already seen cars up on 2 wheels. We have cut our pre-race show a little bit short because we wanted to grab the last 10 minutes of qualifying because we are already down to that. And we are looking at some of these times up there, and it looks like James Scott. Not surprising to see him up the top at the moment, though. It is Cooper Webster, the young fella who is actually in the car at the moment, but it was James Scott who has set the fastest time of 1:46.28. Adam Briggs right behind him, simrigs.com. He's had that time for quite a bit, actually, so he's been sitting there. Tom Freer, Michael Taliancic in 4th, and Jordan Ross in 5. Big shout out to our sponsors, of course. We are helping us broadcast this out on YouTube, of course. If you haven't already, please subscribe to that one, and Facebook tonight. Of course, Jinx Shifters is our naming right sponsor. Also need to thank AJ Insurance Services, simrigs.com. We also need to go through Race Circuit Art Australia, who are giving us our trophies. 6th Gear Imagery gave us plenty throughout the week, and Sydney Computers. And of course, we couldn't bring you all these camera angles without track cams for gourmets as well. Big shout out to Nick Hausler in the background, who is doing our production once again. Been working tirelessly there as the guys get around. So we're in the last, under 10 minutes now. We've got about 8.5 minutes left of qualifying. Bit of movement. We can see Norrie a bit further down in the field, not really up the top 10. They are sort of sitting there at the moment. Brian Borg looks like he's back in the car. But it was Corey Shepherd who has set that time 1:46. He's got the L plates on because he is now old enough. He's got his licence. He is a lunatic and he is free on the real roads of Australia.
It's a good P7 for them. Not the usual speed we were expecting from Premier Racing Team this week after their fantastic debut to the season so far. So it'll be interesting to see if Brian can get Corey a kick and see if he can get further up the grid.
His teammate there just trying to get a draft off him down the front. You can see he looks like Corey slowed down. That's Nicholas Timors in the number 15 car behind. So he is coming up. They're probably going to need to do a little bit of drafting around here for some of the slower competitors there. Try and get them in that top of the field. The further up, the easier it's going to be to get the start nice and clean, as we normally see. There's going to be a lot of traffic, like Dan took us through in the pre-show. If you watched it earlier today when it was released, they could be 3 wide in this first corner, Norrie, and that could be detrimental to a lot of people, especially as we try and push through those narrow corners. Everyone coming out of pitch, you can see that. That's also going to be an issue tonight. But look at this first corner, that tight right-hander there, and then you go back into a left-hander straight away. So if we're 3 wide, you don't want to be the meat and the sandwich on that one for sure.
Absolutely not. Monza is famous for it beat its traditional self and cause a melee.
No, we're going to see lots going on. Good to see we've got plenty of other guys up there, of course. Adam Briggs Knight, who was second last week after that last corner incident. He managed to come through in a second, was sitting 4th for pretty much the entire race after the start. I think that's actually where he qualified too, was 4th, so he stayed there the whole race. So he's got himself on the podium already this season. Teaming up with Adam Briggs, that'll be a strong contender tonight, I think, and good to see they've got our supporters, simrigs.com, and don't forget, select the products if you purchase them at simrigs.com at the moment. We'll get you free entry into AOSC 10, and we've still got 13 rounds left. So we've still got a big season to go, coming to you every Friday night, all thanks to Jinx Shifters, and of course on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to that one. That's AOSC Space TV. There we go, the 440 just in front, as well as we look down there to see exactly where he is sitting at the moment. That's Damien Johnston, who's sitting in 8th position at the moment, just in front, going by. So looks like Adam Briggs is pulling off the track, just stepping to the side, getting out of the way, maybe looking to reset and possibly let his co-driver back in there, of Dyson, maybe. That might be what's happening, or maybe just trying to get some clean air there, because we do only have about 5 minutes left. Also joining us in the commentary team again, of course, is the... well, what do we say? The knowledge and the expertise of Daniel Leet, who's back again for another week here at Monza, and it was great to have you take us through that lap there on the pre-race show, Dan.
Yeah, good evening, Matt, and to yourself, Norrie, and to all the viewers back for, again, like you guys have already touched on, the first round of the Endurance Series, and these guys very, very quick out there from what we're seeing already. No surprise who's up front, but really interesting to see a lot of these guys and just how tightly packed this field is. Very paid attention. Obviously, we're maybe a little late with the track guide, but they are well set up here tonight.
Yeah, they listened to everything you and Norrie had to say. I was like, look at the amount of curb on there. Who is that? That's Michael Telehancic. That is all curb, and that's one of the things we need to worry about in qualifying. Ken set an absolutely amazing time, but if you step off the track by the limits of iRacing, that won't count in qualifying.
Absolutely. I mean, even if you get just the 0x for not hitting anything, that's height done, and there's a massive slide in the background there. I think that might have been maybe Jordan Ross there. But yeah, it's so tight. The guys are trying to find every last little millimetre of road. Telehancic has abandoned this lap after what we saw over the curbs there, but they're pushing to find just that little fraction. And I'm actually really surprised we've got as much of a gap first to second as we do currently.
Ross is out there at the moment, and I think he'll be looking for some to bring himself back after last week. It was really only a few laps before the end where he had an off, and that put him back in the field. It looks like he backs off of this one too. He slowed right down, and this week it looks like he's teaming up with Kyle Stokes. So another strong team. We see a lot of those names in the top 10 very frequently in the AOSC, and they've been right up there in the first couple of rounds. So we're good to see Jordan Ross back out there and probably trying to fight for a podium position or maybe a top 10. 650 Ks is going to be a huge one, really, when you think about it. I mean, that's 112 laps from memory that they've got to negotiate around here, estimated that is. One of the things we do take out of it is last year the winner here at this circuit was James Scott, so he's probably coming with a fair bit of confidence, and Cooper Webster in the car as well as another big name to have there. We've seen him in quite a few other E-Series.
Absolutely. I mean, Cooper's been very quick at all the times when he has run here to coming and teaming up here with James, and I think these two, just looking at the way they're driving the car at the moment, are going to be really formidable. It's going to take a lot of strategy and a little bit of luck and patience from everyone else behind to really find what they need to get up ahead.
And are you still sticking with that we are just going to come in and fill the car up, or you reckon, how many of the field do you think might backwards engineer the fuel stops for this one? Because that's probably a good strategy to have if you don't quite make it up the top in qualifying.
It's a great strategy to have, but I don't reckon many cars are going to go for it. I reckon we'll see 2, maybe 3 cars opt for the reversed grid strategy, depending on when the safety cars fall and if they fall at a critical lap. It'll be interesting to see if anyone does take it. I reckon you will see 2 or 3 cars definitely take it. The other cars will fall in line if it suits them.
It's going to be very interesting with safety cars. Like we did touch on it just before, Dan. Is that you could end up 3 wide in that first corner off the start. So it's going to be Brian Borg back in the car now, racing along with Corey Shepherd this weekend. So the L plates are for Corey Shepherd, but of course he is down in position 7 at the moment. They'll be looking to improve on that one, and they don't have long left. A minute and a half. They might get around for one more lap on this one if Brian pushes really, really hard. So it's actually quite surprising to see them that far down, because they have been right up there with race pace, and we have noticed the last couple of nights they've been racing in a couple of other series is that they've been side by side, Borgie and Shepherd, so shouldn't be too much difference in pace for those two. They're going to be a strong team though. As a team, they're going to be super strong.
If you cast your mind back to the pre-show, you'll note Borgie said he's the teammate. He knows he's not as fast as Corey. Is this the turning point where he does become as fast as Corey, because he's qualifying the last minute of qualifying?
Yeah, maybe the car setup just suits Borgie a little bit different. Maybe Shepherd likes to run it. You've got to find that, I suppose, that in-between area where you're both happy with the car at the moment. And slightly different settings maybe for them as we look at VCOT coming around. No, that's James Scott there. As look up there. Kenneth Latta now. You see him up on screen in the 554 Falcon. Mustang getting around. We'll keep wanting to call them Falcons, The good old Mustang. Just having a look at who Latta is teaming up with, actually. He's teaming up with Sean Lindsell, and there's a couple of guys in this car, actually. There's 3 of them, according to our screen, I can think. No, it's just Kenneth Latta and Sean Lindsell. It's just a line missing there on my screen.
I think Extra is still a very good team to keep your eyes on. They're very good in the GT series and have definitely been finding some very good form in the supercar as well. So while it might not be ideal where they're starting off tonight, currently sitting in that 9th position, they've still got plenty of chance to pull their way forward up through this long event.
Yeah, with 650 Ks, I think a lot of teams probably just want to get as qualifying does come to an end now, so we'll just see some cars finishing off their laps. But with so much to do, 112 laps possibly, we've got 650 kilometres, I think the main thing is just to start somewhere on the grid where you're not going to come to an altercation. You're not along someone who's too hungry to go into that first corner. You just want to settle into your position, try and get your pit stop strategy right, and just get somewhere in the mix at the start of the race. So I don't think you need to be right up the top, but you probably want to make sure you're alongside someone on the grid that you know is going to be probably going to give way, I suppose, coming that first corner if it needs to.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just about finding that place and pacement in the early laps to settle yourself down, find your rhythm, and then just progress with your program from there. And we know obviously last season we were at Silverstone for our first endurance, and Brian Borg and his team, or Corey Shepherd, that were right at the forefront. They had it there, so hopefully they get the time management right. They'll have enough fuel in there. I can guarantee you they are not going to want to repeat of what we saw last time out.
No, so that's they definitely not going to see it. Here we go. Adam Briggs now coming around, and he's got a bit of a sector time up there, and seeing he won't improve on. Oh no, he does improve his time, but he won't improve position. He ends up in second. So as we go through, it looks like qualifying is now coming to it. And I can see the Michael Schreier is still out there on track. Still a couple of them still to come around to the start-finish line, and I don't believe actually down there that Tyson will get around there. Tyson McElvoy, no, reset for that one. All right, so let's run us through our qualifiers at the moment. It's not up yet. No, it's not up yet on the screen, but that's all right. We can start to talk about it here in the background. There is, it looks like this is Michael Schreier coming around to complete a lap. Let's have a look at how he goes. He's got himself in there at the moment in 14th position. Will he improve on that one? He goes a 1:47. Just waiting for our timing system to update. Looks like he will probably not move up the ranks on this one. So he's around the last car to get off the track at the moment. One of the things with this track, guys, too, is drivers get a little bit of time to think about things. It's not all corners. They get a few straights, like you were talking about, Norrie, in the pre-race show. Is
there's actually a couple of drag strips in this one. So a little bit of time maybe just to calm the nerves and have a think about things as they go around.
The problem with that, though, Matty, is the calming your nerves and thinking about things. You think about the very next chicane.
Yes, and that's what it's all going to come down to, braking as we check out where they ended up after qualifying. Cooper Webster in the Logitech G Autos Esports. That's with James Scott up the front. Adam Briggs and Andrew Dyson in number 2. Then it's Jordan Ross in 3, Tom Freer in 4, Michael Taliancic in 5, Jamie Stovall in 6, Cameron Veacock in 7, Corey Shepherd in 8 with Borgie, Kenneth Latta in 9, Christian Smart 10, Daniel Heddershield in 11, and Bailey Frid alongside in 12. So they're your first 6 rows to start the 650k race here at the Autodromo Nazionale Monza. Of course, the spicy meatball track is going to be very interesting tonight. Todd Hayne in 13, Michael Schreier in 14, Amanda Dalton in 15, Matty Mascord in 16. Going to be interesting how he goes tonight. Brad Radu in 17, Thomas Hins in 18, Troy McGuire in 19, Jaden Borg back in 20, Michael Whiting in 21, Hayden Harrison in 22, Rob Harris is back in 23. He'll be hoping to keep that on all 4 wheels tonight, and Jamie Davis alongside in 24. Then it's 25, Matthew Brunt, 26, Nicholas Timors, 27, Tyson McEvoy, Rick Sibra in 28, 29, Joseph Daly, 30 is John McSpeeden, Tony Gapper in 31, Jamie Kingscott in 32, Braden O'Loughlin back in 33, Johnny Rowe in 34, Craig Healy in 35, and 36 is Craig Anspatch. And after Craig Anspatch on the line will be the last couple there. It's Scott Chambers rounding out the final grid position there in 37. So, of course, it is the Jinx Shifters AOSC season number 10, race 177 out of the history of AOSC, about to get underway, and James Scott is going to kick things off in the Altus Esports Logitech car. So he's going to be there in the Commodore alongside Andrew Dyson's going to be in the car. Jordan Ross in 3rd position will be starting, Tom Freer in 4, Sebastian Flock in 5, Jamie Stovall in 6, Stephen Varga moves into the car in 7, Brian Borg starting this one in 8, and Kenneth Latta and Christian Smart in 10. That's your top 10 as we're about to get underway. And here we go, 650Ks. And it's going to be a big one tonight. I hope you've joined us here and be very defensive there. Cuts him off here, but we're too wide. And there's very tight right-hander here to kick things off. And then the left. And Scott's going to come out on top of this one, boys. But Lord, no, contact there. And that's Freer and Jordan Ross coming together. Now we got someone in the background. Don't tell me that is our man who always ends up in his lead in the back there, guys.
And Sean Thompson at the back.
Oh, there we go. So it's good. It's not who we're used to seeing. So that's good. Looks like they've settled down at the front here. Just seeing where Jordan Ross ended up. Looks like he's gone a few positions back there. So he is now back in 6th position. He won't be happy about that. But they just need to calm down. We're only a few corners in now. Probably going around, was that turn number 4 now? Or 5 as they go up? 5? So they're heading up to the Lesmos now.
Yeah, it was a good start from all concerned. Obviously, we did have that one rotation down in the first chicane, but considering how many cars are coming down into the first chicane there, that was really good. Everyone's now back out in the single file, and the train starts its long way around the circuit to head towards the Ascara chicane for the first time.
Nice and faster here, and like you say, it's all about braking around this track. A couple of big drag strips there, a lot of curb being used. It's going to be interesting to see how they control that throughout the race and how they manage it, because go up too high, as we just see in the background. Who is that? That is the 777 there of Sebastian Flock. It just sends the car sideways a bit. You hit those big ripple strips too much. Could unsettle the car a little bit, do a bit more wear on those tyres, maybe to damage the suspension underneath, as it doesn't look like a bit of a move being made there in the background. Was that Stephen Varga just getting through maybe? Is on the undercut there as we get around. We're sort of settled down now though for our top 5 or 6 there, just comfortably opening up a little gap between them now. We check that out, 7/10 of a second. Dyson back from Scott at the front. Then it's Freer in 3rd, Stovall in 4th, Ross now in 5th position. So, and Borgie's followed him up with 6. So Borgie's up 2 positions too. He'll be pretty happy about that one. There's a pretty good start. Go back to the start here. Looks like Sean Thompson. We're going to check what happened here. They are bunched up and too wide. Exactly what we said in the pre-race show. We expected that was going to happen. And as they come around here, oh, there we go. The 97 gets into the side of him. He's already sideways there. Nowhere to go for 97 either. And Thompson gets spun around there and pushed back in the field. He's currently sitting in 34th. So I do believe. So we'll check that out. That was our replay, all thanks to Jinx Shifters, of course. AOSC Season 10 underway as he slides out. Tom Freer there. Jamie Stovall just behind, chasing him down. Not quite sure what's going on in the back. I think it's probably pretty smart here, guys. Is Borg, he's going to make a move. I thought Jordan Ross had slowed right down for some reason. He just pulled right out of that one.
Yeah, we'd expect for Ross there, he'll have a slowdown from a track cut, presumably through the chicane. A little bit of too wide action as everyone funnels their way down into the Ascari, and another pass there for Stephen Farger getting through. Actually, bottom is Sebastian Flock getting through on Christian Smart, just a little bit ahead. Ross comes into the very awkward spot. You do not want to be too wide out there for very long in that section, and he's just going to have to now get the head down and press on. Everyone else in the background, you can see him just filing through in the back shot. And a few guys now looking at some moves down into the Parabolica.
Well, Norrie, after this start, is Jordan Ross one of these contenders who may rethink the fuel strategy and reverse engineer it?
Given the gaggle he's found himself in after that melee, I would imagine he might. But it's going to take a little bit more than that slowdown in that battle pack. If he can't shake them, he might have to kill him.
Might be something for him, because we know he's definitely got the pace to be up the front. Just an unfortunate start for him. A little incident with Tom Freer earlier, and then have to do a slowdown penalty. So it's put him right back in the pack there, unfortunately for him. He won't be happy about that one. Jacob Knight now getting around and checking him out on the screen, of course, in the 24 car, the Natrad car. Good to see the Commodore get some more laps. And who's that in the background? Is that Sharpie in the background going straight through? I'm just trying to see that. Someone's just taken out the codes. They've decided not to take the chicane. No need to go through the S's.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that might have been Sean Thompson there, because he gained a couple of spots and has quickly fallen back down as a result of that. So he'll have a little bit more work to do. Hopefully he hasn't got too big a slowdown as a result, but he's hemorrhaging quite a few spots here. As you see Knight down the inside of Borg into Lesmo 1. This is a good opportunity. He's going to push Borg very wide there, use all that curb, and he's going to get that car down the inside. So a good bit of driving there, a little bit of contact on the way through. And actually Hayden Harrison's going to have a nice little run here as a result of that. And both these two move up the spot, Borg down 2.
Very smart there, I think, to do it through the Lesmos. You can get up the inside because it's 2 right-handers. That definitely gives you the opportunity on the next run, even if the other driver doesn't get as good a run as you. You're still on the inside. They won't be able to come over and defend if you can just keep your nose in there. There's Jaden Borg. We're on board with him at the moment, of course, the number 9 car. As we head down the back here, it's going to be an interesting night. Christian Smart now in a little bit of a battle here for what looks like 6th position. Sebastian Flock just in front. Kenneth Ladder just behind, so he might have a go down here down the main straight. Can he get it done? He's right under that aero trying to get that draft. Here we go, he pulls out. Christian Smart's going to put the move on. He gets the nose in there as we come into turn number 1. Can he get it far enough in front though? Because the switch back to the left-hander, you stay alongside, keep the pressure on, but Christian Smart easily gets that done. Moves into 6th position, so Sebastian Flock will just pull in behind at the moment.
And for these guys here, it doesn't make a lot of sense to try and defend a lot of these moves this early on in the race. As you said just before the start there, Matt, we've got 112 laps for everyone to work their way through, and to lose it on lap 4, not a lot of sense in that. It's just going to throw you right to the back and make your night even harder.
I don't think, we spoke about it. We're expecting a safety car at some point throughout the race. As we check out a replay here, as that looks like that is Michael Schreier, and it is Matty Mascord getting into it, of course. Matty Mascord always seems to be involved in a bit of action, and he makes the move stick there. He manages to push him wide a bit there. We'll see what the race driver say. I don't think anything come out of that one, but Mascord going through as Schreier backs right off now. Replays all thanks to Jinx Shifters here tonight. We get back on board with Christian Smart now, opening up a little bit of a gap and chasing down Brian Borg, who is still in the car in front. Just behind there, you can see Kenneth Ladder now, all over the back of Flock, just putting that pressure on. And there's a line of them coming after him. There's Ladder, Varga, Ross is already back into position number 10. So he is making a big move once again. I think he does want some of that clean air though, because he is fast again tonight. And there we go, the nose pulls out. Can he get it done under brakes here? It's going to be a big ask, because the switch back, no, he gets the move done nicely, Ross. So pushing back up another position, back into position 9. He did start out of position number 3 from memory, guys. I think it was 3, yes. He just started 3rd off of the thing, so no further action. There we go. So that's just a couple of cars up there, car 97 and 52 on lap 1. Not leaving racing room, so no further action on this one. So here's a replay of the move here from Jordan Ross as he... No, this is live. No, Jordan Ross coming down. He's getting another move done. He's pushing hard now. He's right up on the back of Kenneth Ladder. It was the same view as last time we went round, I thought we were checking a replay out, but we definitely were. Look at how close he is, that front splitter. Nice view here too. He's going to stay on the inside here. Looks like this one will be a nice, easy move for him. He easily got the pace to get by, doesn't he?
Well, yeah, and he had that covered long before they got into the braking zone as well, so that's only helped him out here. He's able to run a nice, clean line, get the most out of it. He's got a little bit of defensive. His ladder sucks right back up to the back end of that Mustang, but that was probably the ideal scenario to see him get through. A little further back, Stephen Varga with a bit of a wiggle out through Lesmo 1 there. Well, Lesmo 2, sorry. So he's got to be cautious of that one. And these guys are all starting to extend a nice little bit of a gap over this little pack at the moment. There's a little bit of a train to the guys behind, Schreier, Harrison and Borg. So those guys got a little bit of work to do as we see another move down in towards the Ascari. And this will be Bradley Vaughan with a nice move down through there. Picks up a bit of two-wheel action and floats that car nicely through.
Yeah, just trying to see who Vaughan is actually teamed up with tonight. But I'll be interested to see what is going on here as we go around. That is Jamie Davis now getting around at the moment. You see them just going wide here too. They're all tussling for positions even further back. And this is back for 19th, 20th and 21st position. But Jamie Davis in the 92 car. See him under brakes here. He's just behind Nicholas Timors there in the number 15. And right in front is Michael Whiting. So this one's all happening down here. This is position number... Well, Davis is actually sitting in position number 21, but 19 to 21 very close. And then there's another little pack just behind them. So as they go head down the main straight again, we'll see what's going to happen here. It does look like Davis is going to get the run on Timors. He's got the speed. He's going to under brakes. He's going to get 2 cars in this one. I don't think he will. He's not giving it up though. Timors is not going to give it up. He stays on the inside. He might get the run back. Pushes him wide. Who's going to run a little bit of wheel spin there though for Timors. And Davis will make this stick, I reckon. Now we go down to the 2 right-handers, and he slots in front. So now it's behind there, the 97, Amanda Dalton, to put the pressure on the Timors. So a couple just getting by, keeping that speed. There we go, the inside here. No, he's defensive. Blocks that off, make sure that doesn't happen. So Amanda's just going to have to be a little bit patient here. A couple of right-handers, though, and get the run out of this little S pack. We'll just see if they can make that happen. Doesn't look like we're going to get under the first corner, but the Frog Leap Racing guys are teamed up right there as we move on to Sebastian Flock in front, who's Varga. So up on the inside there for Flock. Varga holds onto that position, slows him down. He's got a little bit of livery missing, so he's been in the walls already, Sebastian Flock.
Yeah, and these guys really pushing hard to try and gain those few little moves there for Varga. That was a nice little break that he needed just to have a little bit of breathing room down towards the Parabolica as the 2 teammates were working their way through. Keep an eye though, Daniel Heddershield, so just behind the fully Ford Racing team car, getting in and amongst it and actually getting in a little bit of a draft assist here.
They're putting a lot of moves on. This is the good overtaking track at the moment. That's what we are starting to see, as we see a move here now as Vaughan goes up another position. Can he hold on to it? He's definitely got the run down the inside and it looks like he's got this one covered. But right behind too is Flock is ahead of Shield now. I thought he might have just put the nose in. Good to be a little bit cautious. We are only early on in this race. 7 laps of 112. We're not even at 10% of the way through the race. We haven't seen any co-drivers jump in yet. 2 races in this one if you just joined us. So it is 650 kilometres, 112 laps. It's a co-driver race. We've got 2 drivers in the cars. As you see, it looks like the Frog Leap Racing guys are starting to make a move now, and they have got past, of course, that number 15 car of Timors. So it looks like Amanda Dalton has got that move done, and right behind Rick Sebra now is going to get the chance to put some pressure on. But I think Amanda Dalton is definitely comfortable in that. I don't think we're going to see Timors get that position back. He's going to have a go. Definitely didn't have the drive out of that corner. Really going to hurt Timors now, as that'll put him quite a few positions back with the drive through.
Absolutely, and the other big thing too is not only do you get the penalty and the time loss going through the lane, you lose the draft advantage of having someone alongside you. So it's almost a little bit of a double hit here for him. So we'll see whether he's able to continue a move, but yeah, he's definitely going to have to get in very, very quickly and serve it. And for Dalton, not going to want to get caught up in this little bit of an issue as they work their way through.
Thompson was behind, I noticed too, so it's good to see him all the way back up. This is the penalty as we go back to the replay, not leaving enough room here on lap number 4 as they run around. Of course, it's going to go to the blimp view there. There's some beautiful trees here at Monza, beautiful trees. As we check out the replay, we are on the replay now of this penalty that's just happened here for, of course, for Nicholas Timors. A big lock up here, that's where it was, but it's come from, so need to readdress that one. So, oh, there we go. Pushing Thompson off the track. He's not having a good night tonight, is he?
Not at all.
He's just unlucky, I think.
Well, yeah, there's a bit of a target on the back of that car. Actually, it was Rob Harris in the 13 there, who just, again, escorted wide. So Rob's finding he's going to be really getting annoyed with this. Like, it's quite a few times here now in the past, twice at least in the past 3 races, where he's been escorted sideways and made a bit of a meal of his night. So I'm sure for anyone who's tuning in, any of the co-drivers having a look, jump over to Rob's Twitch stream, because he will be going ham and mouth for it, and really giving him a good spray for what's going on there.
He's on 4 wheels, so that's a bonus this week. He didn't start the season off well on 2, and he's doing much better on 4. Now we see a bit of a thing going on. Matty Mascord just leading this little pack. The draft is on. Todd Hayden, Jacob Knight, Michael Schreier. Oh, they're all over the shot. So he gets the move done over the inside of the curb. So they come back to the right-hander. Back left. Looks like he's going to stick that one. A lot of curb usage, though. We'll see what comes out of that one there. So it looks like he will get the move done that time. That's Hayden Harrison in the 96 is in the mix of that as well. So they're getting pretty busy down the back here. And this is for position number 15. So it's all happening here at round number 3. Of course, the first of the Enduros for season number 10 for the Jinx Shifters AOSC. Race 177 in the history. So we're getting quite a few in. And this one's a big one. 112 laps here tonight at Monza. Maybe a little bit of pressure there, getting under the draft as we head over to second place at the moment. Tom Freer. So James Scott's opened up a nice little lead. He's 7.5. Just a cool 7.5 seconds in front, guys. So not a lot of race pace.
Well, I mean, they've just checked out again. They're gone. So they're working to a very good strategy. The pace about 5 to 7 tenths of a second faster than what we're seeing from everyone else. So they're in a really good position here at the moment. Freer has got his mirrors full of Andrew Dyson and Jamie Stovall right behind. And let's not forget how these guys went last week out as well. Dyson managed to climb up into that second place after the contact between Gilliam and Scott in that final corner. So Dyson's on for another potentially good haul of points if he can keep it where it is. But Stovall is going to be looking to try and see whether he can work his way through. Freer just doing everything he can to retain this spot at the moment as they work down towards the Ascari.
I remember Freer only just missed out on the podium last week too, so be good to see if he can sort of push his way back up. He was 4th, so the Synergy guys are definitely in the mix. I've got the car set up. Borgie just sitting in the background there, and one person who has impressed me again tonight, Jordan Ross, is all the way back up to 6th, so he's made a big move back after a penalty there, a slow down penalty, which put him he was about 5 or 6 positions further back from that. He started 3rd off the race tonight. As you look out the back though, that's Tom Freer in 2nd position. You can see just over his rear wing there, just Andrew Dyson in the background, the simrigs.com Ford Mustang now as they go back down the main straight. Jamie Stovall in a nice little position here at the moment, and I think he's just waiting to see how this little battle plays out in front of him. No need to put too much pressure on, as we know James got way out in front. As we head over to a replay now, we go down the field. Just trying to, there we go. The Frogbeat Racing guy. So Amanda Dalton, I'm just trying to see what's going on here. She was in front, and that looks like it is Joseph Daly there, the 66. Oh no, sideways. Does he keep it out of the wall? Maybe a little bit of damage there, but pulls it up. Looking to go back to the Frogbeat Racing team. Joseph Daly won't be happy about that one, the 66, pushing back quite a few positions now. He was starting to make a little bit of a movement there in the series. Of course, great sponsors on board from AJ Insurance Services as well. That won't probably make the impact of the round at this stage. I don't think a little tap on the front splitter is going to make that. You're going to do something much more exciting for us as forward Rob Harris is back in the Jinx Shifters car.
And pressing on. I mean, he's getting back into the rhythm of things now. He's got Harry Dodd, Rick Seibert just ahead. Right behind him, Tony Gaffer in the Coderson Sports Penrite car there. Those guys gained a couple of spots and actually might have almost been a bit of a slowdown there for Gaffer. He's very wide and trying to defend that spot. That's not where you want to be on the run-in through the Lesmo there, and that Penrite car very, very slow at the moment.
Yeah, interesting there, because Dodds just looks like he'd get past that easily. I know he's defensive, but you still think with the amount of pace he'd be able to get by. Maybe something else going on there. Maybe he's just got something going on with his pedal set at home and he's just trying to fix something. As we head to a replay, and this looks like Daly again in the 66 is what we're bringing up on screen as he heads around. Grabs a fair bit of curb there. Oh no, he's just in front. Who's in front of him? That's what I need to see. Mark Dial was in front, so he's just giving a little tap in the rear. Maybe something happened to Dial, which caused that. We'll have to find out as we head back to our live shots here at Monza, the spicy meatball track. Of course, lots of spices to be thrown into this one, especially with all these little tight S's. Oh no, wiggle under brakes here. Looks like will he get the move done? Oh, he's hard under brakes for header shield. He managed to move up past block. That was a nervous moment, guys. Very nervous.
Yeah, not where you do not want to see a car that late coming through. That gave me almost shades of the Le Mans days with Audi going through there and nearly getting wiped out by I think it might have been a Peugeot at the time going through there. So yeah, not what you want to see, especially one of these supercars in that area. Is get a great look back at Flock there, just working the curbs in the Pursuit Sim Racing car. That car settles pretty nicely. A little bit of understeer maybe at this early phase of the race, and they're about halfway through the stint coming in here, so we may potentially see a few guys look to go, like you're saying earlier, that little bit of off strategy and get themselves out a little bit of trouble early on.
You just see the side mirrors of Matty Mascord in the background and Todd Hayne. Now, Matty Mascord's actually up 3 positions at the moment, so just steadily making his way through the pack. I think he's a little bit more patient this week. We know he can have some good race pace with him once he gets his groove in. So the 990 there just in the background, look, using up as much of the racetrack as possible. And right behind him, Todd Hayne is right under that back spoiler. Here we go, draft now from Matty Mascord. He's trying to push through with this, and Hayne's going to push through as well. So that's 2 cars go through, and it looks like Sebastian Flock's going to get pushed back to 14th position now. No, Todd Hayne on board. He managed to get through as well, following Sebastian Flock. Nice, Flock's got himself got it back, so Todd Hayne hasn't made it through. Flock's managed to get that sideways there, though, for Mascord. He's up 4 positions now into 12, and his next overtaking victim will be Daniel Heddershield if he can make that happen. So he's going to try and put a bit of pressure onto him next. He's not too far in front at the moment. We head back to Michael Schreier in 17th position in the JK Signs car. Comes up in the number 88, and he's getting a move done on him from Jaden Borg. Oh no, that's not Jaden Borg. No, Schreier's still behind. That's Hayden Harrison just in front. So Harrison holds on that position, but it is Michael Schreier trying his hardest to get by. I think with the right-hander here, he might get it done. Looks like we're going around the Lesmos. Oh no, too much accelerator. Lights the back tyres up. Slides him round. He's got the damage on the side. He's definitely rubbing some panels. So a drive-through penalty coming up now for not leaving enough race room for car number 299 on lap 9. He's trying to see car 299, Mark Dial. So that might be that incident we saw earlier there where he came together earlier. So replay. So
that's that contact. That'll be that contact that we saw with himself and Joseph Daly down through the second chicane there. So a little bit of work and redress for them to do. Further up the field, Vaughan, or actually Varga, trying to get a move done on Vaughan there in the Parabolica, almost contact as they run through and jump on board here. Varga's going to have a really good opportunity to go down the inside. Let's stick with this and just see whether he sucks up under the draft and whether he thinks about putting the nose down the inside, because if he does, it's going to be a fantastic move. Well, actually, yeah. Was he on the limit? It almost sounded a little bit like he was getting out of the throttle, trying to save a little bit of fuel there early on. So some very interesting strategy at that point. Yeah, we'll see how that unfolds for him. But just not winding that car all the way out as we see Borg and Schreier back at it again. And Borg managing to get the power down, and he'll gain a spot there. Actually gains 2 spots. So a little bit of contact between Harrison and Schreier, and those guys have dropped a few spots there, and Borg, good beneficiary there.
Yeah, so Borg will be happy about making another position there in position number 16. And notice that little battle with, so maybe he's just been pushed back, sort of battling out at the start of the race. As Michael Schreier on screen at the moment. Sideways there for Borg as he goes around with the Penrite livery on. He's going to have to just keep his calm there. Don't want to excite those back tyres too much. Now a little bit of pressure on Schreier from Hayden Harrison, who's right behind, getting under that back wing. And then, of course, it's Michael Whiting. So that's the battle there now for 17th positions. We head back, and this is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th up on screen. Right now, 3rd position there for Andrew Dyson, the simrigs.com Mustang. So he takes that slightly tighter line there as they get around. As they're probably about to come onto the main straight now. Big run down here. He's definitely not close enough for Andrew Dyson to make a move on Tom Freer at this point. Unless he can tuck up right under there as we see another penalty come on the screen. Drive-through penalty for not leaving enough racing room for car number 66. So that's unfortunate there for Joseph Daly. You've either done something really amazing or something not so amazing.
And so far, it's been a few of those incidents that haven't been quite so amazing that we've unfortunately picked up early on. But this little battle here for second really heating up as actually Freer gets a nice little bit of a gap. And we'll tuck back to the replay. Just give us a look at what happened to Delaney here. Down into, looks like the first chicane there. Gets it braked and then a bit of a serve of Daly there on the exit. So it's a pretty clear-cut one for the race stewards to issue.
Yeah, no, pretty easy for them. So at least that's being readdressed during racing, so they won't have to worry about that one later. As you see, already coming up on some lap traffic at the moment. Of course, that is 34th position, Mark Dial there, just in front of Freer. This could play a little bit of an impact with this little battle going on. Hopefully, he's already getting his relative on and knows that these guys are coming, because Tom Freer holding out Andrew Dyson at the moment. It looks to me like Dyson's quite just sitting back there comfortable, maybe taking a bit of draft, saving some fuel. There's probably not much point trying to chase down James Scott at this point. He's now 10.3 seconds out in front, guys. That is a huge margin.
Absolutely, and seems to be just building time lap on lap. So they're definitely the class of the field at the moment. Last time by just over 0.8 of a second. The new laps are coming in, the traffic out front, or a safety car that's really going to hurt them. But Nori, for yourself here with the strategy, where do you reckon these guys, second, third, fourth, probably going to be looking for those pit stops? Because at the moment, with the battling the way it is, they're just not gaining anything on our leaders.
Absolutely. We're estimating about 23 laps to a tank. I'm sort of backwards guessing the race from about lap 20 is when we're going to start pitting. Even earlier if you want to take a chance on a safety car. But I was speaking to Tom Freer pre-race before jumping in the car. He has a alien co-driver, so he said. So that's something to expect out of car 707.
707, I know we got to remember. So that's Wayne Burke is his co-driver. The alien is in there. Oh, that's good. That's interesting. We like to see when the guys get involved in this one as we get on board now with Davis getting around in the AutoServe racing car. The high-tech oils on the front. So George will be happy to see that one out on screen. We'll let him know that's out there. The simrigs.com car in front of Hayden Harrison. And then straight forward to Michael Whiting and Michael Schreier. So they're packed up here. This is the battle. He's currently sitting back there in 20th, but you can see position number 18 just in front. Safety car or two. Anything could happen. So at the moment, Davies is up 4 positions. So currently sitting in 20th, started out at 24th for Davies. Harrison's up 3 positions. Whiting just in front, up 3 positions. They're all just slowly improving off their qualifying times to getting the race laps done as we head back to Freer, who's currently sitting in 2nd position. And JK Signs Mustang there, just using a bit as they go around the last corner there, corner 11, the Parabolica. Down the main straight now, look at the back suspension. Not having to do as much work as we've previously seen, but it's going to get hit hard as we go over the curbs into turn 1 and 2. Dyson comes right up on the back behind under brakes. Not going to push too hard. Not too much curve there, actually, Dan and Norrie. I was surprised. I was expecting to see that back wheel, maybe a little bit of daylight under it, but just playing it nice and calm at the moment.
Yeah,
We see that. Sorry.
To this point here, this is exactly where you need to be. So Freer, he's really withstood all the assault that Dyson's been able to put on him in this early phase of the race, and actually gaining just a fraction of a margin there. The DPR car looks really, really nice under the brakes, and the ride control not too bad, but these two with the pace that they've continued on are already starting to drop the likes of Stovald off, who's going to start coming under a huge amount of pressure very soon from Brian Borg, who's just chipped away at the pace, and that gap now down to 0.5 of a second for 4th position. So potentially we'll see Borg here with a move up very soon. But these guys are really, really close as far as pace is concerned. And Jordan Ross a little further back, actually put in some good lap times last time by, bring himself back into the fray.
Let's head back to Todd Hayne now in the 271 car, and he's now on the back of Matty Mascord, who is in 12th position. These guys have slowly been pushing through, but Hayne seems to have a little bit more pace. Matty Mascord's up 4 positions in position number 12 just in front. in the 990. He hasn't really had the pace there. Header Shield is in front, back in his starting position of 11. Varga just in front of that in 10. Christian Smart in 9. Bradley Vaughan in 8. So you see him down. Maybe we're going to see him move here. Todd Hayne, no, he tucks back under the back wing. Doesn't get enough there to get that done. But they have opened up a little bit of a gap over Sebastian Flock. So they're comfortably in front of him at the moment. Sebastian Flock back 9 positions from his starting. He started in, so he's in full mass score. Just covers it a little bit. It's not going to matter if they can draft onto that back wing. I'll wait till a little bit later maybe to make that move. It's not always, they don't always need to be on the inside because it's that sharp right-hander, sharp left-hander. So if you're on the outside sometimes, maybe turn 2 is where you get the advantage. We head on to Michael Schreier now in position number 17, who is 3 positions down from where he started. Jaden Borg just in front, got that move done a few laps ago. He was sliding that car around a little bit though once he got past him. So maybe those tyres getting a fair bit of use. Jamie Stovold in position number 4, up 2 positions at the moment. So 2 positions at the moment there for Jamie Stovold in the 717, and right behind him is Brian Borg, all in the rear vision mirror now. The side mirrors are filled with a big blue car. All you can see in the rear vision mirror is that big L plate for Corey Shepherd. As they come around, Brian Borg would love to get on a podium here, and he's had success last time. The last time he actually won a race was an endurance 650k, Norrie. So we did speak about that with him in the pre-race show. And so he'll be keen to see, he might be the endurance king maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. He will be expecting a result here, and he'll be forcing Corey to put out some good lap times later in his stints of the race. You got to remember that the 017 is quite fortunate in having a very gun co-driver. So there's a few cars out there they've got a gun co-driver as a pairing.
So we've got a replay here. Todd Hayne now trying to get the move done on Matty Mascore. Just having a look as they go around. Looks like they are side by side. Does he get it done? I'm just trying to see. Matty Mascore on the inside run here. Looks like he might hold on to it. Well, a little bit of contact there. Nothing too much. They've readdressed that one. This one should be all right, I think. Matty Mascore comes out on top of that one. Just a little bit of livery change in the background. Sebastian Flock slides the car. So we head back live. On screen, we go back to Jamie Stovold, who Brian Borg has got the move done. So Brian Borg has put the 017 in front. Looks like now he's just opened up a little bit of a gap. We'll check that out on the replay too. I think we're going to go back to this pass. It's down the main straight. The 017 tucks right up under that wing. It's the 217 cars. And under brakes, nice braking there, puts the nose, a little bit of a lock up there on the back wheel by the looks of it, but gets the whole car through, and Stovold doing a great job to just let him have that position. Obviously knew he had the faster car. Brian Borg's been very patient, sitting there in 5th position for quite a few laps, just waiting for that moment. I think he knows the only way they're going to catch up to James Scott riding the car around. That looks like Todd Haynes still pushing. Daniel Heddershield actually sliding that one around in the background, I think. So they're pretty wearing these tyres out now, Norrie. They're starting to take a few laps, and we are lap 18 of 112. What do you say? About 23 where we're going to see people pulling in. So
23 from a tank of fuel, and 20 is about your earliest pit stop.
So they could be coming in any time right now as we go back to a replay, and it looks like Dodd may have come unstuck here. Just trying to bring that up. So big one there. That was a big shunt there for Dodd. So that's unfortunate for him. As we head back.
Go on.
So Varga up on screen at the moment. He's down 2 positions. He's trying to fight back. He was 3 positions down before. Here we go. Another move there though. The 87 going to get under brakes. Christian Smart, can he make it happen? He's been under fire for a couple of laps, and Smart will let him take that one, I think. Gives him a little bit of racing room there. Goes a little bit wide for Varga. That's all right. Just playing nice in the background there as we look back. Matty Mascord too, as Todd Hayne looks like he has got past him in the background. The 271 has moved up as well. So Varga now up to position number 8. He's almost back to his starting position of 7. He'll probably be a bit more. Daniel Heddersheed, who is putting it for the fully floored racing car. Oh, there we go. Gets in the side mirrors. Gives him a little bit of a warning that it's going to be on in the next couple of laps. Pit strategy may come into it here as we head back to Borgie. Brian Borg in 4th position now, holding out Jamie Stovold. He got the move done about 1.5 laps ago for that 4th position. He'll be looking to try and make something there. Sean Thompson now back on the back of his teammate Rob Harris, the Jinx Shifters ZB Commodores. So Sean Thompson's had some unfortunate race incidents so far with rubbing some panels with some people. You can see the big Jinx Shifters logos. It's got plenty of scratches on it, on both cars actually. It looks like Rob Harris also, we saw an incident earlier there. So they won't want to get to any contact between the teammates. Thompson looks like he does have the race pace though at the moment over Harris. Hopefully they'll just wait for a bit of a straight here and Harris might let him take that position back. Thompson got the 52 car all in the side mirror though. I don't know if they're going to want to race this one out. Just in the background, Rick Sieber is the one that's really going to benefit from this one if they want to get a battle on. A little bit of curve there from Harris. Thompson just playing it smooth. Here we go. Now looks like the move is going to get done. Looks like he's got plenty of pace there to pull out of him too. A little bit of tyre showing there, I think, for Harris. Maybe hopefully that's not a bit of a dent on the front. A little bit of a race damage on there for him, but he's on all four wheels, so it's a good night so far. Todd Hayne now. We head back to him. He's got past Matty Mascor a little bit earlier. He is now chasing down Daniel Heddersheed for that 10th position. He's looking to get into the top 10. Closing that gap down slowly. The 35 is there. Todd Hayne right behind him. Heddersheed's trying to get over Christian Smart. Varga just got past a lap earlier. It doesn't look like he's opened up any gap. Looks like maybe the 440 of Christian Smart's just tucked back out under the wing, maybe getting that draft, just taking a couple of laps to take a bomb now, and a few people look like they have already started to make their way into the pits. I'm just trying to see where they make. We've had some penalties there, but a couple of people could be starting to come in now. Norrie, I suppose, lap 20, what would you do?
Yeah, we've already had Bradley Vaughan swapping out for Bradley Fried, and Matthew Brunt for Scott Nolan, so they've both stopped lap 19, and I'll be interesting to see where they filter out in the field when it's corrected.
Yeah, I'm going to look at Vaughan there, because that might be a little bit of a crack to try and get under there. Maybe it's a risk on a safety car coming out at some stage, especially with everyone exiting. If everyone comes in on the same lap, or a couple laps, or one lap apart, the exit there, coming out of pit exit, is going to be very interesting, and need to make sure you get room into turn number 1. Christian Smart is not going to let Stephen Varga get away from him at all. He is right back up there now. Daniel Heddersheed just backs off a fraction, a little bit of a gap there, and while he does that, Todd Hayne closes that gap up. So Hayne now back on a charge. He is up a couple of positions there since getting past Matty Mascord. Under brakes here, he's not going to get that as we have a look up on screen. Looks like we're going to go back to a replay here of Stovold. So Jamie Stovold in 4th position at the moment. Having a look at this one because Borgie was in front. Borgie slides it in. It's turn 1. Oh, goes wide there, corrects it. That's probably pretty lucky for Borgie. Hasn't been too bad for him. So Stovold regains that position there, goes back into 4th. Borg definitely at the race pace, but not good under brakes in that first corner and gives that position back. But luckily he hasn't spun out. He didn't, no other cars there to really make any contact either. So he'll probably ready for Shepherd to jump in right now, I reckon, Norrie.
Yeah, I reckon they're starting to get suited up in pit lane now. Most of the stops will be rolling out very shortly.
21 of 112, that's what we're predicting tonight. 112 laps, 650 Ks is where it's at. Wow, it's a big one. Not too many of our front runners in the pits. Vaughan is probably the only one who has gone in at the moment. So interesting one to see Vaughan get around, see exactly where they come out after everyone has had a stop. Looking up on my screen to see, of course, Bradley Vaughan, yeah, and Shifting Racing entry, so he's changed over as well. The 488 car, just trying to see where he's come back on field at the moment, because he's moved back down. Christian Smart here on screen, and Varga. Here we go, Smart's going to make a move back on Varga. Varga got him about 2 laps ago, under brakes, so nervously in the background is Daniel Heddersheed, number 7. So Smart manages to take that position 7 back off Varga. Heddersheed in the background, but look at that right behind him. Todd Hayne now. I think he's in the side mirror of every car. They're about to go 3 wide here, I think. He'll be trying to follow someone through. Heddersheed goes a little bit wide there. Oh no, a little bit sideways here for Varga. Needs to hold on to it, not too much curb. Not sure if there's any contact there. Heddersheed is very defensive as Hayne gets loose. Now, they settle it down a bit, just regain your composure here. You've got another big, tight little turn to come in the Ascari, so just compose yourself here, guys. Cars are starting to get a bit loose. The tyres are wearing. The fuel load is very light. We're on lap number 22. They can only do 23 laps on a tank, so fuel load is extremely light. The characteristics of the car have changed. And this is where we see the tricky braking sections, where you go down the drag strip basically as fast as you can, and then you get hard on the brakes for a hard right, hard left. So the car's starting to be a little bit different. I'm just trying to see we don't get them in the pits. Stovall's pulled in, from what I can see.
Stovall for Italiancic in the pits.
And I think that's actually a really smart move there to bring Stovall in. Like you say, they were just on the cusp of coming through. I'm really surprised that with James Scott and the Logitech crew closing in on the back of that lap traffic, they didn't take advantage of that to bring that car in, get it back out in a little bit of clear air, because this potentially will slow them down a little bit. I mean, we know they got a fair bit of margin to play with, just over 12.5 seconds. But that little bit of traffic is some little extra measure that you probably don't need to risk this early phase of the race.
Sorry, I've called that wrong. That's Stovall for Kimmond.
And I noticed that Christian Smart's just gone in too. And is he with Damien Johnson? Yes. So that's another one. Got out of this little battle he was having before. Got out of that one. Amanda Dalton now looks like he's under attack. Jamie Davis there in the high-tech entry. We'll have to go back. So Amanda made the pass on that one. Sorry, Amanda moving up a position to position number 13 over Jamie Davis. So the Frodwick racing car starting to make its way through the pack. Had to leave the teammate behind, but she is rather impressive tonight. Up 2 positions at the Monterey. Might miss his testing, but good to see the 97 getting represented tonight. So then we go back to Jamie Davis and Hayden Harrison in that battle pack. Now we go back to header sheet. So this one was one we were looking at before, and it was obviously Smart who came into the pits and got out of this little battle.
Race leader in the lane as well. So those guys coming through to complete their races round of stops. We'll see whether there's a driver change on this car as well. Freya and Dyson continuing. So those guys very, very good on the fuel economy.
Morgan Ross in.
Be a reason why he opened up like a 12-second lead in the end or something like that. So he had a huge lead there for a while. Maybe that's why they've just been conserving fuel in the back. Maybe go a couple more, as it looks like we're hard under brakes there. Is that Schreier coming in, mate? And that's what we spoke about, that tricky entry there as you come around turn number 11 and pull in. But quite a few going for the 24th lap. That's maybe just to conserve a little bit more down the end. I don't think it's going to save him a pit stop there, as it looks like under brakes, a little bit sideways here now for Freya, who's currently leading the race. Dyson is almost airborne after that curb hop. Almost.
And had a massive slide on the as the car landed and set as well. So he's dropping a fair bit of time at this point. I mean, that gap really starting to increase in Freya's favour. I'm wondering whether he's just having to lift and coast. They might have made a little bit of an error on the pit stop strategy at this point.
Well, they're taking it down to the wire very early in the race, aren't they? I mean, last thing you want to do is run out of fuel 2 corners before you get to the pits this early in the race. It's only lap 24, and that means we're only 20% of the way there.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's a long way for these guys to get back. So the gap continuing to blow out a little more, 2.9 seconds now as they work their way down. And I mean, only a handful of laps ago, those guys were within half a second of each other. So for Dyson here, the tyre's well and truly shot as he continues to hemorrhage a bit more time, out to 3 seconds as they work their way through the Parabolica. And we're expecting Freya in this lap, and doesn't disappoint.
I don't think they had a choice in that one, did they? I think they would have been running on fumes at the moment as Todd Hayne looks to go by, and he's obviously now sitting in 3rd position. We'll wait for that all to sort of play its way out once everyone's coming for a pit. As you can see, our effective team leader at the moment is now got Cooper Webster behind the wheel, the 17-year-old. Joined up with James Scott this weekend for the 650k endurance. Haven't seen him in the series so far this year in the AOSC10. Well, sliding the car out wide there. Just if he comes out in front of Freya and Dyson, see if they're going to maybe take a little bit of a less fuel in this one. That might have been the strategy, to stay out there for another lap, so they might put a dash less fuel in, or maybe they're going to fill her up right up as we come around here down the pit straight. So effectively, Webster should be your leader as he heads back to 3rd, and it looks like he is going to go back out in front at the moment.
And that was
back 1.
That was a cracking lap from Webster as well. Well and truly gained the solid advantage there. Let's have a ride on board with him We'll check out how he makes the most of this car. There's some lap traffic just going around in front of him, and geez, that's a fairly big brown pants moment right there.
Yeah, he just comes out of turn 6 there, and the Lesmo's here you go, Lesmo 2. You're right, Webster is flying on that outlap. He is moving very fast. Sliding the car around a little bit. We'll just wait for a bit of temperature to come in.
And really nice throttle control, just how smooth he was, picking up the throttle on the exit of that second Lesmo there, not exciting the car at all.
Just a little bit of curve. I mean, you're expecting that, not too much. Oh, there we go. Right up on the curve on this one, though. He's aggressive, isn't he, coming out of that corner? That's turn number 10 there, but not afraid to get the car up on two wheels and really push it coming out on that grass. I suppose if you've got to be aggressive if you want to take the win at the moment. So Cooper Webster's who are on board with our current race leader, and they do have quite a large gap over the rest of the field. It's blown out to 15.5 seconds there as he completes the lap. So Norrie, it looks like I think everyone has pitted now that is really on the lead lap.
Yeah, everyone has pitted that is on the lead lap, and we're on for a good stint of co-drivers.
Cooper Webster's now in the car. Wayne Burke's taking over from Tom Freer. Adam Briggs from Andrew Dyson. Then it's David Kimmond in the 717 car. Kyle Stokes there. Corey Shepherd's back to 6. So just trying to have a look down at the pit stop times there, because Brian Borg was sitting there. He did make a little bit of a mistake, but he definitely was not back in 6th. He was in 5th. So it looks like Stokes may have benefited from that one. Damien Johnson in 7. 8, Michael Taliancic is in the car for the Pursuit Sim Racing guys. Sean Linsell is in position number 9. Cameron Veacock's back in the car in position number 10. So they're your top 10 at the moment. Then it goes Andrew Dodd, Adam Hayne, Brad Ridu, Simon Heddersheed, and they're all coming in now. Matthew Clout as well from the Connor Simsport 9 car. So they are all coming around, and the pit stops are now done. The first of our pit stops done. We're 26th lap into race number 177 for AOSC10. It is round number 3 here at the Spicy Meatball track. Of course, the Autodroma Nazionale Monza Grand Prix here this week for the AOSC10 round 3. Big thanks to Jinx Shifters, of course, for being on board once again. All of our sponsors: Sydney Computers, AJ Insurance Services, Simrigs.com, 6th Gear Imagery, and Race Art Circuit Australia. So, and of course, we couldn't go without thanking, of course, Crack Cams for Gourmets, who have given us some great camera packages for this season as well.
Absolutely, and just having a look down through the pit stop times, that gap, as you were saying about Borg and Shepherd, they had the longest pit stop of all the cars that went down through the lane for that driver change period. They were stationary in 53.7 seconds, comparative to Kyle Stokes, who jumped aboard the 143. Those guys were in and out in just over 44.9 seconds. So that's a huge amount of time advantage to lose early on. We do know there will be some pit stops later on that will definitely close this down, but don't want to be hemorrhaging that kind of time while sitting stationary on the pit lane.
Well, Simon Heddersheed is in fully floored racing, and he was floored around that corner in the background. You saw him just use about every bit of exit there, out somewhere wide. It looks like a move here coming on for Sean Linsell. He's going to get on the outside of Michael Taliancic. Taliancic trying to hold on in the 777, and Linsell will get past on the outside. But we know that Taliancic will have the run on the inside here, but it's a right-hander or a left-hander, and he will have to give up that position there, and Taliancic will hold on to position number 8 as Linsell will just fall in behind again. He had a good run, though. It's just really hard on the outside there, and Taliancic obviously realising that, thinking, well, if I get the inside line, it's going to be hard in the long run. So just having a look as Matty Mascord has jumped out of the car, and it's Aaron Dodd in for that one. Adam Hayne just goes by in the 271, so he's got that move done. Oh no, we're going to see a little bit of pressure now, as it looks like he's going to try and take that position back there. Dodd will go back in front of Haynes. So this one's going to be a nice little battle between these two from position 11. The co-drivers, well, the main drivers before were in, and now the co-drivers are going to put a fair bit of pressure on each other as well. So it's going to be a nice little battle that's going to carry on there for number 11 as Dodd stays in front of Haynes still, but Haynes is not going anywhere in that 271 car. The simrigs.com, of course, on the front. Brad Radu looks like he's just in the background too, so if they keep this battle going on, he's probably going to get a little bit of an advantage there in the 24 car.
See, my money for the match is on Wayne Burke. Tom Freer says he's an alien. Now he's in the car. He actually has pulled a bit of a gap from Adam Briggs behind. So that'll be interesting to see if that develops and he catches Cooper Webster.
Yeah, interesting. The last lap too at 148s, but like almost 0.4 of a second Cooper Webster over the rest of the pack. So they just opened that up to 17 seconds, just over 17 seconds before, but it's hovering 16.9. So Cooper Webster have to do, what is it? It is 73 laps is the maximum driver laps. So take that out. What are we going to get? We're going to get about 49 laps. No, I'm going to get that wrong, aren't I, guys? That's going to be 39 laps is what the co-driver minimum has to do.
Yeah, and if you're pushing 2 stints for your secondary drivers there, you're going to cover that pretty comfortably. The awkward bit is if you get a safety car towards the middle to end of that stint where you're trying to fit the co-driver laps in, you're almost going to have to bring them in, refuel, send them out again, which potentially could hurt that strategy as well.
Not afraid to get up on the curb in the background there, can't you? Everyone's having a bit of a crack at them. Looks like Dodd, Hayne and Radu in the background. Just plenty of curb hopping sideways there too. That's Hayne just sliding the car out, pushing hard now, trying to get position over Dodd. They want to get on with the battle. Let's bring it on, guys. That's what I say. Brad Radu in the background in the 24, or just watching what's going on in front. Reminiscent of last round where Corey Shepherd watched the incident in front. Maybe he's just looking in the front going, anything can happen, guys. Anything can happen. Keep using curbs. Just keep using them.
And around this track here, with the speeds as quick as it is, you've really got to utilise every little bit of track space to gain your advantage as we see all the guys work their way through there. Just picking up that little bit of outside grass, and if you get too far out over that, you're definitely going to find it off into a wall, either on the left or the right-hand side. Many drivers have come to grief in that section of the road here, but you've got to just throw it caution to the wind and use every little ounce of it to gain this bit of full speed here. If these 3 will keep the position where we're expecting them right now, we're going to see potentially a nice move here for Ratu down into, Haynes, down into the brake zone for that first chicane. He closes it back up under the brakes. The draft pretty quick in this spot, but thinks better of sticking the nose out as all 3 Constantine are back up.
Just in front, the battle for the 3 in front too, which is actually Taliancic leading in 7, Lindsell just behind and Veacock right behind that. So that's 7, 8 and 9. That's a nice little battle going on. Probably just about a second in front of this battle that you can see on screen at the moment, a second or 2. So it's a big one. Position number 1 though, Cooper Webster way out in front at the moment, and with a commanding lead, push that out to 17.5 seconds. So what was that, about a lap and a half ago we spoke about that, and it was only 16.9, 17. Well, now it's 17.5 and just expanding really. 17.6, so they got a big lead out there. It's Hayne up on screen at the moment. Sideways again here at the same point again too. And that's just going around the Lesmos.
Yeah,
so
and
he's really pushing.
Well, that'll be also too, not only that they're pushing, just a little bit of the setup, as there's a huge wheel off in the back, which I think that was Heddershed having a massive moment on the Exeter Lesmo too there, but it might have a little bit of an adjustment left within the rear roll bars just to help settle the car through that mid-corner and exit phase, which is definitely going to help in turn keep that tyre life under the back of them, because that's the one thing you don't want to give up as we're in this early phase in, powering up into this little battle as the 3 of them work their way around the Parabolica, and this is one of the closest battles, if not the closest trio of cars currently out on circuit.
Taliancic has held on to that one. He was certainly, a number of laps early get defensive. You see Dodd in the background getting very defensive as well, and here we go. Going to try and put a move on. This one's Johnny Rowe back down in 30th position. Looks like he's going to get it over Gilbert. Just goes, gets a little bit sideways. Oh, is that Crowther actually? That's Crowther going past Johnny Rowe. So Johnny Rowe just dropping back a position there. I'm just trying to see if that is Gilbert, the 13 car. No, that's behind. So he's just getting lapped at the moment. This is just a mark car. 13? No, that's Gilbert there, right behind him now. Here we go, position there. Gilbert's going to go in front, and Rowe will have to... No, maybe a little bit of contact there, I don't know. But that won't be good for Gilbert, teaming up obviously with Sharpie. and won't be happy about that one as we head to the Jinx Shifters replay now. As you can see it come up, just trying to listen to see if we hear a bit of contact.
Yeah, this is almost the curse of the unlucky 13 there. Tries to take it across the nose, gets that little bit of contact, and Gilbert and his teammate Rob Harris there just having another night to forget as that car finds its way into the walls. We'll get back underway though.
It is still on its wheels, so that's a good sign for them.
Say to drop the 13, Norrie. That was your call a couple of shows ago. Drop the 19. Oh, 13. Drop it.
Drop 13, absolutely.
Linsell now still stuck in behind Taliancic. I don't think Taliancic's going to make it easy for him. Now, he looks like he's opened up a little bit of a gap there, though. Out to just a 0.7 of a second or about that part. As it looks like Linsell will now become under a bit of fire from Vcock, who is behind him in the number 87 ZB Commodore. So I think Taliancic's now just getting into the groove, finding his pace there at the moment. As you can see, Vcock's very racy there in the last couple of laps. Only one lap there where he hasn't been as fast, maybe a slight mistake over Linsell, but he's just chipping away there, trying to get in that draft under his back wing. I don't think he's going to get it done this time. He's not quite close enough, but give that a couple of laps and wait to see what Vcock can make happen. As you can see him get through turns 1 and 2 here. Just rolling on that throttle. I thought for a second there I might have heard the tyres get a little bit excited then, but I don't think so. Maybe he did because he's lost a bit of drive off that one, and Linsell's opened up and gone with Taliancic this time. So that could have been exciting back tyres there, a little bit too much throttle off the corner. Both Linsell up on screen at the moment, the 554 car. Oh, who's that? There's a position just behind. I think we're going to see that as we see the 777. Taliancic now, that might be a lap driver actually. That's just the lap traffic in the background there. So we'll get involved in this tussle though, which is not good for Vcock. Just a bad position on the track there, Dan.
Well, yeah, a little bit of an awkward spot. That was Kale Crowther. They were working their way around the Froglit Racing car, the 33. A little bit out of spot for those guys. So doing the best they can to keep out of the way and allow this fight to continue on. But Taliancic now with mirrors full of Linsell down through the Ascari. Uses again all that road through the mid-corner, up on the little sausage curve through that final phase. Just gains a little bit of a margin through that mid-corner. The lap pace for both these two as they work their way through to the sectors. Slightly in favour of Linsell though. He was a little bit quicker that last time through sectors 2 and 3. We'll see what it looks like at the end of this lap, but Linsell's got some very good pace on board that EXG machine at the moment.
He's looking in the background, that header speed down the back, trying to make a move as well as we head off to a replay now. Oh, so much curb. Oh, that's a huge one there for Dodd. And Rattray looks like he might get the move done. Haynes pushing behind Dodd. Here we go, the lights are going. He's saying get out of the way everyone, but they're pushing through. And it's Haynes and Rattray. Look like Rattray comes right down the inside. They're 3 wide too at this point. 3 wide going past Dodd. That's lap traffic in the background. They come together too, so that's unfortunate. Dodd will just take that position back. Hayne and Rattray will have to fight out. Rattray looks like he's got through. Rattray looks like he's got through on this one, and that is a lap car there in the middle of this. So that's chaos happening there in the background there, and that's a bit of a reprieve for Dodd, who now has a little bit of a gap, a little bit of breathing room there. Can just get back in the groove and back in the race line where they're comfortable.
And that's a really awkward spot to be in, especially for that lap traffic. You've got all these guys a lap ahead trying to funnel their way through and stay out back and redress the situation there with Haynes. So those guys swapping positions after the fact. Race control probably look a little bit more favourably on that, but potentially we will see a bit of a penalty for the not leaving room, but wait to see how that one unfolds. This battle here for 7th still continues on. Taliancic has got a little bit of a gap over the 2 preceding cars. Linsell now starting to come under a bit of attack from Vcock as he brings that gap down to just outside 0.2 of a second as they work their way down into turn 11.
Yeah, I don't want to bring the camera curse onto Vcock because we had him on before and I thought he was maybe a lap or 2 from having a go at this overtake, and then he lost a little bit of room there and opened up a little bit of a gap as we head back now. Hobson in the number 88 car comes under Heddersheed. Heddersheed around the outside. Might try and hold on to this one as they head around. Just here as it looks like they are coming onto the main straight. Heddersheed on the outside. Gets a good run though. Hobson on the inside. This one's going to be a bit of a drag race down to turn number 1. I think we're going to see the positions changed a couple of times. That front splitter of Hennessy just gets in front, but it looks like Hobson's got the run here under brakes. And she to pull him behind and maybe just trying to do the crisscross coming out, see and try and get the drive there. Just trying to see if the car in front. Radu, that's not Radu, I think this is a lap car in front, so going to just go to the side. So doing the right thing, got the relative on, knows exactly what's going on. Is that Borg in the background, or Borg is co-driver?
Well, yeah, that's Matt Clowitz now aboard the wheel, recently joining that Courtesy Sports team. So he's tucked in with Jaden Borg and those guys now as a result of that little run through turn one. And that'll bring them back up into position as Hobson gets a little bit of a reprieve and can scurry on. Corey Shepherd up in the 5th position now, so he's starting to recover following that first round of pit stops there and setting some very good laps at the moment. Mid to high 48s, but clean, consistent running for that car, and those guys just dropping off marginally to the car ahead in Kyle Stokes. Actually, sorry, apologies, gaining time, hand over fist blow looks over Kyle Stokes and starting to scamper away from Damian Johnson. So the little meat in the sandwich between the two Synergy Sim Racing cars, but at the moment, Premier Racing is looking very, very handy.
Yeah, I do have to give it to Jordan Ross, who did a fair bit of work in the Kyle Stokes car as well to get himself back after an early penalty and stuff. So with that pit stop they got in front, maybe Borg and Shepherd just took a lot of fuel on that one. Maybe they're going to take a bit of a risk there and short stop next time maybe. Do you think, Norrie? Maybe they've filled all the way to the top and just run in for a quick pit stop later on in the race?
Yeah, overall the Borg Shepherd stop was a bit longer than most others through the lane, so I've got him sitting at 44 stationary seconds versus Stokes of 39, so not much, but maybe enough to make a difference later on in the race.
Yeah, we'll let that play itself out as we hook up Thomas Hinds at the moment, the Team Jinx Shifters car, just in the background there. Of course, the 96 in front of Luke Holland. So Thompson was in the co-driver in this car, and he's going to come down the inside too. Hinds doesn't look like he's going to get it done under brakes, pulls it up short. That's good. Gives him a little bit of room there. So Holland will hold on to position number 18. So this is 18 and 19 on your screen at the moment. Of course, round number 3 here. The first of our endurance races for season number 10 for AOSC10. Race number 177 in the history. And it's a big one tonight. Another crack at this one. The rear vision mirror. And of course, he's got the chrome livery on tonight, so you can't miss that one in the sunshine here at Monza. And this time, though, it looks like he's going to get it done here as we go through. He is at the Lesmos there, so he is 2 right-handers, pretty comfortable now. I think he's going to hold on to this one unless Holland wants to have a duck under brakes. No, he doesn't want to put it there, so he'll just get himself behind there. Just having a look in front. No, that is a lap car that is in front. So check out a replay here as the alien Wayne Burke. Can we get a bit of theme music going? Here we go, a little bit of an off-track incident is what we've been told. We're just checking this one out in the Tom Freer car. Wayne Burke, car the 707, just goes wide coming out of there. And behind him, Adam Briggs and Andrew Dyson car just behind. Hasn't let him go too far. I think we want to get a little bit of theme music for this one, guys. Can we get that, I'm an alien, I'm a little alien, just a little bit of theme music for him.
I was wondering why the timing had jumped out to about 21, so that explains that. It's just pushing that car a bit too much and getting the rear wheels a bit dirty on the AstroTurf.
What's the go? All the young fellas are up the front anyway, so I don't think we're going to see any bearded men on the podium at this stage.
Well,
maybe Borg.
You've got Borgie, but keep an eye on Briggs. I mean, don't forget, he's got Andrew Dyson there, a man with a very fine-looking beard. So
that's a masculine beard, huge masculine beard.
Those guys are in still with a very good shot, not that far off. Well, actually dropping a little bit there, 6.7 seconds behind Wayne Burke with a little bit of time over Kyle Stokes. But yeah, might still see a beard up there.
Yeah, might do. It's Matt's Beardgate. That's what's happening. Bailey Freed, of course, teamed up with Bradley Vaughan this weekend. As you can see him up on screen, currently in 21st position. So they are down 9 positions. They won't be happy about that one. Maybe something has happened to them because they were up a fair bit. I'm just trying to have a look at their pit stop time here on my screen. So much going on. They had a big pit stop, 156 overall in pit lane. So that's huge. What are they? A 124 for the pit. Maybe they took tyres. Do you think they took tyres?
No, you'd get the tyres in under the standard pit stop. So we would have seen for all these guys that came through, you can do it at about 44 seconds as there's a car in the background with a massive slide through the Lesmos. I think that might have been the 066 has a massive moment. But yeah, that's a bit of a weird one. So probably something through the driver change hasn't quite gone in their favour there, and they've dropped a long way down. But as we keep an eye here, Bailey Fred all over the back with Scott Nolan in another one of the Synergy Sim Racing cars. We'll see whether he's able to make a move down into turn 11. He's right on that back bumper. And I think he's just going to float it through here and use this draft down into turn 1. Let's stick on the onboard shot here, because actually losing a little bit of momentum through that mid-corner. Nolan got a nice exit and was able to extend out just a couple of tenths of a second.
Yeah, Fred and Vaughan better watch out, because Stovald's behind him as well. I'm trying to see. I thought Stovald was up maybe a couple more positions on that. And as I can see, Adam Briggs has dropped back to 17 in the simrigs.com car. So what? I'm just having a look there. Check my timing screen.
What's happened to Stovald? Because those guys, Stovald was P4 prior to the pit stops. So I'm wondering if they've had a driver disconnection somewhere along the way, and that has really thrown their night into disarray at the moment.
This is Vcock at the moment. Taliancic in front, but the battle was on for Linsell as well. It looks like he gets the move done too. So Vcock moves his way up to position. Him and Linsell having a nice little battle there and slides it out of the corner. And now the pressure's going to be on to try and close that gap forward to Taliancic, who's just opened up a nice, comfortable lead over this little battle that has been happening throughout the race. So I'm just checking my timing screen, because I know that we've had a couple of things going on as we go back to another replay. Plenty of action happening now. It looks like Johnny Rowe, that's who we've seen sliding around in the background before in the ZB Commodore, and that's just him under brakes, slides it out, doesn't get it done, and it looks like, of course, 52 makes it through him and holds it nice. And next we go back to is Cale Crowther. Here we go in the number 33, a little bit of air there, just doesn't go through behind him, so that one's not too bad either. It doesn't seem to be having any issues there. That was very fortunate, because the cars, there's a little bit of a gap there, but you know, when you slide, they catch up very, very quickly as we get back on board with Johnny Rowe, who's been having a fat time out there right behind Troy Maguire. So this is actually their 32 and 33. Now we are on board with Michael Taliancic in 7. I'm getting my head around that name, guys, slowly. Very slowly, but we're in round 3 and I'm starting to pronounce it reasonably.
Doing a very good job. I know Michael will be very happy with that, because I know he's given us all a bit of a ribbon here in the comments box for making a meal of his name. So no, found the name that you need, mate. As we see the 066 just stepping aside, and it's Joseph and Antonis allowing these guys to clear.
Stepping out sideways. I think it was a bit of both.
Stepping out sideways. Stepping aside. It's a little bit of both, but just letting the racing continue on here. Nolan back, or still staying in front of Fred, work their way down into that second chicane, and as we saw from those replays of those incidents for the two guys further down, Rowe and Maguire, that was right back in that same chicane. So that's claimed a fistful of drivers tonight from those guys. We've seen Rob Harris get rotated around through there, and that was one of the points we picked up as well through the pre-race show, that is going to be a big one. There is a little bit of wiggle room if you do make a meal of it, but I didn't expect to see this many cars having some trouble there early on.
Yes, it looks like my timer screen has decided to do what it's meant to do, which is it was giving me some false readings before. But Webster's still leading this one, and it's over 20 seconds now. So we're almost pushing 22 seconds. I reckon he's doing about, I'm gonna say about 0.6 of a second every 3 laps is what he's improving. So Webster is very fast in the car, of course, teamed up with James Scott. And so they are leading this one. They will not be wanting a safety car, I don't think. They definitely will not be wanting a safety car. Pushing on, I don't think they can stick to the standard pit strategy that Norrie spoke about in the pre-race show. I think they can just fill up, go, fill up, go, fill up, go. No need to. It's going to be who's going to take the risk on maybe doing the splash and dash and fingers crossed on a safety car. That's what's probably going to be. And it could be someone with them leading so far out front that maybe there's their co-driver sees an incident they think might pull a safety car, and they haven't quite gone past pit entry, and they just pull in, take the
Rob Harris and his co-driver and Aaron Gilbert. But I'm hearing from the pit lane they also had a stop and hold for a speeding and pit lane infringement, so that would have hurt them in their pit stop.
Number 13.5 or something, just something. Take it off a 13, flat 13. Borgie's all over the back. We just had that up on screen actually. Oh sorry, Corey Shepherd all over the back of Kyle Stokes. Oh no, wide here though. Nolan goes wide. Fred's going to go by. He's just done that on his own. Didn't look like any contact there.
No, that was all done on his own there, just dropping the car sideways. And for Fred, that continued pressure that he's applied on the back of Nolan paid dividends for him there, and he's able now to...
Antonius from Frog Leap Racing in the number 66 car. He is a lapped car, so not in this battle between the two, but Nolan now gives Fred a nice little gap. As we go back to this battle, it's going on Kyle Stokes and Jordan Ross. Now, Jordan Ross had a race incident early where he got penalised, slow down penalty, got caught up in a couple of things. He did start off third off the grid. Now Kyle Stokes is in the car. They got the undercut done on with Corey Shepherd and Brian Borg taking a long pit stop in that first pit stop. And now Corey Shepherd has made that gap up. So the fuel load lightning. Got the big L plate shining. Congratulations to him for getting his real life licence this week. Borgie's pretty proud of him. Bit of curb there too for Stokes. Not afraid. Pretty comfortable behind the wheel by the looks of it. And just having a look in front, that is another car that is lapped actually. That is a lap car of Thomas Foster, so not involved in this race. Let's see if he moves to the side, because this could be good for Corey Shepherd maybe there. Just slow him down for a second, might not get the run. As we go back to Heddersheed now, who is just pulled in behind Matthew Clout, obviously teamed up with Jaden Borg this week. So, well, I'll get that right. Here we go. Heddersheed now puts pressure on again. Going to come hard under brakes for this one. Currently in 14th position as they head down through the escarpment. The fully loaded racing, is it? I'm just checking that. The fully floored racing. Well, it was floored on the way out of there. Got a little bit loose, and a better run for Clout. Clute, I should say. Michael Clute.
Talianchich in the lane.
There we go. Words come out of our pit lane reporter. Talianchich in the lane, and Norrie, what do you think that's for? Like they're going to try the undercut?
Well, they're 2 or 3 laps early, but I mean, it's on par with that strategy, so keep your eye on Sebastian Fock and Michael Talianchich in this race.
It's gone in as well, so back-to-back stints. Come in a few laps early, go do another 23 laps, they're done. Then at any stage they can get out of the car.
We're already seeing some driver changes as well. Borg's back out in that car as well. Did we see a change with Talianchich though? Because I mean he'd been in there for that first 2 stints of the round.
Yeah,
it was actually Flock that started. Talianchich handed over, and Flock back in the car. So, like Matty was saying, 2 stints for the co-drivers done and run. Talianchich should be in the car at the end of this 20-lap stint.
That might be what they're looking for. So I wonder how long Cooper Webster will stay out, because they came in pretty much on par with what we predicted last time, and he's still racy. I don't think it's going to matter whether it's him or James Scott out there in the lead at the moment. They've taken that to 24.2 seconds. It's car, Ford Mustang. Heddersheed in front is the car. Yep, that is Heddersheed just in front of the 35. Jamie Dyke currently 8 positions up. So that's a bit of a move there. Sitting in 13th position, started out at 21st. Heddersheed, the 2 brothers from Fully Floored Racing. And not afraid to throw that car sideways too, the number 35, as we bring up their previous lap times there. He's been slightly quicker, except for in the last 3 laps he has been a tenth, nearly 2 tenths of a second faster. 1.7 seconds faster than the last lap, so Heddersheed obviously had an issue there, because he was right on the back of Hobson, not too far away. As looks like we might get a move here from Dyke. He's going to stay on the outside. Heddersheed is going to be defensive there, holds the inside lines. They go to turn number 1. It's not a good corner, but can stay on the outside. Maybe he can cut on the inside. Let's see. He doesn't want to use too much curb and get any penalties. So not a good drive for him there, as we can see him light the back tyres up that time as he tries to take off from Dyke. Is that Hins behind? Just number 15. That is a lap car behind the number 15. So not involved there. That's Wade Sheedy now behind the wheel of the number 15. So Dyke won't get that run, does he? Coming out of those first turns 1 and 2.
Well, no, he won't get that little bit of lap traffic. Might have a little bit of a hindrance on his run here if he stays as close as he is, but should be able to recover that. Up in 2nd position at the moment, the gap between Wayne Burke and Adam Briggs has come down to nothing. We've actually seen a change of position now, with Wayne Burke dropping back into that 3rd spot. Adam Briggs promotes himself into 2nd. So work their way down in through that first chicane there, and low life issues here for Burke, because he lit him up pretty hard there on the Exeter turn 2.
out on track as well. They have not chosen to go in. As we check out the replay on the passing that was done, let's see exactly what went on here with Adam Briggs and Wayne Burke.
Yeah, that's as soft as they come there. We expect that's probably a slowdown as a result, because he did go very, very wide through the lazy turn 3 there up towards the second chicane, and that car just suffering a little bit on the tyres. It's a couple of times we've seen some issues for Wayne there. There's a moment in the back, and we are now hearing too, safety car has been deployed, so that big margin that Webster had built up is going to erode away to absolutely nothing right now. We'll see whether they come down the lane to do a quick stop.
I think they've kind of got to, don't they, Norrie? I mean, at this point, if they...
We're seeing Bailey Fred, Cooper Webster. I'm waiting for that gap deficit and Adam Briggs to come down. He'll be in the lane 2, coming through the Parabolica now.
Well, the interesting thing's going to be they're still going to have to go as hard as they can, because there are people who have pitted twice already, which could make a little bit of a difference there. Too far down, but Corey Shepherd gets past Kyle Stokes, gets that move done, so they'll come in though, just as that happens. So Corey Shepherd's been chasing him down for quite a number of laps. Be interested to see whether Borgie's going to come back out in the lanes, and Jordan Ross maybe the starters, as it looks like the Jinx Shifters AMG Mercedes is about to be deployed. Sitting there in pit exit, a great looking car too. Good to see the Jinx Shifters. Big shout out to them for being on board too. I hope the guys are having a great time watching the coverage tonight. Of course, round number 3 coming your way here from the Autodromo Nazionale Monza. 112 laps, we are 43 laps in. Safety car is deployed, and this is the second pit stop for our lead cars. So second pit stop as he comes out in front of James Scott, who is back in the car for his second stint. Webster has done a fantastic job there in his first stint, so the second stint in the car. But they were out to like a huge margin. It was well over, it was 27 seconds or something like that. They had it all under control. Safety car is going to bring them all back together now. Andrew Dyson back in the car, Tom Freer back in the car, Dyson in front of Freer now. It happened in the last lap there on screen with the co-drivers. Is up there as well. So that's a good one as well. It hasn't come in the pits. That might be wise. We'll check out the replay here from Stokes and Shepherd. This is where the move got done. So just trying to see what happened to Stokes here, because Shepherd comes up. A little bit of a gap at this point, so I think maybe something's happened here to Stokes. Number 017 car. There was quite a bit of a gap at this point as we check out the replay.
And it doesn't look like a lot in that one. It was a nice clean pass there for Shepherd down the inside. We did see that Stokes just had that little bit of trouble on the exit again with the tyres not hooking up. But yeah, great run there for those guys. And let's just say now, James Scott, that 27-second lead doesn't count for anything at this point in time, but we know how good they were to be able to build that out. So expect to see that come through, and we should see the waiver rounds finish up or start beginning this lap, which will really make the restart quite interesting. And I can guarantee you the nerves for James Scott after what happened last week following the restart will be very high tonight.
Notice there too is that Thomas Hinds has stayed out there. The number 52 Jinx ZB Commodore. Just not. So he hasn't done his second pit stop. Maybe he got a bit of fuel on there. Staying out on track at the moment, which is Jordan Ross and Brian Borg back in the cars, and Ross back out in front, I notice again. So they have done that again to get back in front after Shepherd just got the move done. Just trying to have a look at pit stop times, but it's only a second and a half. Not too much in it.
Yeah, there's not a lot in it. There'll definitely be some fuel saving strategy going on, because looking at the stop times there for Hinds, he'll be about due to come in for the next round of stops pretty soon. His last in on lap 23, so a little bit of work there for him, and this is probably come at a very awkward time because that car's going to drop right to the back of the field as the train works its way through. But you can already hear as we ride on board here with Ross just how much these guys are already trying to save the fuel following that pit stop, so they're still trying to extend their windows for the next round of pit stops.
Yeah, interesting, and like you say, if they can extend that out Will they get back here? Yeah, they're still going to get the other driver back in, really, if they want to, because we're still going to see probably 2 more pit stops, Norrie, would you say, in this race?
Yep, 2 more pit stops to come in this race. Even if we don't make full distance, they'll still need to take another 2 pit stops to get fuel in it to make it to that far.
I think your strategy from this point, we know Brian Borg and Corey Shepherd have had a little bit more time in the pit stop on both pit stops. Are they making sure that tank is absolutely full to the brim each time, do you think?
Yes, I would guarantee they're filling with them fuel. You're seeing some of the other drivers out there, I have no doubt, are fuel saving whilst on circuit. The Shepherd Briggs car is making sure it's full of fuel and not needing to save a drop.
See, that's interesting. I wonder whether they're just hoping maybe a second safety car they can come in and undercuts a couple of cars there, because they're not far behind. Them and Jordan Ross are having a great one. And they're really, with the restart here, they're not going to be too far behind Andrew Dyson and Tom Freer, who's in 2nd and 3rd. James Scott, we're expecting him, when we get back underway, to probably lead away. Him and Cameron Webster have been pulling 3 to 4 tenths a lap on most of the field. Looking at some of the best times there so far, James Scott and Webster are 1:47.11 in racing, 1:47.66 for Dyson, a 1:47.74 for Tom Freer. Then we go back to Jordan Ross, who's in 5th, but really I think we're going to see him in 4th pretty soon. A 1:47.87, a 1:47.69 for Brian Borg, and Corey Shepherd is the fastest time. So James Scott and Cameron Webster are definitely extremely fast, and at least 0.5 of a second faster in race pace per lap sometimes. So that's huge speed they're carrying through this. Do you think this just suits the car setup and the style of driving they've got for this one, or have they just done so many laps of Monza that it's just muscle memory?
I think part of it is that it suits James Scott's driving style, and Cooper is coming to grips with that. The other thing I'd also like to point out is at the very start of the race, Tom Freer was the car in P2. Now it's Andrew Dyson, he doesn't have that car ahead of him. Will he attack James Scott from the restart, as we were expecting everyone else to?
Well, that is a point looking at their best time so far. I mean, Tom Freer, Andrew Dyson and co-driver have had a faster best time than them. Maybe not enough to do the overtaking manoeuvre, but now they're in front, maybe they can slowly pull away from that car and probably cement that second position at the moment and put, like you say, put a bit of pressure on James. So they haven't had any free air yet, really, have they?
No, not as yet. They've been trapped up behind the rear wing of 707, so it's interesting to see having some free air and having some benefit of track awareness you wouldn't have if you tucked up behind the wing of another car. Will definitely help them with that overtaking maneuver. I think we also we give benefit to car 52. Thomas Hinds has only taken 1 stop, so they're definitely running a risky strategy here, but they're trying to get some track speed, but they are probably due for a pit stop very soon.
Yeah, the thing's going to be, will they pit stop during the safety car, or will it be afterwards? As we're just waiting to see if we are going to get underway on this lap. I'm just up there.
Safety car pulling away.
There we go, safety car pulling away. Norrie lets us know, so we're about to get back underway, and James Scott will be your effective race leader. Well, he's the race leader. Still out in front. Cameron Webster did a great stint in that last one. They knocked that out to over 20. It was over 25 seconds in the lead, and then the safety car appeared. That was unfortunate for them because they were dominating out front in the Logitech G Autos Esports ZB Commodore. Andrew Dyson just got the move done. Well, it wasn't Dyson. It was his co-driver, of course, which was obviously Briggs. There got the move done in the last moments over, of course, Corey Dunn. So Tom Freer now starts out a 3rd. So let's see if Dyson can put this move on to James Scott in the early parts of this race. Scott knows how to lead out a race, though. He'll be very comfortable. He'll take off exactly where he wants to. And we have seen him go on the main straight in the last couple of rounds on restarts. Doesn't seem to take it too much this time. He's going to take it off the corner, and Dyson looks like he's trying to shake him off. Shake, shake, shake. See if you can get him out of the draft and back on the defensive move. Of course, it's going to be a hard right-hander, left-hander here as we go into turn 1 and 2. Out of the 3 wide down the back. Is that Teleandrich's car? Oh, it's Smart. Is it getting involved as well? They're all happening down the back. It's Borgie, Ross, Smart. And here we go. Smart's putting the move on. He's got up into 5th position at the moment. He's just got a splitter in front of Ross, who is still in front of Brian Borg, and Borg, he has to just stay in the background there, but Smart with a big start on this one. Got to take a risk at the start. Borg now, as they go 2, nearly 3 wide. Borg puts the nose in. They break that past Smart and around Ross. I think some contact there. That is see what happens.
Borg with contact on Ross, that's going to hurt Ross a lot. He's got to wait for the train to get back underway. That's a lot of positions lost. He rejoins down in 23rd spot now.
And that's not the first time Ross has had a little bit of contact. He had it early in the race and got pushed back down in the late teens and made his way back. But we're going to wait and see what race control says over this one, because that is going to be the interesting factor is, will we see a penalty for Borgie? That will hurt him when, oh no, here we go, Mascot and Smart are back at it again. These guys are moving out. Mascot's up 10 positions at the moment. 10 positions so far, so a good restart. Smart did put all the pressure on the start, and that's probably what has caused the contact between Brian Borg and Jordan Ross, because they're just trying to get their positions back after Smart with an incredible restart there. Mascot there is going to put the nose in again as they head down. They're in the final corner, turn number 11, hard under brakes, and Mascot looks like he's going to get the job done. Can he get the drive? Borg right behind. They come around, and Mascot looks like he's going to hold on to this one. Borg, he just falls off the pace a little bit there as Smart pulls away. There we go. This is a great battle we're having on now, though, for 5th position. As you can see, Matty Mascot there, in 5th in the front. Smart pulls out, gets out of the draft, sees if he can get him under brakes. Borgie follows him down, too, to see what he can do. Right behind Sebastian Flock and Taliancic's car in the background. Mascot makes it through there. They all bunch up again, too. Dan, the restart, exciting.
Well, that was a big restart there. I'm really surprised you saw that contact from the two. Well, you know, the battle, as hard as it was between the two teammates there, I don't know what was going on between Freya and Ross. I would have expected those two, with the likes of Borg behind, just to quickly get that move done and dusted and allow themselves to get back into line. But that has really hurt them. We're still waiting race control to have a look at that one, because we expect to potentially see a penalty for the Borg car. We'll wait the gap and gone from Smart. He's sitting pretty comfortable now in 5th. We're still expecting him in the next couple of laps. But this fight here for 5th and 6th ride at the moment between Smart, Borg, Flock, all in behind it. We've got 5 or 6 cars, 7 cars that can all get in with a shot. And the minute a little bit of contact is made, you're going to see these guys pounce all over it.
40% of the way through this race, and it's almost like we're at a sprint finish, isn't it, after a restart? As Mascot pulls to the side, has he got a slowdown maybe? That's all I can think about that. That's definitely got to be a slowdown penalty, because he would not give up that position to Smart, I can tell you. They've had a battle on as he slots back in. Let's see where he ends up now. I'm just trying to have a look down there.
Down behind Taliancic's.
Yeah, so he's in 9th at the moment.
Yeah, that Flock in front there.
So that's interesting. Matty Mascot gets a slowdown, which is going to be good. I think Brian Borg's got the pace all over Smart, but he's just not getting the job done. Smart is being very defensive here, because Borg in both mirrors, side to side. He's got to be flashing the lights. Here we go. He's going to put a move under brakes into this one to turn number 1. He had to do it. He definitely had the race pace. He gets up on the inside, and Smart gives him a little bit of room, and Borg will move through into position number 5. But we are still waiting to see what is going to happen out there. And my timing screen is still saying Hines is out there. Thomas Hines in the 52 car. So still currently sitting in 4th, but not on hasn't had the second pit stop yet.
No, that car has got to be on the smell of an oily rag at the moment, so expect them in momentarily here. The rest of these guys are still pushing on. Another bit of collision there for the 066. That's car of Joseph Delaney. They've had a mirror full of trouble. And in the back,
no, I'm just trying to see, is that Knight? One? Lots of
second chicane.
So that's, yeah, like you see, look at the damage starting to appear on this car. The restart, as we are going to head back to a replay.
So let's check this out. A bit of too wide action through the mid corner there. Linsul and 88 all into each other as they just trip over everyone trying to work their way through. Good avoidance by the 9 in the background to not get picked up on that one as well. And the drive through from race control for the 017. Brian Borg is going to have to bring the Premier Racing car in the lane.
To admit, just looking there, Jordan Ross got a little bit of a drive through there, watching everyone in that melee, and is up to 19th position already. So he's starting to put a bit of pressure on now and making a bit of moves. He's probably a bit lucky there. A couple of cars coming in contact, and he's taken the gap and made his way through without having to battle too hard. But he's hurting back in 19. It looks like a few cars starting to move as Brian Borg goes in for his pit lane penalty, his drive-through. That's going to hurt them, and they're going to drop quite a bit back. He will not be happy about that. He will not be putting the beard on the podium if he keeps that up.
Not at all. And a little bit more contact further back as everyone files their way back in with Zebra, and I think that might have been Dalton with a little bit of contact on the entry into turn 1 there as the gap closes up on the back of that. Did see a huge amount of guys dive for the lane as well following that contact last lap through that second chicane. Knight, Thompson, Davis in there, Rob Harris was in there, Lachlan, along with Dodd, Knight as well. So 5 or 6 cars all caught up in that.
Not a good result there after that contact. Like you say, a bit of damage. The guys coming in for a quick fix where they can so they can keep these cars out on track. We're not even halfway, so it is probably a good idea to do it at this point in the race. All you need is another couple of safety cars at the right point so you can make that back. As Matty Mascord's still being involved. A couple of things here as it looks like he's back to 6th position now with Todd Hayne, and he is holding on to that 6th there as Sebastian Flock puts the pressure on him, but he's going to hold. Now sideways on the outside, Varga's got the pressure on, and a bit of a run on the outside here. Flock might have to give this position up. We've got a big right-hander coming, and in the background, just pulling him behind him is Heddersheed. And Heddersheed's going to go between them and split them. They're going to go 3 wide here.
He shot the gap nicely there. That was a big moment too for Vlock mid-corner through 9, which we thought could happen there as he was trying to run around alongside Varga. But for Heddersheed, that was an awesome move, sticking that car down the inside and held that position nicely.
You're going to try and get in the slipstream. They're going to give him a bit of a wiggle out in front. I think they want to get under that back wing. As Block there just pulled back onto the racing line and hard on the brakes. Varga has to go defensive. He's got the inside line here and he gets the run. Looks like he's going to hold on to that position at the moment. Heddersheed won't be able to put the pressure on, but Flock looking to do the crisscross. Just keep the line, try and get the drive off so he can put the pressure on a bit further as they go around this long right-hander here. Turn number 3 as they come out of there. Looks like he probably not going to get this position back at this point. Looks like Heddersheed has the speed and the pace in the number 35 car to keep that one. He's up 3 positions from his start in position number 11, so he's currently in 8th. Varga just in front. Matty Mascord, though, he's dropped a position to Todd Hayne and all that, and he's back to 6th, so he is back to 10 position improvement from where he started. So Todd Hayne and the 271, they've had a nice little battle going throughout this race. The 271 and Matty Mascord. Christian Smart just in front of that, and then it's Tom Frere, Andrew Dyson, and of course James Scott has gapped it out to 1.7 seconds at the start again. So it goes Scott, 1.77 seconds back to Dyson, 2.1 seconds back to Frere, and then a huge gap goes 13.5 seconds back to Smart. So the top 3 have just shot away from the rest of the field here, and that's probably the Brian Borg and Jordan Ross incident there with Smart as well, sort of getting caught up in that restart.
2x2 down into the Ascari chicane as everyone funnels their way down in there. That was Dalton, Gaffer, Sebra and Timoras involved. And everyone down into single file and working their way through as a car goes around on the outside. It's the 015.
Timoras.
That was Moras there was a bit of an incident, and he's in a pretty precarious spot there, being turned 90 degrees and has recovered back in the back frame there.
All right, we're checking out the replay up on screen at the moment. We're moving back to Nicholas Timors here as he goes sideways. No one else there but his own. Does he miss everybody? Pulls it up on the main straight. He's just missing a bit of livery on the side, but no, please don't pull in front, and all safe. So he's done that on his own, Timors. That's going to put him back quite a few positions, but no one else involved in that race incident. So luckily for him. Oh, there we go. Is that Amanda Dalton spins it out here on turn number 1. Tries to get the Throttle Elite Racing team car out of the way. Doesn't want to get in the way of anyone else and cause any more issues there. We've had quite a few penalties already been issued throughout this race. A couple of slowdowns and a couple of top 3 penalties.
Dalton maybe just coming fraction hot and fortunately able to pull it up, and we didn't see another big incident there. These guys further up the field, continuing on nice 5-car train.
Jordan Ross pushing hard. What was he? Where did he drop back to? 23rd or 22nd or something like that?
Yeah.
He's back up to 11 already. So the Synergy Sim Racing guys, unfortunately, he's just been the unlucky driver being involved in those ones. Be interesting to see whether they leave him in the car towards the end or whether they choose to leave the co-driver in for that one. Maybe just don't take the risk with the bad luck He doesn't have the 13 on, but he's not having a great one. Kyle Stokes, so had a nice clean run in that car in the 143. So he's back up to 11. Jordan Ross and pushing hard at the moment as we look at Jaden Borg on board with him. He is just dropped in position. Nice little battle in the main straight. It's a bit of a drag race. You can see just in front of them too. It's Bradley Vaughan and Michael Whiting having one as they go into the corner here. Vaughan's going to come up on the inside. Has to get defensive this one. He was behind Jordan Ross. As they go left here though, looks like he stays in front there. Vaughan, oh no, a little bit loose. Maybe contact there from Jaden Borg. Harrison now drops back Whiting drops back 2 positions as Hayden Harrison gets by as well. So it'll be interesting to see the replay on that one from Whiting and Jaden Borg. Let's have a look at it as they come down. You see Vaughan here gets the pass done, a bit of damage on the front of that car. And as they go through, Whiting, no, I don't think he's, I didn't hear a thing there, and I don't think he's touched him.
No, I think that might have been all on the own, possibly a little bit of net code as the guys work their way through, but yeah, a little unfortunate there. And that's always an issue when you lose that much momentum on a move like that. You've got trying to get back to that throttle as quick as possible. We do see those incidents occur. Harrison continues this fight here with Borg. These two have been pretty well inseparable for the vast majority of this race. Very close.
There we go back. This is second and third. So Tom Freer is back in front of Dyson at the moment. So Dyson was second on the restart here about, where were we, about 3 or 4 laps ago, as it looks like Dyson goes a little bit wide. Freer just getting away in the Synergy Sim Racing car. Puts it out there. So Dyson definitely not having the race pace that Freer does in the car, but obviously the co-drivers was a slightly different thing for them. We do know he's made a position. He's now 12 positions up. He's in 4th, which is our team, the number 52 car, of course, Craig Healy and Craig Healy and I'm going to get this right once. They were actually sitting out there, weren't they? They hadn't done their second pit stop, so they've now gone in.
Sean Thompson, 52. Yes, they have now pitted.
So that's why we've seen them go up another position up there at the top. So Matty Mascord just off a podium finish. We're halfway. 2 pit stops in, sliding the back out there in the background. Who is that? That is Kenneth Lader. Lader in the 554 car, just pushing hard. We like to see. He lost it just before the pit stop. Andrew Dyson 3rd, Matty Mascord in 4th, and Christian Smart in 5th. So watch Mascord and Smart's going to be a great battle as we watch this. Now Brian Borg had a drive-through penalty after contact with Ross, pushed him all the way back. He has made up 7 spots now. He's in 19th position after that drive-through. So Brian Borg back in the car and Corey Shepherd in the pits. He can't wait for the L plates back in that car and get back out there after Borg having to do that drive-through penalty. You can see Ross just in the background. I'm just trying to see how he's made it up. He's still 11th position there. He was back about 23rd after that race incident. So already making some moves, and I think he'll be hoping on another safety car at some point, and possibly Norrie, does he look at the undercut there with the fuel load again and work it back now?
Well, that's the thing. Now we've had this safety car intervention, and now the strategies are all extended just that little bit. The opportunity exists to backdate the race and map your strategy that way. All you got to do is get your co-drive minimums done, and then you can try and win this race from the last lap rather than the current strategy.
Well, I think most people have changed drivers now, haven't they? So both drivers have had a go. Is there any teams out there where you could see someone's done a double stint? I don't remember seeing any names do a double stint in the first one on this one. So anyway, Matty Mascord, you can see him there. Todd Hayne just behind. The 271 has dropped back a little bit. Christian Smart just in front, 440. These guys look like they're a little bit sideways there for Hayne and Smart, but they hold on to it as we go back to Sebastian Flock in the Pursuit Sim Racing entry, the 777. Just holding on the background. In front, you can see header sheet, but not quite close enough as we look like a move trying to get made here for Gaffer. Doesn't get it done. Sibra just holds onto the line. It's a nice drive out there in the 24. So Sibra in front in the Frog Leap Racing car. And that looks like Gaffer's not going to close that gap now. That's going to be fine. Sibra nice and safe at the moment. With that nice little gap, just needs to keep his calm, get around. It's 18th position and 17th and 18th position you see on camera. Borgie just behind, and surprisingly behind him, Harrison as well is there. So Harrison has had a little bit of speed too. So I don't think he's going to let Borg get away. He might even just get under the back wing of Borg and try and draft him a bit. Maybe take him up a couple of positions as well. As we go back up to Stephen Varga, who is in 7th position. That's where he started the race, so he's gone back to where he was. Kenneth Ladder up on screen at the moment now. Looks like he might do a move there. Sorry, that's Sebastian Flock getting a move done. Ladder's going to go through. Flock will let him go through as well. So Kenneth Ladder making the move done up to 9th. Makes it into well and truly in the top 10. Sebastian Flock just behind as we move back to Jaden Borg, who is chasing down Bradley Varney in front with Hayden Harrison behind. And this was another bit of a talking point, as we did see Michael Whiting unfortunately just undo himself there, no contact, and lost a couple of positions there. He was battling on with Bradley Vaughan a little bit earlier. Tony Gaffer now up on screen. You see him get around the beautiful Penrite livery on the side. Looks like he's got it past Rick Sibra there. Not quite sure what corner that happened on, but he was having a go just before. I'm surprised that only took half a lap for him to make that up and make that happen. Obviously got a lot more race pace than what Sibra does at the moment, or maybe a mistake from Sibra. We'll have to check that one out a little bit later, as Kenneth Ladder now on screen got past Sebastian Flock, and it doesn't look like Flock's going to take that position back anytime soon as we see him go through. Everyone's sort of settling down into their positions now as James Scott has opened up to a 6-second lead. I'm just trying to remember 5 or 6 seconds before when I said it.
Well, it's still continuing to grow lap on lap. I mean, the margins are in favour for those guys. Last time by, Scott was 1.1 second quicker than Tom Freer and Andrew Dyson. So gaining a fair bit of time there as we go back a little bit further. Vaughan and Jaden Borg back at each other again. This should be a move for Borg down the inside in through Parabolica. Harrison not able to come through with him, but should have a good run on the exit here, and a nice steady run here for Jaden as he works his way through. And that'll get him now up into that 12th spot to see whether he's going to have to go defensive down into turn 1. We'll keep an eye looking back at Vaughan, and Harrison potentially will be alongside for a run, so let's keep an eye on these guys down here.
And then I want to go back to a replay because Dyson has just got back to second off Freer. So he has now opened that up 3 seconds. We go back to it. They're out in front. We'll go back and check out the replay of where this exactly happened. It looks like it's down the main straight. So this is a big move here. They effectively were second and third throughout the race. They've been tussling for positions with the co-drivers. Now they're back in there, and Dyson got the move under brakes here at turn number 1. Nice move for him. He looks like he does have a bit more pace as that gap has started to just break out a little bit there for Dyson now over Free. His car looks like it's got a little bit more race pace. Anyway, so that's a great little move for him, especially considering that Borg and Shepherd's actually leading the championship, guys. So where does this play for him now that Borgie's had a drive-through penalty? I'm seeing he's still down in 18th position. Shepherd just holding that over Scott. Scott's unfortunate incident last week. This is going to be some championship ramifications in this one. If they can't get that back in the top 10, it's going to make some big championship changes.
Yeah, definitely. But we've still got at least one more pit stop we know to come. And with the racing the way it's been, if Borg can just turning those clean, consistent laps and pick off the spots where he can, those guys will definitely fight themselves back into contention. As you see a little bit of a move here for Harrison and Whiting. I'm just keeping an eye as Borg further back. He's closed right up onto Tony Geffer as well. And we might see those guys having a bit of a change of position very soon also.
I think that's just happened actually, because Amanda Dalton's also gone past Gaffer. So there's definitely things happening there in the background as we ride on board with Harrison now. Looks like he's going to get Vaughan under brakes here. See if he can hold on to it. Let's hope Vaughan's up. Yeah, he's well and truly under him here. He just needs to hold on to that. Vaughan's just going to relinquish that spot and let him through. He definitely had the pace there on that one. So now we might see that Harrison going to do a bit of an attack on Borg. See if he can catch up to Jaden Borg in front, of course. Brian Borg a little bit further back after a drive-through penalty early after contact with Ross, as he's now in 17th position. So we go back to a replay on screen, and this is the move on Tony Gaffer as Brian Borg gets it done. There we go. Makes a nice move there. Goes out wide. Oh no, that's Amanda Dalton on the outside. So that's Amanda Dalton on the outside of Gaffer there, getting that done. and she is. I'm just trying to see where she's actually ended up after that one. So Brian Borg still in front of Gaffer, so yeah, something's happened to Amanda Dalton. We check it under brakes here. Gaffer wasn't going to give this one up easily. Gets the position back. Amanda's got the run on the inside. But Gaffer gets that back and she spins herself out trying to hold on to that one. So that's unfortunate there for the Frog Leap Racing team. And we'll rejoin the race, but quite a fair way down. Back in 24th at the moment. So that's unfortunate for Amanda Dalton. She's been doing really well throughout this race.
They've been really good, clean run for those guys. I mean, they've been in the wars a little bit along the way, but good progression to continue on. The front two still at it again. These guys absolutely inseparable so far, with the exception of the pit stop changes and all that cycling through. Not much separating these guys for the entirety of the race so far.
There we go, Dyson now back in the second position. He'll be happy. Started off the grid here in number 2, so just taking it back over Tom Freer, who's been fast up one position. And they got a little bit of a lead, so you sort of go our lead position. James Scott obviously way out in front there, 7.7 seconds at the moment, and just lapping, on judging on the last laps, he's almost half a second a lap faster. Then you go back to this Dyson Freer battle that's going on for second position, which is fantastic to watch. And then we go back to Matty Mascord, Christian Smart, and Todd Hayne, and that's the battle for fourth position for those guys. So plenty going on here still in the race. 650 kilometres. We're halfway now, lap 57 of 112. So we've just passed the halfway mark. We've had 2 pit stops. We've had 1 safety car. We're probably getting close to a point where the drivers who did the first stint, they pretty much all changed from what we saw. They've come out now. Now we're in the third stint. They've probably almost completed enough laps to be able to come in at any stage. And we have a look at Jacob Knight, who's back in 25th position there. Looks like he's going to try and do a bit of a move here. Oh, he gets him under brakes, but lots going on.
Well, that's Dalton involved in that again. Dalton picks up the rear there of Knight, rotates that car around, and that'll definitely be a drive-through penalty based on what we've seen so far for everyone. As we hear a little bit of an announcement from the race control there.
So interesting things happen. This is the battle now for second position. Dyson and Freer in the car at the moment. We'll just let them get around as they go through. So we're just starting to see a bit of movement back down the field. Jacob Knight and Amanda Dalton still going at it. Amanda Dalton moving up a couple of positions as Dodd's now dropping back too. So on my timing screen, so that's very interesting. Header Sheed is in 9th position at the moment, just behind Kenneth Latta. Jordan Ross just lurking in the background now. He is back to 10th position. So after dropping back in the low 20s, he's back to 10th after coming into contact with Brian Borg on the restart. Involved in there. Christian Smart was put his nose in there in that battle and did not get in contact at all, but meant there's a bit of contact from Brian Borg and Jordan Ross, and now he's worked his way back to 10th position in the Synergy Sim racing car. So that's going to be very interesting there as we look at some of the lap times there. He is very, very quick. He's almost matching lap pace with James Scott out in front. So he's definitely got the race pace. Jordan Ross, if they can look at maybe a fuel strategy, Norrie, just try and get themselves in under the safety car. They're definitely not going to come back in under James Scott, but at the moment they've got the race pace to take it to him, and they're probably the only ones.
Yeah, the other car on track, which is definitely taking advantage of the pit stop, is 777. Talianjic just came in and took the reins of that car from his co-driver. So the benefit of having the pit stop strategy there is that you can take it and it will give you an advantage. You just got to call it right, and if there is another safety car, you want to get lucky with calling when you call your laps.
Well, that's interesting. Taliancic back in the seat. Norrie, do we know if the co-driver has done the minimum amount of laps in that one?
Checking that one, I'll get back to you.
Yeah, that's all right. That'll be interesting to see there from Sebastian Flock, whether he's done enough that he can bring it home or whether he can make it have to do one more pit stop. All right,
spin.
Oh, there we go. Nolan now gets a move done and a bit of contact there. So Nolan gets a bit of a shove from Sibra. Sibra makes that position back, so that's just a bit of Racing is rubbing is racing, isn't it, fellas?
Well, that's it. A little bit of hip and shoulder never hurt anyone, and these guys still continuing on it down into one. It's a big side to sides, and that has sorted itself out on the run through the first chicane there, and Nolan will get himself a little bit of advantage as the car involved in that does slip down a little bit. Sibra just drops a bit, and Tamora's gains a spot there.
Yeah, I think Sibra had everything to lose that time. Tomorrow's probably wouldn't have got through. Sibra had just given that position up nicely and got back on the race line. So sometimes a risk you take, don't you, when you get aggressive there and try and defend your line. Sometimes it's better to let one position go, not two or three, if everyone gets their nose in, if they're in a long line. So unfortunate for him. As we see some movement going down as Jacob Knight looks like he's going back in the pack as well. So that's Matty Mascot at the front there, just leading in the 990. That's position number 4. Then Christian Smart, Todd Hayne, and Varga's right on the back of him now too. So Varga putting all the pressure on Hayne. That is for position number 6. Probably a little bit of a reprieve for Christian Smart. Ooh. The 440 car. Look at the drive here. Let's see if we can get the run down. This one for Varga. He's going to have to get under him and try and take advantage of that. Aero's in the background. Look at that. Ladder, Heddersheet, and Jordan Ross now. 8, 9, 10. And not much between them either. There's nothing actually. 0.08 of a second from Jordan Ross. I would love to get back to that one.
And actually, Ross just got a move done as well on Heddersheet down into one, a late dive, and threw that car out nice and early and got it completed. So definitely pressing on. Brian Borg too in the pit lane.
Yeah, we check out that move now here on the Jinx Shifters replays. You check it out, Heddersheet there. Jordan Ross is pushing again. Like this is the second time he's been pushed back in the field and had to do a lot of work and gets it done there. And I don't think it's going to be too long till we see him starting to get all over the back of Kenneth Ladder as well. So we head back live now to the race here. We are 60 laps into 112 here of round number 3 here at Monza. The spicy mid-ball is where we like to call it.
Just following up on that 777 guys telling you it's now in that car to the end of the race. Simon Flock has done his minimum laps.
There we go. So minimum amount of laps are done if they need to. They get stuck, but I mean that's good. That just means they've got the strategy, doesn't it, they guys? Like they don't have to keep him in there the whole time. It's very easy to swap drivers, but if they need to, they can.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've set themselves up for a good run towards the checkered flag. I was keeping an eye on where that car filtered out. Talientrance has clawed his way through a little bit of the lap traffic that he had to get through. He's got Sean Thompson just ahead, next car on track. And then it's a nice little bit of a gap ahead, so he can set some good pace and rhythm and just find the flow that he needs to continue on. Jordan Ross puts a move there on Heddersheet and continues on, as we also saw following Brian Borg's run in through the pit lane. Corey Shepherd back on board that car as well.
Jaden Borg now looks like he's is that Hayden Harrison going past Jaden Borg, and Jaden Borg fight for that position back as well as they head down the main straight for a bit of a drag race, and you can see Bradley Vaughan just in the background of that one. Vaughan did not make it happen. Under brakes, I think he's going to get him here. They're hot down there. Hard on the brakes on the outside though. He's not going to give it up. Harrison will, no, he will relinquish that spot. And it's Vaughan in the background now who could take advantage of this one over Harrison, but that does not happen. Harrison holding on to that one now as we go down the main straight again. Look at this. 3 wide to Moores, Whiting. Where are they? Nolan on the outside, but no, it's Gaffer there, putting everything, looking for any sort of gap there to put his nose into. And Moores will take advantage of this one and go past Nolan and back into 15. So he gets past Nolan and Gaffer, who's in the background, and Sibra just behind him, who will be looking for a bit of redemption there if he can.
Yeah, and that could have ended very awkwardly there. 3 into 1, especially in turn 1 there, does not work at all. So good awareness for those guys just to settle themselves down and continue on as we car at this point to get that car back into contention for the end of the race.
I think they had to take the pit stop strategy though. I think for them and possibly, I don't know, Jordan Ross is clawing back. He's back in. I said last time he probably should take the undercut, but he didn't, and he got back in the race, and unfortunately some contact there again. But maybe somewhere in between what Borgie's done and where the race will lead us will probably be good for them, because they need to just make up a few positions, get some clean air. Christian Smart, Varga, Hayne and Mascord in front of them. I don't think they want to get caught between Mascord and Hayne, because and even Christian Smart in the 440 car has been very good too. As we see another move here, he's on the inside now as what looks like Varga, and just trying to see how that comes. Varga stays in front. So Ross just behind now, can see everything that's going on. Well, maybe I got it wrong now. We're actually looking at the race there. They're having a nice little battle, Varga and Smart and Hayne. Maybe Jordan Ross should take full advantage of that and just try and get the positions up and get back on the... Make sure he's sort of in that top 3 or 4 come the next safety car if we have one.
Definitely, and let's not forget when we had the restart there, it was the 2 teammates, Smart and Ross there, that had that issue on the opening lap that saw Ross go off circuit and has now spent the entirety of this stint recovering positions. So hopefully they had a little quick chat over the radios and we'll see those teammates look to switch it around if necessary. But you're going to have to keep in mind Smart's in a very competitive battle here with Varga, and definitely not going to want to compromise that one if they don't need to.
And just looking up on the timing boards, the last lap, James Scott has done a 1:47.95, so the only one to go in the 1:47s, and that lead is now out over 11 seconds. So they are just pulling away at ease, which is very surprising. I know he's an amazing driver, but they obviously got the car set up on that very well. And don't forget, James Scott, part of the Pure Driving School, and for AOSC members, they're actually offering discounted rates there to go through car setup and go through with guys personalised training on exactly how to drive the cars around these tracks, different setups, different ways to take corners. Who is that just gone in the pits? I'm just trying to see if that's Smart, is it? Yeah, so Christian Smart just pulled in the pits.
And that's a nice, easy way to allow Jordan Ross to continue on and exchange one Singy Sim Racing car out for another for Varga, and they're going to have a fresh gun in the chamber there to have a look at going past. We'll see whether there's also a driver change. Smart now finds his way into the box.
Be interested to see whether maybe Jordan Ross conserved enough fuel in that safety car. I mean, I know they were all conserving fuel, but been pushing hard going through lap traffic. They can just squeeze another lap or 2 out of that car, maybe. Stay there for a little bit longer once we get some clean air, once we start to see people coming in. We'll have to watch because it's not going to be long now, I'd say, Norrie. 63 laps in, we're going to start to see people now, probably what's at around lap 70 is probably the point. Maybe with the safety car, they'll push it a bit further.
Yeah, it was originally 66 on my sheet here, but that safety car would have pushed them out a little bit, so they will ultimately be in about 66, maybe a touch later. But yeah, these cars will be at the lighter end of this fuel load.
Replay up on the screen now. Jamie Kingscott looks like he just pulls down here. Big lock up. Can't pull it up, and we'll just drive through that one. Readdresses nicely too. Lets cars go past. That's good. That's good.
Well, a smart driver also clears that slow down penalty as well. As we're hearing Christian Smart back out of the pit lane has had a bit of a moment here. Let's have a look at this on replay to see what's unfolded. Gets down in through turn 1. Just a little too much curb, spins it around, and then collects the safety car for good measure. So that's not likely to see that car get out.
No, it looks like a bit of a replay, doesn't he? That is so unfortunate for him.
Safety car.
Here we go, and perfect timing, isn't it, Norrie? Safety car, if you're out in that lead, you couldn't script that much better, I wouldn't think, as the Jinx Shifters AMG Mercedes comes out.
I'm still at a loss to how that happened, but anyway.
Another moment here is Nolan as well.
Chambers has crashed too.
There you go, Nolan in the wall. That's it's another one of him. As the safety car comes out, that's going to hurt because he's not going to get a chance to get back in there. He's going to bunch everyone back up, and he's going to get caught in a lot of traffic, a hell of a lot of traffic. Matty Mascord's got to be happy. He's definitely up there and pushing, and the safety car is going to sort of keep him there as the pace car ready to go out. Of course, all thanks to Jinx Shifters. Mercedes AMG is James Scott, our race leader at the moment. Expect for him to go in the pits. The thing will be, will Cameron Webster get in the car for another stint now? That might be the question. Or will James Scott do another stint and possibly hand him the final run?
I think with how closely matched both these drivers are in Cooper and James, they've got a lot of advantage here. They can really set this up for however they want. So keep an eye on that to see where they come in, as Scott, Freo and Dyson now all in the lane respectively.
Webster's back in that car.
There you go. Webster back in. We hear it from Norrie. Like you say, with the pace they both got in that car, they are definitely leading the pack 0.3 to 0.6 of a second per lap sometimes. They're just pulling away at ease. It doesn't matter who does the next stint, does it? They can just stick to the same textbook strategy. They've really got domination on this race at the moment. But as we can see, a lot of people coming unstuck, and with so much lap traffic, it's probably going to be good a few drive-bys now. It'll bunch them up, and they're going to get fresh air again. So that's another thing. They won't have to contend with as much traffic for quite a few laps.
The only concern I would say falls at the hands of Cooper Webster. We saw at the last restart, James Scott was quite defensive from Andrew Dyson, and it'll be interesting to see if Cooper Webster has that same presence of mind to stay ahead and defend on that opening restart lap.
I'm having a look up on the screen, and is that confirmed that Burke has come out in front? Wayne Burke has come out in second now, done the undercut on Adam Briggs and Andrew Dyson. That might be the case. I'll wait for the time screen to catch up to it. Yeah, it's confirmed. So they've gone back in position. Aaron Dodd in the 9.9 takes over from Matty Mascord too in fourth. So they're up 12 positions there.
And there's
They're pretty
nothing in
happy.
it. 39-second stationary time for Adam Briggs and the 72 car. 38-second stationary time for Wayne Burke in the 707.
Where's Brian Borg come out in this one with Corey Shepherd? Because they came in early. This could have been really good for them. I'm just trying to look down the system. They were a lap down on the safety cars, what we're hearing from race control. So they are just gone up to 21st, 20th. So still a couple of things going on. They must just be going past pit lane now, I would say, would be my guess. No, dropping back down on the
Parabolica.
They're going
They
all
have
over the place.
actually. They've also come in for another pit stop as well, so they've taken a good opportunity to get that car back in the strategy window, and they'll be good to go when this one drops as well.
Yeah, well, Corey Shepherd there's going to have some real race pace. He's definitely very fast out on track, and just let everything sort of find its ways. So if you just joined us here in the coverage of round number 3 from Monza, we're 65 laps in of 112, and the safety car is out. The second safety car we have seen of the race. Most people have done 3 pit stops now. We see a couple of teams where the co-drivers have done their minimum laps at the moment. Of course, the maximum amount of laps you can do is 73. So it just opens up for a couple of the drivers out there to have that strategy that it does not matter which driver's in from now onwards. They can all make it home on that one, and we do believe that. Did Brian Borg do enough in that one? He did start the race, didn't he? So they can choose who they want to put in the car from now on, can't they, Norrie?
Absolutely, it gives them choice to have a driver of each of theirs in the car. Most of these drivers have now ticked over that minimum driver swap of 3 requirements. So a lot of choice up and down this field. It's all about fuel conservation and making sure you get the fuel in the car for the next amount of laps.
Well, let's talk about fuel and tyres and everything else. What's your strategy from here, Norrie? What have you redone on your sheet there? I can hear it flicking in the background.
Yeah, I'm still doing some math, but at the moment it still looks as though there's another stint on this tyre set. They'll need to fill up once more, and then it's marginal to the flag. But it depends on if we get another safety car or if they just green to home, because they will have a bit
Still
of
going to
freedom.
use a couple of full tanks, though, aren't they, to get home? Like they won't have to fill up all the way.
And some of them might decide to only take 2 tyres rather than the traditional 4. It'll just turn out. I mean, the main battle will be between 707 and 72, whether they want to take a full fuel load or a half fuel load and tyres, because that's the main action part of the race. I think number 1 will take 4 tyres and fuel because Cooper will gap them.
Yeah, just domination again from the Logitech G AOSC Esport team of Cooper Webster and James Scott. Of course, big shout out to them from the Pure Driving School as well. If you're an AOSC member, get some discounted driving tips there. They can help you with car setup and do some private lessons if you want to get on board with that. Get in the Discord channel and you can message them. So get on with that one. Don't forget, if you got show us your sim, the simrigs.com segment we've got on the pre-race show. If you got that, jump in the Discord channel there for AOSC and you can upload those. I know we did have that channel locked out, unfortunately, by accident for a couple of weeks, but we've got a couple of entries in there now. People put some photos up, so we'll be going through them through the pre-race shows throughout the season. So that's going to be fantastic. And of course, don't forget, we will be going through our pre-race show next week, and it will be the Sydney Computers photo finish and the AJ Insurance Services impact of the round. And we need to go through some of our sponsors. Of course, AJ Insurance Services. Don't forget, if you're an AOSC member, and you make sure you tell them that when you ring up, you do have some discounts there. I do believe it is 10% discount for AOSC members on there when they go through and try and find you the best business and personal insurance for your home contents and car insurance. Of course, they are great brokers there. Simrigs.com and Sydney Computers, other great sponsors. They do have selected products that will get you free entry into the AOSC series, and it is only round number 3. We have 16 rounds in series number 10, so still 13 rounds left to go. So be part of it. You don't have to be up the front to be enjoying part of AOSC. And of course, we need to thank 6 Gear Imagery, who supplies them each week. Race Circuit Art Australia for all of our trophies. Track Cams for Gourmets for supplying us additional track cameras and the footage and everything else, who've been helping Nick out in the background immensely. But of course, we can't go past Jinx Shifters. And don't forget, at the moment till the 31st of January, still an opportunity to go to their Facebook page. They've got a post up there. You just take a photo of yourself with one of their products, their brake bias kits, their shifters, t-shirts, stickers, whatever it is. Take a photo with it, upload it to that Facebook post, or you can go to Instagram, take a photo and hashtag Jinx Shifters. And they've got some fantastic new white shirts to give away that me and the boys want to get our hands on for the pre-race show. Just put it out there, Simon. Just saying. Some hats, to cover up the receding hairline would be great.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know my receding was pretty bad, so anything good? Or, I mean, a Jinx Shifter beard.
Yeah.
Would be great.
Two words right out of my mouth, Dan.
I think Race Circuit Art Australia could probably cut us out some wooden beards or something, like do something a bit different. I'm sure they can come up with that. We will get some beards for the segment. Don't worry about that. That's something we've got onto for season number 10. We'll it could be anything from here. Could be anything, guys. I don't know what else we're going to find as the season goes on. But they all
is in this lap as well.
There we go. James Cooper Webster to restart this one. James Scott restarted the last one, and second safety car in race number 10 here, the 650k from Autodromo Nazionale Monza.
Watch out for Briggs.
Here we go, the restart. We've had to see the Logitech G AOSC esports car be defensive before. Wayne Burke in second, Adam Briggs in third. Now the little battle has been second and third throughout the race. And Matty Mascot's co-driver Aaron Dodd now back in fourth. That's huge. They have made 12 positions so far in this race. Probably one of our biggest movers. The restart's underway, and let's see how we go. We've seen them too wide in every restart. Just in the background there, who's that? He's all over the shop. Is that Linsell?
Well, Stokes already looking for a move down the outside here. He's got past the 217, or 271, sorry.
And is that, I'm just trying to see if that's Vaughan or Bradley Frid getting involved in that with Vaughan's co-driver. As we check out the turns 1 and 2 here, this is where all the action's been happening. Looks like Cooper Webster, he kept his race line there, and I think, Wayne Burke put the nose in there, but not enough to really worry Webster, so he holds on to that position. He just wanted the drive out of that one, kept the race line. You're checking it out, is that Vaughan's co-driver in the background? That's a big move there, and that is Frid now putting some pressure on. You can see the 488 car. Wow, he's just trying to do whatever he can. Heddersheet is alongside him, and he's not willing to give up positions easily. The Heddersheet, I'll just need to look at that up in my screen. No, it's not Heddersheet, it's Borg actually.
It's
nice run
Burke past Briggs in the left run.
Wow, it's all happening further down as we look at Corey Shepherd now on the restart in 18. So they had a drive-through penalty earlier and they managed to get themselves back on. They were actually a lap down after a pit stop, so they're back on the lead lap now. They are in position number 18, and Smart's co-driver alongside now. Aaron Gilbert going to put some. No, it's not Smart. Sorry, it's the number 13 beside. So they've got plenty going on here. For Aaron Gilbert's there alongside, and it could be anything happening at the moment. A little bit of grass there for someone. I see him step out.
Well, how was the slide there for
Don't be
Shepherd on
tight.
the exit of Ascari there? He's pushing absolutely mega to try and gain those few spots as he needs to push up through the field.
It was Dyke just before going out on the grass too. So they're using every little bit of racetrack at the moment, and they're going to tussle again. The restarts are just as exciting as the finish we had last week. So we can see him go. Borg is going to have to put some defensive moves on as there's... Well, it's not Borg in the car again, actually. Borg has got out of the car. So it's actually... Oh, no, Jaden Borg in there still. So he's going to be battling it out now between Luke Holland.
Yeah, it looks like he's been beaten pillar to post there as well. A little bit of damage on the back end of that Penrite car as well. The deck lid's gone. And looks like also some damage on the front of Holland's car. So I'm guessing a little bit of nose to tail for those guys.
Well, the 017's up 2 positions now. You can see he makes another one over here, over what is Wade Sheedy, goes past him. Corey Shepherd now up into 16, so he's made 2 positions since the restart, and we're only 1 lap in, so a bit of a move there. Is that Knight doing a dip down the inside, or it's Hobson and Sheedy? Oh, sorry, in front, sorry, that's Jamie Dyke, and Radu is actually got the move made in the 24 car, so we've had driver change, and I'm confused. I think it's time for nice coffee.
Shepherd is really all over the back here of Dyke down in towards the sky. We'll see whether he sticks the nose out, and he does. So should be able to clear this one under the brakes, and a move just ahead of him as well with Ratu around the inside there of Holland. So Ratu now sets off after Jaden Borg further up the field, and Shepherd doing a nice job just gaining those spots as they work their way through to get through on another lap. In the background too, the 015 putting a move in on Hobson. To drop back a little bit further here for another look at the move here with 909 on Aaron Dodd, on board, and gets up the inside there of Wayne Burke down through Lesmo 1.
Now let's have a look at this one, talk about this one too, because Kyle Stokes has got in the mix here again. So Kyle Stokes teamed up with Jordan Ross. They had 2 race incidents with Jordan Ross behind the wheel, got pushed back in the field, they made their way back. Another race incident, they get pushed back into 22nd or 23rd, and now they're pushing their way back into the top 4 again. So Kyle Stokes at the wheel now, right behind Aaron Dodd at the moment, as you can see on screen. So he's pulled him behind the 990 car. He's still up on the replay at the moment. So this is what's happened before. I'm just trying to see what's happening in the live timing screen at the moment, because it looks like Kyle Stokes has made that move on Aaron Dodd. So Kyle Stokes and Jordan Ross are back in a podium position now, in 3rd position. What a comeback. That is where they started.
Yeah, they've done very, very well following that incident at the start of our first safety car, where they got rotated around following the contact there with Brian Borg. So getting back into business as we see a look at Kyle Stokes now putting the move down onto Dodd into turn 1.
And a common place to put it is on the main straight, and Dodd does a little bit of defensive driving, realises it's not going to matter, gets back on the racing line because he's going to come under attack from Wayne Burke as well if he doesn't manage to get that drive off the corner. A little bit of contact there for Burke too, I did notice behind, from Adam Hayne. So lucky there as Hayne goes a bit sideways, so it's probably lucky they didn't spin anyone out there, and that's readdressed. And another move here for Corey Shepherd though, as he pushes into 13th position, going past Jaden Borg. Give him a wave as he goes by, and look at Jaden Borg's car. It's got no boot on it, no back wing. That's going to affect it a little bit too in its handling, which is not going to be good for him.
I did say in the pre-show that you want to take the aero off, but it didn't quite mean that much aero, so they'll want to get that wing rectified unless they're really enjoying the drag straight effect.
Well, yeah, this is the question. Will they come in? Will they try and push on for a few laps? Maybe take a short pit stop? Bank on a safety car. It looks like 777. Michael Taliancic is back out there in 777, just pushes up into 9, taking over Heddershee. Taliancic quite fast in this car this weekend. Well, he's fast every week, really, isn't he? He didn't have a bad outing last week too, from memory. He was 6th or 7th. So yeah, he's doing quite well to get back in. He came 8th last week.
Adam Briggs actually had a very good start to this second restart as well. He's not allowed Cooper Webster to get away as easy as what we'd seen in the last safety car for James Scott there. That gap sitting at about 0.3 of a second. This is a really good opportunity here for Briggs to possibly put the DPR car out in front.
I think he's definitely enjoying the free air a bit more. Maybe the little battle between himself, Wayne Burke, and of course Andrew Dyson and Tom Freer maybe caught them up with a little bit of race speed there, and now they've got under the wing of Cooper Webster. That's all they got to do at this point. There's no point trying to do the overtaking manoeuvre unless you have a much faster car, but just stay with him. We've still got quite a few laps left in this race. We're probably only 60% of the way through this race at the moment. So there's still quite a bit to go, still one pit stop to negotiate, and wouldn't be surprised if we see another safety car with everything that's happened so far, as Kyle Stokes and Jordan Ross are back into podium contention there in third place. We can see him just before as I had him up on the screen. Corey Shepherd, though, Brian Borg got a race penalty, had a drive-through, pushed him way back in the field. They are now to 13th, and he's looking for any gap to go past these two sideways on the outside. We got the move done. Oh, it's not the photo finish that we saw last week on the outside in the grass, is it? He's going to have to readdress that, and that's what he'll do to save himself any further penalties. But that's a nice get out of jail there, free card. That could have really been brought him unstuck. Has he gone back out in front? Has he addressed that? No, he has not. He's gone back out 2 positions in front, so if you're looking to readdress that, I would say.
Could have been a very, very bad moment there for Shepherd. He did well to keep it off the wall. Last thing you need is to drop that card down into the grass, and for himself there just to hang on to it the way he did. So a top moment, and no doubt Brian is singing his praise at the moment for not stuffing that one up into the wall. But this fight here for 7th really starting to heat up. Varga in front, Linsell in front, ahead of Sheep right behind, and Talianchik stuck there in the middle of these three. And 3 great looking cars out there fighting over these positions.
Yeah, he's just in a bit of a sandwich there, Talianchik. Heddersheed, he looked like Talianchik looked like he had the speed over him quite comfortably, but Heddersheed hasn't let him go anywhere, and sometimes that's what you need, the driver in front. Just follow a bit of the line, maybe get in the aero, get back comfortable again, and start putting those laps back together on the restart. Last thing you want to do is have too much of a breath, I suppose. Come the safety car, you're out there, tyres aren't up to full temperature. On the restart, of course, everyone gets a little bit loose, everyone's battling for position. Looks like Aaron Dodd there just sitting in 4th now. Not going to get in a battle there with Kyle Stokes, who has a little bit more race pace. Wayne Burke will surely be spoken to by his co-driver Tom Ferrier about how they can get themselves back up. They have been running 2nd and 3rd for most of the race. And so that's very unfortunate to see them down there after they started out of position number 4. Aaron Gilbert on screen at the moment there, though, in the number 13. Just in the middle there of a sandwich between Tyson McAvoy and Troy Maguire. And he goes wide there, and I think we're going to see Maguire go by now. So Troy Maguire will go back and take the 21st position over Aaron Gilbert.
Bit of a tough night there for the number 13 Jinx Shifter car. We saw that earlier incident for Rob Harris in the opening stint. We got escorted wide just on the run into the Lesmos, and then a rotation through the middle of the 2nd chicane there, and those guys have had a bit of a tough one as we keep an eye on his teammate Thomas Hinds further up in the 52, all over the back of Wade Sheedy, the 015 Premier car. Not much between either of these two. Jamie Dyke just a couple of attempts up the road on him.
Wade Sheedy getting it done in the 015, and Thomas Hinds looks like he's going to get the move. Day's on the outside, he's got the nose in front, but can he get the drive on this one? Yep, right hand corner there, gets on the underneath and gets that position made. A little bit of curve on the exit, but expect that, that's pretty normal there, and drives away from him, opens up a little bit of gap. Now we see under brake, so is this Hobson in the 88 car? No, behind him it's Radu in the 24, just put the nose in there and let him know what was happening and said, watch out, mate, I'm looking for a gap. If you give me one, I'm going to take it. Jaden Borg just behind him. Number 9, still missing that boot.
This makes things complicated because Brad Ratu was with Bradley Freed battling for that position as Corey Shepherd went past. Corey Shepherd still hasn't yielded those places back to these two, and Hobson is now in between.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. That is very interesting, isn't it, Dan? Really, we'll wait to see what race control have about that one, because he did pull off and wait for some cars, but he went 2 positions up when he was behind them. However, they were sort of having their own little battle, being very defensive between each other. I don't even think they knew Corey Shepherd was there.
Yeah, a little bit of a tricky one. No doubt, as we say, race control having a good look at that one, and we'll wait to see their adjudication from it. But yeah, Shepherd, obviously we did see come to a complete stop, clear the slowdown that iRacing itself would issue. and got back through. But we will wait to see what race control have. I think there might be a little bit of an adjudication coming through the race control channel for these guys now, and we'll wait to see the clarification to pop up on screen. But if Shepherd does have to redress, that's going to see him drop an additional spot here as Hobson down the inside through to Ascari, and he'll get the nose ahead and just escorts Ratu wide there. Actually, sorry, Frid wide there in the middle as Borg gets a bit caught up and crossed up and finds his way into the tyres on the outside.
Yeah, not quite sure if he was escorted there. Maybe a little bit. Readdress, car 17 to 488 and 24. So, redress now for car 17 is going to have to happen. That's come through up on screen there from our race control. It's not as bad as it could be. It is way better than having a drive-through penalty, that is for sure. So, as much as that's going to put him back in the battle, it's only going to be a few positions he's probably going to lose there, because you can see those cars behind there. They're not going to let him slide back in at all. That's what's going to happen there. So I expect to see him back in 14th position at the moment for that one. So he will have to redress that one for Corey Shepherd. There just hasn't been their night tonight. Just a couple of small things and a little bit of contact there, as we see sideways there for Christian Smart. Just trying to be gingerly put that foot down there and not excite the tyres too much. JK Science ZB Commodore getting around as we head back from there. Of course, it is Wade Sheedy, Tyson McAvoy, Troy Maguire, Aaron Gilbert, Brody Scott, Logan Barnett, David Kimmin. Jaden Borg is now back in 25th. Still missing that rear spoiler, but being very slick down the straights.
A move out to the outside there for Dyke, just cooked it a little bit in the background. McAvoy has a fair big moment as well, working their way through the left move. And Shepherd now redressing those spots out on circuit. That is a costly move, and as you say, it could have been a lot worse. If he had to come down the lane to serve a drive-through, he'd be right at the back of this train. And we could be talking about that car down in potentially 31st position, as opposed to where they currently are down in 14th.
Hobson and Radu having a nice little battle here, which could play into Corey Shepherd's favour now, because that's going to slow him down a little bit. Bailey Fred, obviously a little bit off the race pace there. As you can see, the other two got past him. So I think Corey Shepherd is still in a good position here if they can drive this home, pick the right fuel strategy. Just keep a calm, cool head. He needs to keep a cool head. I think he just, I'm not going to say it's not a podium finish for him. It's going to be a hard slog there to get back on the podium there for the 1-7. But Corey's got to start thinking about championship implications now and just gain the positions that he can and try and keep as many points out of this enduro that he can.
Absolutely, and it's just about getting down back into the rhythm and pushing on, as we see Ratu with a big moment. Might see too if we can bring back up the timing and scoring board just to have a look out front. Just the gap first to second is still hovering to about that 7/10 of a second. Stokes 3/10 clear at Dodd, but Ratu 4/10 just hanging off the back here of Hobson down in through the second chicane, and a good car control as they crest up over that curve.
Yeah, Stokes and Dodd have a ripper there, 3/10 of a second, and when you bring that up on screen, that is nothing. When you look at it, so as we look out the front of what looks like Kyle Stokes, and right behind him Aaron Dodd here. So this is the battle for third position at the moment. And Todd just puts a nose out there in the side mirror, lets him have a little peek of what exactly he's trying to do, and drives away. Stokes now opens that gap up there, and just by jumping out of that little bit of aero for a second there, just unsettles the car by the looks of it, and gives a little bit of a reprieve there for Kyle Stokes, but he's straight back in there. It does really give you that advantage, isn't it, as you go down the straights, if you can get in that slipstream, try and get a little bit of that air under the back wing of the car in front. Now as they come around turn number 11 of the Parabolica, back onto the main straight. Big run here. It doesn't look like Dodd's right up there as defensive now for Stokes. He pulls over and just will slowly go back out to the left-hand side. He puts that nose out again, doesn't he, Dan? Just has a look. He's definitely not close enough under brakes. I wouldn't be risking it this far into the race. Still plenty of laps left to go. And we've still got Jordan Ross to jump back in, who hasn't really had a lucky night. Just looks like doesn't quite get the drive off the corner there for Dodd too. Maybe just spun the wheels a little bit too much throttle as he took off out of turn number 2. As we go around turn number 3 now, the long right-hander sweeper right down, foot to the floor now as they go up. Little kink here though through 4 and 5. Up on the curbs, you can see it there, and just in the background from behind him, Wayne Burke, and of course Tom Freer, who were up in second place, dropped back down after that restart, just showing their nose in the background there, just lurking away. You see Adam Hayne, Varga and Taliancic back for 6, 7 and 8. That back suspension getting a little bit of a workout, and this one's not too bad actually for this one, except when we see the curbs. Probably hasn't been as big on the curbs for Kyle Stokes. We've seen some of the other cars getting around. It looks like someone in the background, they're just going past. Flash of the lights there for Dodd.
Who's that down in 26th position? McAvoy stationary, actually just getting the car going now through the second chicane as well. So a little bit of an incident for him, but no issues after the fact there, so he'll continue on. But yeah, really looking forward to, like that shot there with the suspension moving. Cannot wait to see what that's going to be like next week out, as we have a look here at the contact there for McAvoy down into the chicane. And again, a little bit of the tricky spot for all these guys to work their way through.
Yeah, it definitely has. It's been very, very, very tricky. And like you say, the concentration we spoke about in the pre-race show of the braking, you've got to get that right here, don't you? This circuit is very easy to overshoot. Go off in the grass, plenty of gravel to track me too. You get stuck in that gravel and it's all over, as we did see earlier for, was that Smart that went out with the number 440 earlier? Sorry, not Smart. Yeah, was it Smart? No, 440. Sorry, I'm just looking at what's going up on screen there at the moment. So it was, Christian Smart there, who spun out earlier and unfortunately got trapped in the gravel here. It was actually on turn 1 and 2, spun around, took out the safety car. As we look up on screen now, a bit of an escort there for what looks like in the background. It was the number, who was that?
Unlucky 13 again.
13. We've got to get a 13 point something put on that, just to give him a bit of luck, I think. Harris, change the 13, mate. Change it, as we just saw a penalty come up. We'll get back to that one. Here we go, a bit of a move, and we'll look at the incident again there, and Rob Harris's car, driven by Aaron Gilbert at the moment there. Just a little bit of an escort. Is that is that McGuire in the background? So unfortunately for him, we'll see what happens with that one with the redress and everything. Drive-through penalty now for causing a collision for car 440 on lap 73. So 440, we were just speaking about that one. So that'll be unfortunate for Smart or Johnson, whoever's in that one. Christian Smart actually driving that one at the moment. So penalty issued for that one. Now I see Jaden Borg.
He's coming through, a bit of no wing on no wing action down through the Ascari for himself and is that the 92 of Brodie Scott. And those guys working their way through. Kidman just in behind that battle as well.
Well, they say you put new boots on when you change tyres. They'll be putting 5 new boots on, I reckon, next pit stop.
That's it. Throw everything out at the kitchen sink. Get something on the back for a little bit of downforce. Get a little bit of help to get that through. I mean, it doesn't affect the car as much as you'd see, obviously, real world, but a little bit unsettling to not have that little extra downforce on the back end. As you see Kidman now in a great position here. He's not going to make it easy for Scott, who just drifts that car right across the nose into the braking zone. That's really putting your trust in the car behind to not escort you or nerf you off into the weeds there.
On screen before Jamie Dyke now pushed back down the through pit lane for a drive-through penalty, so that's going to hurt him as well in the 675 car. So Kevin Webster still out in front now. I noticed that he's opened that out to 1 second. So Briggs had all that pressure on him for quite a number of laps out there in the lead, and it looks like he now has a bit of a reprieve. Maybe can't maintain that car pace that Webster has getting around. Kyle Stokes still holding on to third, and Aaron Dodd in fourth. That's Dodd and Matt Scored there, who have moved up 12 positions in the 990 cars. They're having a good race so far.
Yeah, definitely a really strong run for those guys, and we saw that happen after the first round of pit stops. They managed to get their way up there and have stuck on pretty well since then. Not too much issues for them at all. As you see now, Hobson a little bit defensive with Shepherd in behind, who had that issue and redress scenario. As Shepherd now works his way down, and that will bring himself into the top 10 as they work their way down around the Parabolica. Let's see if we can get up the timing and maybe the track map. Just have a little bit of look at how the grid is cycling their way through as well. Looks like there's still a fair bit of open real estate for all these guys to play in currently.
I thought Hobson might have another go at Shepherd there. Shepherd making good way back, and we did speak about the championship implications. Of course, Borgie's also in the championship at the moment, and that's probably what they need to think about. He's fourth in the championship. Corey Shepherd leading. He's got a 50-point lead over James Scott. So even if they can't get on the podium, they're in the 10 now. They're in 10th position. If they can gain another 5 or 6 positions in the final part of this race, that's a good comeback, really, and they've got to be happy with that one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as long as you can keep scoring points, I mean, you might have a dud race here and there, but it's all about putting together the championship, and it's not just done over one race. It's all consistency throughout the whole 16 rounds. So keep stacking away those points, and you never know what will happen. I mean, we wouldn't have expected last week to see Gilliam and Scott off at that final corner, and it unfolded and really shook up the standings. So that can happen at any point throughout these championships.
Sitting out the last couple of laps, talking about Corey Shepherd, in qualifying they were not where they normally are. They did not qualify as high as we normally see them. They were 8th fastest, but he's just done a 1:48.57. Cooper Webster's just done a 1:48.39. So he is not far off Cooper Webster, who is leading us. And it was a 1:48. Oh, it's all just changed over as they've gone over. Webster's just got a 1:48.2 that time. 1:48.37 for Adam Briggs. So just probably losing a tenth a second at the moment as we keep it up there with Corey Shepherd's just done a 1:48.57. Oh, he'll come around and complete this lap now. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes on pace, especially seeing he's part of this in the back now. He's got a little bit of clean air. So he just went a 1:48.66. So he's still quite quick, Corey Shepherd, compared to some of the guys in front of him. He's got a couple of tenths of a second over him. With quite a few laps left in this race, we've got 32 laps still to go. That should mean he can probably try and get on the back of a few of these and maybe gain a couple of positions, a safety car, the pit stop strategy, especially seeing they did double pit. They went back a lap and they pitted again and still made it back on. So isn't that right, Norrie? They did do an extra pit there. I'm just having a look at Corey Shepherd to see if I can see that. Yes, he's done 4 pit stops. So he may have a little bit of fuel there. You just never know. Maybe they can do something with that pit stop and get back in the running.
They were filling that car up extra, or to the maximum they could. But I feel one of those pit stops is actually them triggering the pit stop for a drive-through. So yeah, they'll be pressed to make it. But like you're saying, it's championship implications for Corey Shepherd and Brian Borg in the 017 at this stage.
The brunt slides to the ZB Commodore into that corner. The Synergy Sim Racing entry, the number 3. That was a nice slide, but he managed to control it. Didn't cause any issues there, as it looks like the just going through the Lesmos now. Lesmo 1 and 2. All right, Michael Taliancic sitting in 6th position now. They're 1 position behind what they started 5th. So fought their way back there. They've been up and down the field a little bit. Right behind him, Adam Hayne, just keeping that pressure on in the number 271 car as they head back down the main straight. We have completed 81 laps now of this 112 lap race here. 2.5 hours into this one. It's a big one, 650 kilometres, coming to you from Monza. Round number 3 of the AOS Season 10. It is race 177 in the history of AOSC, and it's a big one here. 650 kilometres is a huge race. They've teamed up with their teammates. A couple of new names have been brought into this mix. Cooper Webster's one of those who's currently leading with James Scott in the Logitech G AOSC Esports, but it's team racing at the moment. One of the big things to talk about here is Kyle Stokes and Jordan Ross in the 143 car. I've had a couple of instances that pushed them back, including one with Brian Borg and Jordan Ross, where Jordan Ross got turned around. It caused a penalty there for Brian Borg, who had to do a drive-through penalty, and that has put them back in the field. So they are currently running with Corey Shepherd and Brian Borg now running 10th, and Kyle Stokes and Jordan Ross have worked their way back into 3rd. So that is a big one here, and as we see coming back out the 675, Jamie Dyke comes back out. He just had a drive-through penalty a few laps ago, and is that Amanda Dalton still? No, Logan Barnett's now got in the driver's seat of the 97.
Yeah, a bit of a awkward spot for both those guys, just tripping over each other on the run into the first chicane. We'll get back underway as they just serve that little slowdown penalty and continue on. And further up, Kidman, Borg, Scott and Maguire have pretty well been virtually inseparable for the last 10 laps now as they continue their fight for the top 15 positions. And that damage that we saw from Borg and Scott there really hasn't slowed either of those two up. Scott moves in for a nice an opportunity here following the rotation we saw a handful of laps ago to have another crack.
You can see there, that is Kyle Stokes out in front of Aaron Dodd, who just gets enough to get into the battle here at the moment. Mind you, he did close it up there going into turns 1 and 2. So they come around. So this is the battle now currently for third position. A little battle pack going on. Looks like Cooper Webster out in front has opened up a 2-second lead now over Adam Briggs. So he is slowly increasing that gap. You see it drop down to 1.8. But Briggs did stay with him at the restart, didn't he, after the safety car? Stayed with him for quite a number of laps. We're watching it up on the timing screens. There was nothing in it. But Webster in the groove now, and he's just done a 1:48.16 on the last lap. So about a second off their best lap pace at the moment, which was James Scott out there in race mode. Stokes not getting away from Dodd. Dodd is right on the back of that car, not going to give him any space at all. As we go back to Corey Shepherd, still in 10th position now, but with 2 cars in front of him, and these are on the lead lap, both these cars. That's Heathershed and Lindsell in front of him. Maybe you can get a 2-for-1 deal on the next corner.
Well, he certainly ranged up on him very quickly after that earlier redress in this stint for himself. So, and with a good shot, I don't expect we're going to see the move into Ascari, but definitely through the Parabolica, he might be able to knock over Heathershed, and then potentially, if he gets a nice exit, we'll have Lindsell down into turn 1 as well.
Having a heap of curb and using every bit of road as they come out of that corner. He's looking for as much drive as possible. Like a nice comfortable pass there, and Hobson can't improve on that position. He's got a nice little race line though. If he follows Shepherd through, he might be able to use that to his advantage over Heathershed. We come onto the main straight though, Corey Shepherd. Let's see if he's going to get enough run down here to make a move on Lindsell. Heathershed gets up in his aero behind him, and we'll have to go back on the race line. So a bit defensive there for Shepherd. He wants to hold on to this position. He's done a fair bit of work to make it up. He's currently sitting in 9th position. Big move back there for the L-plater. Good to see if you've... I don't know if I want to run into him on the road at the moment, because he can definitely drive a race car. Interesting to see what he's going to do out there when he's actually behind the wheel of a real-life car out on the roads. Wow, look at the curb in the background.
Someone get him get the livery out on his car when he gets out there, and we'll know where he's at. But no, doing a good job to move through, and that run through the second chicane there, that has been the biggest spot tonight where we've seen all these cars up on a little bit of two-wheel action, and I was really surprised at just how good the ride control has been from a lot of these guys getting through there. We're not seeing a lot of pogo when they land. They're just absorbing those bumps and pressing on in a pretty good condition as well. This fight for for third position, really heating up right now. Stokes doing a good job holding off Dodd and Burke, and a little further back, Shepherd now setting up a move on Lindsell down through Ascari as well. This will probably be done and dusted through the Parabolica as well.
You know, I don't think if he doesn't get it done here, I reckon he's going to get the drive onto the main straight. And the race pace, when he's in a bit of clean air, he is lapping at the same pace as Kip. Moves past Lindsell and now in 8th position. So, safety car becomes a huge factor in this race. Championship points. We see a safety car now, and Corey Shepherd's back in the running with Brian Borg. I mean, we could see a driver change. We could see anything. And if we don't have to save fuel, and this is Heathershed in the background is going to make a move as well over Lindsell under brakes, follows Shepherd through, gets it done into turn 1 too nicely and holds onto that one, and just behind in, Hobson will slot in under that aero of Lindsell. So let's see if maybe Lindsell just dropping off the pace a little bit as we head back, and looks like Dodd has got the move done on Kyle Stokes. So this is third position. Aaron Dodd gets that position back as we head to the replay. This is where it happened. A little bit sideways there for Stokes. Doesn't get that drive, does he, Dan?
Just couldn't hook it up on the exit. It was a nice run there from Dodd, getting the initial drive and able to put the car down the inside and hold the brake line into one. So they actually cleared him long before they got into the braking zone there for the chicane, and able to drive off nicely. Burke did close himself up into a pretty good spot as well, so look for him to maybe make a move, maybe next time by down in through turn 1. They have got a little bit of lap traffic ahead of them. That's Tom Foster in the Courtesy Sport 747, who's got a big lot of damage on the front of that car, so don't expect Thomas to be in the way there. He'll just let these guys sail on through. And from one Penrite car to another, ball over the back of David Kidman now for 15th. And they bring in Brodie Scott along for the ride as well. Sheedy managed to get through and just pushing a little further ahead of this train.
I think that was a bit of an example back there, though, between Dodd and Stokes, is that when you make an error, better to just let that position go and slot back in behind and have another crack at it a bit later, rather than try and beat when you've made a slight little error like that. As we look at Hobson now going to do a little bit of a move here on Lindsell. Looks like he might get this one stuck. Lindsell, like I say, just been dropping off the race pace there. Shepherd went by before. And now it looks like he is going to get that done. Hobson as well. Shepherd's in 8th position as we go back. So something has happened to Header Sheet, I think. I don't remember him being back there. Just in front of Bailey Frid. So Hinz has got by as well as we go to a replay. And this is where it all happened. Heather Sheet there. And this is where the battle was. He did follow Corey Shepherd through. And a bit of a move there. Lindsell on the inside. Just pushes him a little bit wide. Don't think any contact made there, but definitely just not wanting to make contact, goes wide and loses that drive as they went through the Lesmos.
Yeah, it didn't look much involved in that. The interesting thing now is we're only a few laps, probably from where the pit stops are going to cycle through. Norrie from the bunker. What are your thoughts on this? Like, we're expecting, obviously, we know one more stop to get through. For all these guys, do you run it a little bit longer? Do you come in early, try and gain that little extra track position on the fresh tyres? What are your thoughts?
You've got both strategies open there and at play. Lap 89 is the lap I'm expecting most cars to pit. Some cars will want to pit a little bit later, take the slight smaller drink of fuel. Some cars will want the green tyres and to go out and just wring its neck for a lap or two. So interesting to see, but lap 89 is when we're expecting them in the lane.
No, it's Cooper Webster still leading this one, though. It's 3.6 seconds, that little lead now, and we know that hasn't meant much before. They had that well over 25 seconds early in the race. Him and James Scott, they were leading. And, of course, a couple of safety cars have made a big impact on that, but not gapping like they were before. As you look at the battle now, and it's Wade Sheedy in the middle here in the 15 car between Kimmond in front and Jaden Borg behind. Brodie Scott just behind him. So the two winglesses. That's it sounds like I'm here at the Speedway calling this couple of wingless. Let's have a look at a replay now, though, as we go back up to Stokes, Dodd and Burke, as it looks like Stokes manages to get that move done in the same position that Dodd got him just a couple of laps earlier there. So Stokes goes through. Does Dodd do the same? Yeah, he's going to relinquish that position and just try and keep Wayne Burke out of getting his nose into this altercation there and don't want to give him a position. So if they're going to tussle, they don't want it to push them back and give Wayne Burke the opportunity to go through and get in that 4th position.
That's interesting to see just how much of an issue these guys are having. Obviously, we know it's late in the fuel stint. The tyres definitely screaming for a bit of a break and a reprieve. But that's consecutive laps now where we've seen the lead car going through that area, struggling to hook it up on exit, and the guy in second getting a jump through. Stokes now, though, has gained a little bit of a margin, 5/10 up the road, and we'll see whether that comes back into play as they work their way down on the front straight. A lap car in front of these two to contend with also.
Be interesting to see what these two decide to do on the pit stop. And of course, Wayne Burke, who was up in battling for second position, was in second and third with Adam Briggs in that little battle. They've been up there most of the race. Whether they decide on the next pit stop just to take that risk with the fuel load and maybe just take half a second or a second less and maybe get back into that 3rd position and, you know, try and conserve a bit of fuel with some defensive driving. That could be another opportunity for them. I think everyone in pit lane is probably going to be thinking the same thing, because not much in it between Kyle Stokes and Aaron Dodd, and I know if we get Jordan Ross back in the car, I don't want to give him the camera curse or the commentator's curse, but he hasn't had the luckiest of nights tonight, so it'll be interesting to see whether they decide to leave Kyle Stokes in there. But Andrew Dyson will definitely jump back in the simrigs.com car, I would say, because putting all the pressure on to James Scott again for the final. He has been very fast and they've made a lot of positions tonight. They're up 12 positions in 4th now. They started out 16th. So they didn't qualify well, but definitely had a good race for those guys. We head back to second position. Adam Briggs now in the simbriggs.com Mustang. You can see on track. It's blown out to 3.4 seconds though to Webster, who's leading this race, just pulling out in front. And on the last lap, Webster has actually slowed down. Looking at that one, he's just taken a bit of maybe a little bit of fuel conservation now, Norrie, in this final lap. Like you say, maybe just get another lap or two out of the car so they can come home on green tyres.
I'm just going to see if I can sit on board with Cooper for a moment to see if he's lifting and coasting into some of these corners. Might be telling to see if he's saving or if they're going full tilt to the end.
He's just completed another lap, gone to 148.22 again, but he has been running like high 147s as well. So he's sped up a little bit on this one again for Cooper Webster. Probably not a bad idea. I mean, do you push the car as far as possible? So you come in, take on a dash of fuel, take on just enough fuel to get you home, give yourself green tyres, and if a safety car comes out, then you've definitely got enough fuel to get home, and the tyres are good, especially if you need to defend that lead, because we do know that Andrew Dyson on the restart is now in second. He doesn't have Tom Freer in between him and James Scott, and he's been very quick as well, so he wasn't too far off him in qualifying either. And looking at the best times, he's only a few tenths off in those best times during race pace as well, Dan.
Yeah, very, very close on the pace there. These guys at the moment, you want to run it as long as possible. We saw last week, and we kind of covered in the end there with the safety car at the end, but they were all fuel limited to get those cars home, and we're starting to see a little bit here as we ride on board with Webster. He's struggling a little bit for some mid-corner traction. I noticed on the run-in through turn 1 before into the first chicane, there just a little bit of understeer crept in as he tipped the car across the apex. So they're going to be screaming for tyres, as Norrie was saying before. A lap 89, we're expecting the pit stops to start. I would think with the way the safety cars on fire, actually going to be called wrong completely on it. They're in now.
They're in now. And I'm just trying to see whether Dodd has gone in as well. So Dodd's pulled out and gone in a lap earlier, so they might be trying to do a little bit of undercut here and get a bit of fresh air over Stokes. So that's going to be very interesting whether they want to get back out in front. And looks like Stokes is going to do another lap. They're not going to pull in. Be interested to see who the drivers are that are going to see this home. So Briggs now takes control of the race out in number 1. Hasn't gone for the final pit stop, whereas we have seen Webster go in for the final pit stop, and we're just waiting to see. We expect James Scott will complete this race and do the final stint in the Logitech G AOSC esports car. So technically, he's the race leader, I would say, at the moment. Taliancic is doing a nice time too. He's down in the low 148s as well. Look at that, a 148.12. So we've probably seen a 147.9 and a 140 is probably the fastest in the last probably 15, 20 laps. So Taliancic starting to come on song now at the moment. So currently sitting in 4th position. But we'll wait to see as everyone's starting to pit now. So your effective race leader should be James Scott as we'll wait for them to come out. How are they going? We're just having a look at some of the pits now though, Norrie. There's plenty coming in.
Yeah, I've got Cooper Webster running this one to the flag, so I'm a bit puzzled by this one. Tracking Briggs to see if he pits this lap.
The ball come in because they've gone in as well. I've just noticed he's taken the helm back of the 017 car.
They were one of the first cars to come through
Again.
With Dodd, so those guys jumping maybe a lap earlier as well.
Yeah, we'll have to start looking at those pit times too, aren't we? Because that could be where they are, just taking a little bit less fuel and getting it under.
Taliancic in.
Well, they're lining up in pit lane now. So Adam Briggs looks like he's just gone in too. Stokes in as well. Wayne Burke has stayed out. Taliancic just stayed out by the looks of it, or they're coming in as well. It's all coming in now. We're not going to. I think this is pretty much the lap we're going to see everyone coming in. It's lap 90 of 112. So a 22-lap sprint race to the end, and that's if we have no safety car. If we have a safety car, there will be no fuel conservation. They will not be worried about it. They should be pretty comfortable doing 22 laps out there at the moment. We're 2 hours and 50 minutes in though. We're going to go past the 3-hour mark, 650 kilometres here at Monza. It's your Friday night, round number 3. AOSC10, race number 177. It's all happening right now. They're all in the pits. Final pit stops. Let's see who's going to come out. The race leader after this one. You can see them lined up, pulling in. Just a bit further down the pack, we can see Matty Mascord is joined us back in the cockpit. We did expect that. He was one of the first cars to come in out of this lot, currently sitting in 9th position. But as they go in, we'll see exactly where he comes out and his effective position. Now they're all exiting. This is where it gets tricky though, doesn't it, Dan? They all come out. They're not far from turn number 1. Anything could happen here. We've seen lots of altercations already. Luckily, the redress, these cars are lap cars. So now are they going to redress and let the fastest cars in, going to upset Matty Mascord as he gets back on the racing line, and he's out in front of Wayne Burke as well. So he's back out in front of Burke and Jordan Ross.
Oh yeah, and for the guys that are out of position here, you don't give up the spot. You're still fighting for it. You know you've got to come in for the stop later on, but while you've got track position, you retain track position. I think the biggest thing that we've seen so far is Webster, Briggs both stayed on board their respective entries and are continuing on. The gap a little bit in favour there of Briggs. It did come down marginally, and both of them almost identical pit stop times, 44.13 when they came in. So they are on song for a good show. Matty Mascord, as you say, back in the 990. Wayne Burke stayed on the 707, and Jordan Ross is back aboard the 143 Synergy car in 6. So some very quick drivers to bring these things home.
Teleangich might take this. Look, Cooper Webster's just done some amazing sector times. Sector 2, 4 and 5 all best. So he's on a flyer at the moment. Obviously fresh tyres, got enough fuel on board. He's into it again. Maybe there was a little bit of conservation going on. Cameron Veacock is in the middle here. And I don't know, Nora, if you can tell us, because judging by my screen, he has done 4 pit stops. Or have we maybe got a drive-through and he's still yet to come in?
Drive-through.
Okay, there we go. Matty Mascord just loses a position there to Wayne Burke. Don't know what happened there because Burke just drove around the outside of him. Looked very easy.
Yeah, he did it quite comfortably there, and we'll get back underway with business. I must say too, we missed this on the race chat on YouTube here, but Andrew Dyson actually gave us the heads up long before the pit stop cycle came through that Briggs was staying on board. So thanks to Adam for the little heads up there, and apologies we missed that one, but yeah, they're in for a really good showing.
So what we're saying is we might not have a bearded person on the podium. That's what you're telling me.
No, we'll have a bearded person on the podium. It's a team event, 2 drivers per step.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I know, but we're going to have to get him in for the race chat, I think. We've got to get him in.
I would love to see.
You would like to see it.
But there was a race car that had a picture of a face with a beard on it. And I know you'd be down for that, Matt. But that
I've
would
seen
be...
plenty of E-Series with a face on them. Plenty. We like it. We like it. Bring the liveries on. That's what I say. Look at that. Jordan Ross. He has gone up and he is now in 5th position. Just goes past Matty Mascord, and Teleangich now is putting it all on. Matty Mascord must have had too big a break. It's got too late at night for him. I told you there's a fine mix between coffee and sugar to where your concentration's at its best, or you don't have enough, or you've got too much. There's a fine line and you got to find it. That's all I'm saying.
I think he might have found it. He's gone a bit past it. He might need a substitute beverage of another form to get himself through that one to complete it. But he's definitely going to need a few at the conclusion of this event. As Ford here all over the back of Hims for 11. And it's been a great recovery for the 52 of Thomas Hims and Sean Thompson to bring that car back up towards the pointy end, especially after the contact that we saw they were involved in on lap 1 on the exit of the first chicane.
Brian Borg they've actually gone back. They're up in 8th. Oh, here we go. He's just gone into 8th now. So he's just got the move done over Todd Hayne there as they went around the Parabolica. So he's got that move done, the 017 back into 8, but still puts the nose out. But Borgie covers it, and this one he's going to get into turn number 1 nicely as he pulls that up. So they've done well to get back into 8th position. They're chasing down Matty Mascord, who has dropped off the pace a fair bit, but there's a bit of a gap. We're talking, what are we talking about? Nearly 8 seconds difference, so he's got to chase that up. A safety car would be really good for those guys right now. Extremely good.
Absolutely. It really closed down the gap here and give us a cracking way to finish out the race, especially given what we've seen early on. Briggs was able to really close down on Webster and stick with him, and actually still making a little bit of time as they pressed on. Briggs was quicker last time by about 0.2 of a second over Webster. So the pace for the DPR machine looking very handy at the moment. Similarly for Wayne Burke as well. I mean, he was another quick contender out there. He's actually quicker again than what Briggs was. So those two looking very handy here right now, and continuing to bring the gap down. For Briggs, it's 5.2 seconds. For Burke, about 19 seconds that he's got to make up. But we'll continue on where they're at. They're in good stead.
Also, Brenton Hobson back in 12 has just done a 1:47.8. So he's only a couple of tenths off what the guys are doing at the front of the field. So he's definitely got some race pace in the last couple of laps as we see a car. Is that? Oh, I don't know. No, it's not Brian Borg, no.
I think that was Joseph Delaney around in the Ascari there, and you do not want to be caught on the inside of that one. Has got that car turned around too, so they're back underway.
Yeah, let's hope not too much damage on that one, as we do have to review this afterwards, guys, and talk about the AJ Insurance Services impact of the round. And there's a couple there, and might be a funny one this week. I don't think we've had too many coming together. Maybe a few that have impacted on the race. So yeah, we'll stay on board. This time though, it's Hins on the back. He's going in hard behind Bradley Vaughan. Bradley Vaughan's going to hold on to this one. Back in the seat too. Good to see in the 488 car. Obviously taking it back off his teammate. So that's Bradley Vaughan back behind the wheel. And
Header sheet come down as well for their final stop of the night, and that'll drop them out of contention and back behind Rob Harris down in 21st.
yeah, shame to see them go back that far because they were having a great night on the Header sheet boys. The fully floored racing entry there, the Holden ZB Commodore. Really unfortunate for them, but we keep looking up the field though. Wayne Burke is doing everything he can to hold out Cameron Veacock, who's got a bit of pressure on him, and then Jordan Ross still in front of Michael Taliancic and Matty Mascord, and then we go back to Brian Borg in 8. The Cooper Webster holding on to that 5-second lead at the moment, but not really extending it at the moment over Briggs. It's a bit of a stalemate there. Briggs not really catching him, just sort of staying at the same pace as we are on board with Hins at the moment here, and this is for position number 11. Bradley Vaughan in 10th, just in front in the Pursuit Sim Racing entry. As you can see them, they come around. This is right there. They're battling for position number 10 at the moment. They go around the parabolic of the final corner here as they come onto the main straight. Under the Fly Emirates flag and down the main straight, up under that back wing. Looking to draft him down the main straight. Here we go. Is he going to put the nose out? That's what we're looking for.
Well, interestingly there, midway across the line there, Hin's actually dropping back from Vaughan down in the run, so the straight line advantage in the Pursuit Sim Racing car, very, very handy at this late phase of the race, and Vaughan's going to have enough steam to retain that spot and actually gain a little bit more as they work their way out through turn 2 and up in towards turn 3, and the Taipan car ahead is only 3.8 seconds up the road, and potentially we'll see these guys maybe break inside that top 10.
Looking at the times there from Webster though, he's not going slow. Like the last lap was a 1:48.04, but Briggs is pushing super hard. He did 1/10 faster, exactly a 1:47.94. So I thought maybe Webster was just maybe conserving a fraction of fuel, but looking at the times, that's not the case. That's sort of been where he is. A 1:48.15 for Wayne Burke as well. So he's onto it. And Jordan Ross, a 1:48.07. So they are very quick. Just trying to see where Brian Borg is, unfortunately. I know there's a bit of a gap back to him in 8th between Matty Mascord and Brian Borg. Whether he can chase that down, I think he'll have his fingers crossed for a safety car. Definitely, and I reckon Briggs will as well, because it'll be interesting to see what Briggs can do as they just complete another lap, and Briggs is now just done 3 hundredths of a second faster than Webster, so that's not going to make a big difference. And just off the back there, Wayne Burke as well is 1/100th of a second faster. No, he just drops off the pace a little bit. We'll check out a replay up on screen now though, as we see what's going on. We just hear Norris say Veacock has just gone into pits as well.
Right on board here, Rob Harris down in through the Parabolica. The 13 working its way through, gets another position there, and they are progressing on with their night, which has been very eventful for them, as they've come a little accustomed to over the course of the championship this season.
Up in the first round, didn't we? And we didn't really have we didn't talk about as much. Maybe we could do a combination of AJ Insurance Services impact of the round. It could just be we just feature every impact he's had this round, and that would do us for about 20 minutes of the show.
Well, yes, I don't imagine he'd appreciate it too much. That's one way to fill the gap. But I think based on what we've seen tonight, we're going to have plenty of opportunities and options to cover that one out. The battling still continues down into Lesmo 1. Hobson now down the inside of Vaughan. That little bit of lap traffic did help that move get through, and Hobson now will press on. But those guys sitting pretty close together for a little while now and moving on with business. Here's him getting through on him.
Yeah, we check back to a replay thanks to Jinx Shifters. Hins gets through too, which is he was all over the back of Vaughan a bit earlier, so he's taken quite a few laps, been patient there in the number 52, but he has now moved up into 9th position and is moving on, and that's where you see too Hobson gets the advantage there with that lap traffic as well, like you were saying, Dan. So head back live now. As you can see, Hins in front, Hobson in 10th, and 11th is Vaughan now, put back there in the 488 car. So unfortunately, now we ride on board with Hayden Harrison, just chasing up the back of Michael Whiting. Whiting has been up and down the field a little bit tonight. They did Dyke, his partner in crime tonight, got a drive-through penalty earlier, unfortunately for him. So that's probably what put them back in the field. They have had a fair bit of race pace tonight as well. So they'll be a bit unfortunate for them, but good to see them out there getting some laps done at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say too, when we were watching that replay there, you saw a big incident too for Braden O'Loughlin down into that chicane just ahead. So he had a big turn to the right, the car impacted in the wall, and did a good job just to try and stay out of the way and minimise the impact going through there. As Damien Johnson now in for the 440, that's a different strategy for those guys coming in, but getting their final stops now completed. As Harrison has a look down in towards the parabolic, and he should get that move done pretty nicely down the inside there and takes that position without too much of a fight there.
Now we've also got a little bit of battle going on between Wayne Burke in 3rd and Jordan Ross in 4th, because that is down to 7/10 of a second. So Jordan Ross, he'll excuse the pun, he's seeing red. He's definitely got the foot down and trying to see exactly what he can do. Actually, I might have read that wrong. That's actually 7/10 back to Michael Taliancic. So it's all happening here. He's going to need to watch out for Michael too, because in the latter part of this race, he's coming into form. A 1:48.48 for Taliancic, a 1:48.43 for Jordan Ross, and out in front, Wayne Burke, a 1:48. Temperatures dropped down to 19 degrees, so track temperature 26 at the moment, so that's pretty good for him. Not bad conditions out there. 97 laps in. We're just over 3 hours into the 650-kilometre race here at Monza. The 11 corners I've had to contend with all night, and like you say, big long straight or nice straights come in hard braking, tight corners there, and this is where we are with 15 laps left to go. It is Cooper Webster and James Scott leading this one in the Logitech G AOSC Esports car. Adam Briggs in 2nd with Andrew Dyson. Wayne Burke and Tom Freer back into 3rd position after they went down a couple. Jordan Ross is back with Kyle Stokes as well into 4th, and Michael Taliancic will go into 5th. That's your top 5. Of course, teamed up tonight with his Pursuit Sim Racing teammate Sebastian Flock. Then we have back to Matty Mascord in 6th, Brian Borg in 7th. They've moved up another position too after some unfortunate race incidents. Todd Hayne in 8th, Thomas Hines in 9, then it's Brenton Hobson in 10. Bradley Vaughan's now dropped back to 11, Kenneth Latta in 12th, Troy Maguire in 13th, Jamie Stovall in 14th, 15th is Cameron Veacock, Wade Sheedy in 16th, Tyson McAvoy in 17th, 18th is Rob Harris, so good to see the 13 Team Jinx Shifter car holding in there. Jamie Davis in 19, and rounding out top 20 is Jacob Knight. We stay on board with Jacob Knight now in the 24 car, and he's in a little bit of a sandwich there. Simon Heathersheed behind him, and the Heathersheed boys have been quite fast tonight. Surprised to see him that far back, actually, after a few restarts, and just in front of him, Jamie Davis. So Jacob Knight just far out sideways, slides it nicely up onto the ripple strip, which pulls it up. The fully floored racing team, and not worried about those back tyres. They are lighting them up everywhere, wherever they can.
they've got a little bit of an advantage too on the tyres as well. They were a little bit later than those cars in front, so that should help them a little bit towards the back end as well.
I didn't recognise Klute's car in the back because, of course, he's with Brian Borg tonight. It's got a boot back on it.
Do with a pit stop and it's back underway.
It's got a wing again. That's sort of the times are like with a wing. Maybe this track suits no wing. We don't know. So that was running around with their bootless for a while, I suppose, and with a couple of the other guys, and a bit of damage going out there tonight. It's been plenty of action, and it's going to be hard for us to go through and find the impact of the round. I think at this point, lots of small and medium-sized impacts so far, Dan. Not anything too major, but I think we can put a group of incidents together. Maybe we can just put like a 30-second snippet.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think probably the big standout one, and no doubt would come into that as well. Definitely that contact between Borg, Ross, and Burke around that restart from the first safety car, which ultimately saw the penalty issue for Borg. Ross had that massive drive back through the field from 23rd to get himself to where he is now. So that was a huge one. But there's been a few little mistakes along the way. I think probably the other one was the Austin Powers moment that brought out the second safety car. Unfortunately there for Burke and his teammate, that car going around on the run through the turn one and getting caught between the fence and the safety car. But all in all, racing's been very, very good, and surprisingly we haven't had anywhere near the amount of issues we potentially thought we might have got.
Check out a replay now for McAvoy going around the 37 car, trying to pull up under brakes. Sheedy in front and goes across the ripple strip there. So that's nice that he hasn't made contact. Will he redress that one? Yes, he has to, and Sheedy will get that position back. So that's pretty lucky for McAvoy at this point in the race. Don't want to bring it unstuck when we're 99 laps in out of 112. We're almost there. We're 90% of the way.
I was going to note, boys, impact of the round. The round's not over yet.
Never know, do you? You just never know. You can't risk it. It all happened on the last corner of the last lap last week, and we've still got a few to go. So it could still happen. And of course, looking for the Sydney Computers photo finish of the week as well to see who is the closest across the line or what impacts us the most exciting finish to the race. So just putting it out there, maybe if you're not winning and you're down there and you're not in championship contention, you could just do something to get you up on the pre-race show.
Well, that's it. Find yourself a nice bit of real estate and have at it.
Yeah, just get your 5 minutes of fame. So see is that sheep there with Jacob Knight maybe in front, or whether he's just put himself off there in the run into turns 1 and 2.
Okay, I'm going to come back to the replay there, and Sheedy just loses the back end all on his own into the brake zone there, gets it up on the ripple strip, and round she went. So unfortunate there for him, and but able to get back underway. And that fight will continue on. Keeping an eye too up towards at the pointy end of the field. Webster looks to have been able to stabilise the momentum in that car, and he's back to extending the lead again now over Adam Briggs out to 6.3 seconds. It was almost down to 5 a few laps back. So I wonder whether Briggs maybe just taken a little too much out of these tyres and now just settling into a survival mode and just bringing that car home.
Webster. He's just getting, a hundredth of a second faster every couple of laps, just slowly maintaining, just keeping that speed. Maybe the car's just getting a little bit lighter, the tyres are coming up temperature now, that's why, but definitely not backing off and conserving fuel. I reckon they can run this one home with 12 laps left to go. There's not an issue there. So we go down between a little battle between Hines and Hobson here, and you can see the last 3 laps, Hobson's starting to put the pressure on. A lot of curb used on that one too, as he hops almost, I think that was 4 wheels off the ground. That was totally airborne over that one.
It's now Hobson, not Hobson.
Yeah, Hobson over the curb. That's what he's going to be known as from now on, especially when we get tracks like Monza again. It's going to be interesting as we go through the series. Still 13 races left to go, and you can still become part of the AOSC, of course. Just message the Facebook page, and if you want to join the series, and you can still be involved with 13 races left. It doesn't mean you need to be in championship contention, just greater than 77. And look at that, a little bit of a look there from the number 3, which is Nolan. Nolan back in the car. Just puts the nose out on the brakes there over Klute to have a bit of a look, and Jamie Davis just in front of that. And it looks like Sheedy's made another move on Heddersheed. So Heddersheed has dropped back another position as Sheedy goes up into 18th as well. Having a look at some movements up the top there. Hobson is just gone over Hayne at a 7th position. Matty Mascord, or maybe that's just my timing screen moving around. I'm trying to see where Brian Borg ends up.
Borg's still sitting down in that 7th position at the moment. He's got about a 2.5 second gap deficit off the back of Matty Mascord, so he's definitely going to have to work his way through, and we'll see whether he can get through. Davis there, Jamie Davis, losing 2 positions as a result of the slowdown through the second Lesmo there, and that's put Matt Clowett and Nolan through, and that fight between Nolan and Clowett still going on. Maybe we'll see Scott down the inside and on cue parks the car down the inside, forces Matt wide, and Matt's going to have to be cautious here because he's got Jamie now closing back in, trying to get that car under the inside.
Yeah, probably just unsettles a little bit of an aero there too. Now he gets back under the wing in front though, so Nolan needs to watch out. He's dragging that aero down. He'll be looking for a pass here into turn number 1, whether he can get down to brakes, puts the nose out, grabs some fresh air, and he can't get it up there far enough, I don't think. Or maybe he can. He's not going to advantage from this one though, because I can see that Nolan's already got the right side of the track there to get it underway, and he can't get the crisscross done there with that tight left-hander. And unfortunately, Jamie Davis actually drops back from that little incident in front of him.
Yeah, well, let's stick with Clowett there because he got a great drive off that second portion of the chicane there. He's in with a good shot here, maybe to have a run into the second chicane. Just, again, not quite close enough, but closes it down well under brakes and gets a move through there. The car maybe not quite as good as what we've seen from a few of the others getting up over the curbs, but settling into a pretty decent rhythm. And Nolan now able to set his sights further on Heddersheed, who had a big wiggle through the exit of Lesmo 1.
Yeah, so Nolan just keeping that position there. He's coming on the back of Heddersheed, catching really fast, and I think Clowett's going to be the one here who can probably follow him through. He's probably close enough to make that happen.
Yeah, and if there's a little bit of contact between those two, should be able to pick up a spot or two as they work through. As Taliancic and Ross continued their exchange here for 4th position. Taliancic working his way through, up now through chicane 2 into Lesmo 1, and a little bit of a nudge between those guys.
Yeah, we're looking at the replay now.
It's set up long before the run into the first chicane. Actually, a slowdown there for Ross. So you just see he gets to the outside, hits the brakes, and returns that car out and gets in to fight another one. And he's got 10 more laps now to try and claw that thing up into 4th.
It's a big battle, hasn't it, for Ross? I mean, he has been a man of very bad luck throughout this race, turned around the position, and so to get himself back up into 4th at the moment, just got past Taliancic, but he's on the outside. Let's see if he can hold on to this one. Taliancic is going to put the front splitter there. You can see it hanging off the front of the car, the camera view, and I think Jordan Ross will hold on to this one as he looks quite comfortable out in front. Taliancic is not going to give him a moment as he gets the aero down here, but big dive again under brakes. Let's hope he doesn't overcook it though, because this is the point. You see the car loose under brakes. I think Ross just gives him a little bit of room. Turned around in front. Who's that actually? Trying to see, has done well to stay there out of the way. Brian Borg and Corey Shepherd, another one's to be back, as it looks like we're going to get another move here done on Jordan Ross. The most exciting part of these last few laps looks like it's going to be these two at the moment. This could be our Sydney Computers photo finish of the round so far. Oh, a little bit of contact there, just a bit of nudging to let him know, oi, stop trying to get the position back on me, let me go. Just, I've got you covered. Go away. Leave me alone.
Not a lot between that one as well. I don't think there was much room that either of them could have given more to get that one through, but Taliancic will now find form again. He'll try and return the serve as quick as possible here. And see what we can do down in towards Ascari, but these guys definitely the quickest up on at the moment. Actually, Hinds and Hobson having a good little scrap on the back of Todd Hayne as well for 8th position, so those guys not too far behind also.
Webster now out in front. He's gapped it out to almost 8-second lead again over Briggs. I think they're probably fingers crossed they don't see a safety car, because they can conserve a little bit of fuel if they need to. I don't think they will, but 8 laps left to go in this race. No need to put too much pressure on. No need to push the car too hard into those corners. The times are coming up. He's slowed down now, 1:48.45. So Cooper Webster shut it down about half a second a lap. Briggs is only catching him by 0.3 of a second. He can do that all night now until for the last 8 laps, and it's not really going to affect anything on the positions. We head over to a replay. And it looks like the number 37, McAvoy, just comes out of pit lane this time and gets through 1 and 2, and whoa, gets it up on 2 wheels over the curb and spins out, and that's what we saw there when we were on board earlier. You can see the cars coming and does the right thing here and just lets them pass, doesn't get involved in that as well. So that was Tyson McAvoy coming out under brakes here now. Hins goes past Todd Hayne. Just waiting to see if Hobson can follow him through there. He doesn't look like he can. Hayne shuts that down. Choosing not to battle that out too hard. Otherwise, I think, yeah, you get caught on the outside there, you're losing forward with Hobson at the moment in 10th position.
Yeah, and Hobson's a pretty cool customer at this type of racing. He'll just sitting behind and just apply that pressure. Just see the wiggle from Hayne just ahead. So if Hobson can just keep pushing on here, he's definitely got one, maybe two.
Matty Mascot and Brian Borg. So Borg, Mascot must have made a mistake, and Borg is right on the back of him now. We're talking, yeah. Saying, look, here we go on board now. It looks like we could almost get a move done here. Brian Borg pushing into 6th position now under brakes. Mascot not looking comfortable since he's got back in that car, does he? He's really dropped off the race pace. They made some major positions there. He's up 9 positions, but they were up into 2nd and 3rd earlier and really pushing for times when it came to the lap time. So Borg's managed to get that back, and that's probably the cool head of Borg, mentoring the younger guys. We know Corey Shepard's had the pace, but at this point, after those incidents early, the drive-through penalty, probably good to have Brian back, cool, calm, collected in the car, and just trying to conserve as many points in the championship for both himself, who's sitting in 4th.
Last time by 49.3, so he was definitely quicker than even Talienich and Ross ahead of him, and quite a bit quicker, by about 1.5 seconds over Matty Mascot. In it, he's got 11.5 seconds to close down, though, if he wants to get onto the back of Michael Talienich. So it's a lot of work for him to do here as we check out the scrapping further down the field. But definitely an opportunity to do so, as we watch now the fight down here for 22nd position with Harrison just getting a move put in by Damien Johnston, and Michael Whiting just ahead or over the back of Heddershee.
Johnston and his teammate haven't had a great one tonight, and that's the one we talked about earlier where they spun themselves around there. Christian Smart, and just said hello to our recovery vehicle there. Looks like the Silverado or whatever it is. Just having a little bit of a hello to those guys sitting in there, and they've managed to get that car out, which is good. Back out on track and doing some laps. Kevin Webster still leading this one over Adam Briggs, and then it's Wayne Burke, Jordan Ross, Michael Talianchich, Brian Borg, Matty Mascord, Thomas Hins, Brenton Hobson, and around our top 10, Todd Hayne. As we are watching Michael Whiting at the moment in 22nd position there in the number 675, just on the outside, just in front, Heddershee, who's dropped back quite a few positions. They were very racy earlier on. I'm not quite sure why they're back in 19th at the moment. Just seem to have dropped off the race pace. I was watching the lap times before, and Cooper Webster and Adam Briggs got back in the 147s, both of them. And Cooper Webster notably was the faster of those two, probably by 0.2 of a second. And now they're back down in the low 148. So I think maybe a bit of lap traffic, judging by where they are on the circuit, might be the difference between them running 148s and 147s.
Yeah, definitely a lot of traffic for the two to contend with. Webster now just put a lap on Matt Clowett down in 19th. Davison in 20th. He's got Matt Clowett just ahead up the road, while Briggs here fighting over the guys battling down in 22nd position. So that traffic's definitely not helping Briggs try and close down that gap and allowing Webster to either maintain or just gain that fraction of an advantage as they work their way through. And for a lot of these guys, they would have done the Daytona 24 last weekend, probably even also preparing for the 12-hour tomorrow. But so they're well versed in how to get through the traffic, but not what you want in the closing stages of the race.
No, it's a back on board with Hayden Harrison now in 24th position, the 96 car, and just watching this battle on between Johnson and Whiting in front of him. Johnson just stays on the inside now. Whiting on the outside, not going to give him anything though. He's going to hold on to it here as we come around onto the main straight, just come through the Parabolica. Turn on the main straight, ducks back in under that wing, trying to grab the aero, and Johnson wants nothing of it. He's trying to make sure he gets as much wind resistance as possible, moving all over the straight, but defensive, holds that inside line now. It's going to really be hard under brakes, and he tries to go around the outside there for Johnston. Johnson holds on the inside and overshooting the corner there, looks like. What do we see? Whiting there.
Whiting, and then Hayden Harrison, beneficiary of that issue, and gains himself another spot for Taipan Esports, so now up into that 23rd position. And Johnston, pretty smart move there, just parked it down the inside, made Whiting go the long way around, and ultimately just put him out of that position. As we go further up, Rob Harris with Jacob Knight all over the back of him. So the unlucky 13 is looking pretty lucky at the moment, down in 15th, following the night that they've had, and Knight trying to look for an opportunity to get through.
That's not involved in the race. That's Tony Gaffer. So he's down in 30th. So not part of this little position that we've got going on for 15th between these two. Just in front of Harris, though, is Vcock, who has got a little bit of a gap over there at the moment. So probably not going to catch them in the final stages of this. 5 laps left to go in this round number 3 here from Monza. These guys have just come around the parabolic of the final turn, and they complete lap 107. 5 to go. We are 3 hours and 25 minutes in. It's a big night. Like you say, lots of endurance racing happening at the moment. They've jumped on tonight. It's going to be a late one for some of them. And it's good to see, maybe that's why we've seen James Scott just leave the driving out to Webster. Maybe he's got some stuff going as we get a slowdown penalty now. Just trying to see who that's going to be that gets that one. It'll come up on our screen shortly. Looks like Jacob Knight going to get a slowdown penalty for that at the moment. So that's not really going to be good for him, but shouldn't impact him too much. As we get on board with Hayden Harris, who is got Whiting behind him, who had a overshot the corner a little bit earlier, and just in front, Heddersheed is in the fully floored racing cars. Harrison just gets by him now as Heddersheed just seems to be dropping off the pace. Was right in the mix there, sort of in the 10 to 15, between 10th and 15th for a lot of the race, but just couldn't maintain the race pace in the latter half of this as we head on to some big laps. Made a lock up of the brakes there for Heddersheed as well. You see the puff of smoke as they go into the corner there. Now we start to hit down past turn 5. Now we start to head into the Lesmos, the 2 right-handers. And Heddersheed will just drop in behind Whiting too. So Harrison out in front, Damien Johnson in front in the 440. Good to regain back up into 20th position for them after the night they've had. Ladder in front. Oh no, Johnson just goes by into 19 and Ladder falls back. So a few position changes happening at the moment there on our screen. Out in front though, it's still Webster. What have you seen there, Dan?
Well, we're just going on board with Hins. These guys really getting amongst it, and look at all the guys behind that have come into play as well. We've got Mascord, Hobson, and Hayne all closed in. So 6th through 10th, going to be a very hotly contested position here. And for Borg, if there's any issue along the way, you could see him drop a fistful of positions, and not only is the positions dropped, it's also points for the championship that he's got on the line here as well for not only himself but also Corey Shepherd.
Well, Hobson just putting his nose in there too onto Mascord, and I think Brian Borg will be hoping that he can probably get up and maybe slow Hins down a little bit at the moment. You think maybe he's cooked the tyres in this one, Norrie? Borg's been pushing really hard. We know he's caught up a number. He's had to go very defensive here. Maybe he's just pushed those tyres to the limit, and didn't he come in a lap earlier than most of these guys?
Yeah, I think the pit stop was slightly earlier, but Borg was obviously thrown in the car for the experience. And you can see now he's sort of having to fight the championship with one hand and fight the car with the other.
Yeah, so just lacking a little bit of race pace now in the last few laps of this one. He's got 3 laps left to go. As he gets him under brakes again, that's the experience there, isn't it? Don't give up. Just get yourself back in position. Stays on the outside. We know we've got a right-hander coming up here, so he's going to be on the inside line. Not a good drive there too on the outside for Hins either, so the person benefiting out of this, though, behind is Brenton Hobson, who's sitting in 8th position at the moment, because while these guys are getting in a scrap, it leaves every opportunity as Hins is going to get the inside line here. Borg going to stay on the outside, and again, they'll go the right-hander, it'll be on the inside, and then the double right-hander now, if he can stay in that position. So holding out the Jinx Shifter number 52 of Hins at the moment, and Hobson all over the back of him. Just chomping at the bit to see if they make one little error, but he's got to watch out because Hayne and Mascord are right behind him. Like you say, this is a great little battle now. This is for position number 6, and it goes all the way back to 10. So 5 cars, and there is absolutely nothing in it. We're talking less than a second between these 5 now. It is so close. Oh, looks like no, he ducks across. He cuts Borg off, and lucky there was no contact there either, because that would have thrown Borg right off, and that's not what he needs after the night he's had so far. And Hins manages to stick that position as now Hobson is putting all the pressure onto Borg. Here we go down to the Parabolica.
And look at Hayne down there as well, trying to push the move.
Oh, this is our 5 cars and 4 of them are going by, and Borg he's done all that work to get himself back up into what was 6th position, and he's going to hold on to 8. He's not going to let Hayne just drive by as they go onto the main straight now, but under brakes, it just looks like the tyres on Borg's car has gone. He gets defensive there as much as he will probably get away with at the moment. Big lock-up just in front, though. I don't know if that's Taliancic or whether that's a lap car. I think that might be a lap car if I look up on my screen. So that's just a lap car that's locked the brakes up there. So as we see, we are on board with Todd Hayne now as we look in front, chasing down Brian Borg, but Brian Borg using all of his experience to be defensive enough and try and maintain the best position possible to keep himself and Corey Shepherd in the championship fight at the moment.
Yeah, he can't afford a mistake here, and he's driven supremely well following that altercation earlier on in the race to get back into contention. All he's got to do is just bring it home. There's 3 laps left here. Hobson looking very racy off the back of Hinds, and look for a positional change to come from these guys. They've got a little bit of breathing room here, so that will definitely help them out. But Borg here just got to hang on to it, bring that car home, but I can guarantee you Corey's in his ear just willing at all the information he needs to try and avoid those issues.
Yeah, it's a decision you got to make, don't you, on the fly, whether you stay in the battle or you just try and maintain the top 10 position by letting a couple by. I don't think they're going to give up on this one. Borg's going to drive it all the way home. They're going to fight as much as possible. He will defend everything he can to stay in this championship running. That's a lap car there now. Maybe Borg can use that to his advantage on this one, trying to keep him out of the advantage there of the slipstream for Todd Hayne. He's just looking, isn't he? The Type A Motorsports entry 271. As Borgie goes a little bit wide, he might be looking for the driver. They might be a bit more comfortable just on the edge of the tyres. He's done a couple more laps than these guys via the pit stop strategy, which has probably hurt him in the latter part of this race. Maybe he's trying to conserve a little bit of fuel too if he's just pushed the limits a little bit far there. And you can see Haynes is going to follow him, try and grab that drag of the aero down the main straight, and defensive again for Borg as he stays up the inside. They are closing that gap though to Hinds and Hobson, because now they've got in their own little battle. It's only a couple of tenths in front of these guys, but it's another battle that's slowing them down as well, keeping these 5 really close. Well, 4 actually, as it looks like Matty Mascord just drops off the back of this pack.
Yeah, not much at all separating them. The minute one gets ahead and starts that fight, it drags those other guys back in, and we're continuing to see that as we look back at Hayne, just looking at his options to see where he can go. He's running out of corners to get this move done. So it looks like Cooper Webster now going around Parabolica to begin his final lap. So we've got less than 30, we've got less than about 15 corners here for Haynes to try and work his way through. Similarly for Borg to hold it and see what he can do with Hobson and Hinds, who are continuing a great little scrap out front. And a little further up, Ross and Taliancic still continuing their fight for 4th position. So there's plenty of opportunity for these positions to change all the way through down the field.
Final lap here of race number 3 in season 10 of AOSC, all thanks to Jinx Shifters. The final lap, it's all come down to this, and we're looking now at position number 22. Whiting trying to get down the inside here. He's holding out. Can he get it done? He just puts the nose in front and holds out Harrison there. We go back to position number 7, Hobson. We're looking at him up on screen at the moment, the number 88, trying to do everything he can to go past Hinds. They've just gone past Brian Borg in the last couple of laps and opened up a little bit of a gap as they come around. Final lap. Can he get it done? He's looking at down the main straight. These guys are coming on now to do their final lap of the race. Webster is out in front. He's got a nice 9.5 second lead. He goes round. He's got the good run here though. Hobson gets Hinds down. He goes around the outside to do it. Oh no, there's contact. Place to hold on. And while these guys are battling, Borg's got every opportunity, as it looks like Haynes just dropped off the pace. Maybe a little mistake there when he saw what was going on in front. Would this be another Corey Shepherd moment from last week where he watches the cars in front come together and go off the track, and they take that advantage? We head back to our leader, Webster, now 10 seconds in front, coming around, sliding around the last corners. No, don't come unstuck. We know you show it off, and it's great. Final down the straight here, shows it off. The Logitech AOSC Esports, Cooper Webster pulls it up. James Scott take the win here, the first of the endurance races, the team events here for AOSC10, race 177 in the series. It's Adam Briggs in second. as they come around to finish his lap. And then third place is coming around now. Wayne Burke and Tom Freer come round in the JK Signs Racing, all thanks to Synergy Sim Racing team, are in third. And their teammate, Jordan Ross, comes around with Kyle Stokes in fourth position now. Michael Taliancic behind him. Then it's Brenton Hobson. And this is the battle, though, that is going on for seventh position now. Brenton Hobson, Hinds, Borg, and Hayne. Hobson now looks like he's out in front. Hinds, there's a little bit of a gap now as they go around the parabolic on the final corner. And this is how it's going to end. The flashing lights. Does Borg get him at the end? I'm checking that out. No, it doesn't look like he's going to make that happen. So it goes Michael Taliancic, Brenton Hobson, Thomas Hinds, Brian Borg, and then it's going to go to Todd Hayne in ninth. 10th is just crossing the line at the moment. Kenneth Latta. And it's Matty Mascord who dropped right off the pace. I don't even know if he's just backed off there or run out of fuel. Jamie Stovall is a little bit back as he comes around now. This looks like Jamie Stovall in the Pursuit Sim Racing going to finish in 12th. Cameron Veacock in 13th to finish out. Bradley Vaughan in 14th. The 488 holds on to a late charge there over Rob Harris, the unlucky 13, who ends up in 15th. That's a good result, actually, as he comes around to finish this race. He hasn't quite got there. Shouldn't put the camera curse on him, really, should I? Rob Harris. Let's make sure he crosses the line here. He's got Jacob Knight right behind him. Anything can happen. Flash the lights from Knight, but Rob Harris makes it home in the Jinx Shifters ZB Commodore, and behind him Jacob Knight in the EXG Alcohol to Motorsports entry, the 24. Nolan will be the next one to come around in the number 3 car in the Synergy Sim Racing entry, as it looks like our results are up on screen at the moment. So let's run through them at the moment. They were our qualifying results. Big moves here, though. I noticed Thomas Hinds, 11 positions. That's really good. So your winner, Logitech G Aldis Esports of Cooper Webster and James Scott are your winner. Then it goes back to the number 72 of Adam Briggs. Wayne Burke is in number 3. Then it goes Jordan Ross, Michael Taliancic, Brent Hobson, Thomas Hinds, Brian Borg in 8th after a hard night for him with a couple of incidents. Todd Hayne in 9, Kenneth Latta in 10. That's your top 10. Matty Mascord ended up in 11, Jamie Stovall in 12, Cameron Veacock in 13, Bradley Vaughan in 14th, Rob Harris in 15th. You can see all the team names up there, of course. It is, let's run through them again. Corey Webster, James Scott in the Logitech G Aldis Esports is your winner here of the 650k at Monza, round number 3 of the AOSC10. In 3, which is Wayne Burke and Tom Freer. Jordan Ross and Kyle Stokes in 4, their teammates, so they'll be happy with that to get 2 cars up there in the top 5. Pursuit Sim Racing coming behind that in 5, which is Michael Taliancic. Brenton Hobson in 6 with his another Sim Synergy Racing, so they're dominant in there in the top 10. Team Jinx Shifters in number 7 is Thomas Hinds. Makes his way home with 11 positions gains. That's a great one for him. Brian Borg fights back in position number 8 with his teammate Corey Shepherd from the Premier Racing Team for number 8. Taipan Esports in 9, which is Todd Hayne. Kenneth Latta in 10 for the EXG Alcohol to Motorsports entry, the 554. Then it's Matty Mascord in 11, all thanks to NSR Esports. Pursuit Sim Racing in 12, of course, with Jamie Stovall. Cameron Veacock in 13, all thanks to United Sim Sport. Pursuit Sim Racing in 14 with Bradley Vaughan. Rob Harris in the Team Jinx Shifters number 15, the number 13 car. EXG Alcohol to Motorsports in 16, which is Jacob Knight, just behind Rob Harris. Scott Nolan in 17, which is the Synergy Sim Racing. Then it's the Cotter Sim Sport entry in number 18 of Matthew Clute. Jamie Davis in 19, which is the AutoServe Racing. Synergy Sim Racing, again, the JK Signs entry in 20th position of Damien Johnson. They had an unfortunate night there with Smart as well. They spun out a bit earlier. Hayden Harrison in 21, which is all thanks to Taipan Esports. Fishy Motorsports in 22, with Michael Whiting finishing behind the wheel. Simon Hedershe, the brothers there in 23, and that was the Fully Floored Racing. Frog Leap Racing came in 24th and 25th, and that was of Amanda Dalton and Rick Sibra. Then we go back to Wade Sheedy in the number 15, who was Premier Racing Team in 26th. 27th was Tyson McAvoy in One Performance Racing. Taipan Esports came in 28th and 29th with Troy Maguire and Scott Weston. Tony Gaffer there in the Cotter Sim Sport. Jack Anderson in 31st with the Anderson Motorsport. 32 was Joseph Daly from Frog Leap Racing. And then we go to the Tin Top Oz Racing for 33, which is Jamie Kingscott. Braden O'Loughlin in 34th, all thanks to Frog Leap Racing. Then it was Jinx AOSC safety car. Oh, that's not right. That's on my timing screen. We won't look at that one. I don't know how that came in 35th, but it's coming up on our timing screen. Max Sport Racing would have come in 35. Then I would say from John McSpeed and Craig Anspach from 37. From Tanked Bowden Anspitch Racing. So Bowden was unfortunate last week and unfortunate this week to finish down the pack. But we've got a big one-to-one wrap in our post-race show, guys, because it was a huge night and 650 Ks. We've got to get through it all. It's not over yet, though, is it, guys? We need to catch up with some of our winners here. So we're going to catch up with them, of course. It's fantastic to have us joining them in the commentary box, guys. Cooper Webster, James Scott, dominant from the start of the race. You qualified number 1. Didn't look like you had any dramas, just pulling away from the rest of the pack. Fantastic night, guys.
Yeah, that was pretty much the story of our night. Was able to get a good lap in quali, get the car on pole, and then, having 2 drivers, same pace, sort of like I've had for most of these AOSC Enduros is really beneficial. Makes the strategy a lot easier.
And Cooper, were you always planning on finishing the race out, or was that just something that came in the latter part?
I think we decided to try to split the race as evenly as possible, but I think I was better off on the fuel than James was towards the end, and it was becoming a bit of a fuel off with the other with Andrew there, and so I jumped in at the end there just to make sure we would get home on the fuel. So it was a little bit off the plan, but it all worked in the end.
Yeah, well, nice comfortable win, 9 seconds out in front. Luckily, I suppose, no safety cars at the end. A couple of times down the restart, we seen you had to get a little bit defensive. James, Andrew Dyson, pretty keen to get in front of you at that point, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. I suppose anyone in that position would be keen to get to the front. But yeah, I think if I could just put in some good clean laps, I could break the draft and then sort of pull away, which is sort of what happened. And that sort of set us up there. But Cooper did an awesome job at the end there.
That leads us on to, obviously, our next race, which is going to be Long Island. How are you going to go there? Are you looking forward to that one? Oh, Long Beach, sorry.
Yeah, it should be good. Sort of racing at any new track should be quite fun. I haven't done too many laps there at all, to be honest. I did that pre-season race, about 10 laps or something. But then I had to duck out, so I couldn't finish the race. But that's sort of the only laps I've done there, so it should be interesting to see how we end up.
And Cooper, we're expecting to see you maybe join us for another couple of races later in the season.
Yeah, I hope so. Just all depends on if I'm available and stuff like that. But I really enjoy racing in the supercar and in this series, so I really hope to continue on in some of the later rounds.
Well, congratulations, guys. The Logitech G AOSC Esports team has not disappointed. And James, you get yourself a win in Season 9 and Season 10 now at Monza.
Yeah, Monza's proven to be a pretty good track for me. I'm not sure why. But yeah, having that little bit extra pace around here for some reason definitely helps.
Oh, well, thanks for joining us in the commentary box, and we can't wait to see how the rest of the series pans out for you.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers, thanks.
Well, there you hear it. It was a pretty comfortable win from out in front, but the guys who were really behind them was Andrew Dyson and Adam Briggs, who tried to take it to the Logitech G AOSC Esports, but the simrigs.com guys, we've got them in the commentary box now. Welcome, Adam and Andrew, and congratulations on a podium finish, number 2 tonight.
Yeah, thank you very much, Matt. We pushed as hard as we could. We tried to maximize field strategy and try and have the right person in the car at the right time and make the pit calls. We just didn't really have an overall pace answer for James and Cooper, so congratulations to them on the win.
A bit of a battle there with Tom Freer, obviously, and Wayne Burke. I mean, those guys put a fair bit of pressure on at one point. Did you think you were going to get stuck in that battle?
Yeah, well, I think that last safety car restart, Wayne had a good nibble at James, and I knew I just had to do something decisive. So when that didn't quite work out for Wayne, I put a move on him, and it sort of worked out pretty good from there. Yeah.
Well, it's good. And Andrew, were you always intending on letting Briggsy bring this one home?
Yeah, 100%. So when we were practicing earlier tonight, we could tell Briggs probably had a little bit of an advantage over me. So getting Briggs in for the last 2 stints was definitely the plan right from the start.
Well, it's 2 podiums from the last 2 races, so you've got to be happy from that one too. And we move on to Long Beach next round. You looking forward to that one, guys?
Yeah, I'm a real fan of Long Beach. We had a little practice race there earlier, and that was a lot of fun. I love driving around the walls and sliding down the off campers. So it's yeah, I'm really looking forward to it for sure.
Yeah, absolutely
Yeah.
love Belle Isle. So
Well, we're talking about having a top 10 shootout at that track, so that's going to be very interesting if we can get that one down too. Give you another chance to maybe get a position up there after, like in qualifying.
yeah, shootouts are great fun. You know, they mix up the format and add an element of suspense to the whole thing. So yeah, it's a fantastic thing.
We can't wait to see you there, guys. Of course, the simrigs.com cars are you know, they're not having a bad season already. We're only 3 rounds in, but I can't wait to see what you can bring for the rest of the season. Thanks for joining us in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Matty.
No worries, guys. Thanks.
And of course, in 3rd position, after a big night up there, and Gunn managed to lose a couple of positions, then get back, but they fought it all the way out to the end. Wayne Burke and Tom Freer are going to join us in the commentary box. I do believe we've got Berkey in here, do we? He's joined us. Are you there? Oh, we've got you both here, so that's good to see, and we're joining you. P3, mate, in the end, you get on the podium. We've got to be happy with that one day after a bit of a battle going on all night, you guys.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't know who was going to talk. Yeah. So yeah, it was a good night. Bit of a battle there on that after that last restart. I got myself a slowdown, so lost a couple of spots, but we were able to fight back and save a bit of fuel, get the undercut in the last pit stop. Yeah, no, it was a good night. Tom did a really good job as well.
Yeah, no, yeah, Tom, and you're doing really well on the start and had a good start to the race, really, getting in there with the simrigs.com boys as well. Did you have a bit of fun battling it out with those guys?
Yeah, definitely. I think it was a bit hard to break the toe around the track, so you sort of get in front and they could hang on, and it sort of turned into a bit of games, which was good to see.
How hard was it to watch the guys out in front? Of course, Webster and Scott they just seemed to have half a second race pace once they sort of got in the groove. How hard was it to watch them pull away? Did you think you had anything for them later in the race?
Yeah, it was pretty tough watching them. Pretty crazy, to be honest. But I don't think we had. I think we were a little bit closer in that.
The last and everyone was, yeah.
But then in the start of the race, James just blew everyone away, really.
Yeah, they did, and Webster didn't back off either. He was still running some 147s towards the latter part of that race. But I mean, you guys did fantastic. Like you say, you had that slowdown. You sort of got caught in a battle there then with Taliancic and Ross as well, who were quite fast towards the end. I mean, Ross was probably a contender earlier in the race, and he came back and probably threatened you for a little bit. So it's great to see that you could make that position back. It was unfortunate you probably couldn't get back up to Briggs. That was the unfortunate part of that race. Is there anyone you guys need to thank?
Yeah, firstly, Berkey's jumped in pretty late notice and sort of led the team tonight, which is really, really good. And obviously, you know, all the sponsors, Smith & Sons, JK Signs, all the rest of them on the car, you know, they support us and help us go racing. So, yeah, and obviously you guys as well, for the great broadcast and for putting on a good show.
I suppose you got to thank your teammates too. Behind you, Jordan Ross from the Synergy Sim Racing guys. Good to see them come up and get fourth behind you as well.
Definitely. They sort of played rear gunner for us there at the end and held off Taliancic, who had really strong pace. So yeah, big thank you to them as well.
Well, as a team, you must be pretty excited too, because Brenton Hobson back there in 6th. So you've actually out of the 10, you've got 3 Synergy Sim Racing cars in there. So that's a good result for the team as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's a great result for Synergy. Like, we're going to work together on our sets, and good to have 3 cars in the top 10.
Well, thanks guys for joining us, and congratulations on the third place podium, and take that win. And we are going to see you for the next round, which is going to be pretty exciting as we bring you that one. Obviously from Long Beach, that's going to be a good one for round number 4, and back to a sprint race, so you can get back in your cars and give it everything it's got. All right, so we got plenty going on. Dan and Norrie, I mean, what do you take out of tonight, just quickly?
Oh, look, it was a really, really fantastic race. I think the dominance from Altus early on really blew a lot of people away. We wouldn't have expected them to gain the advantage that they did, and James Scott drove the wheels off that thing early on. A little unfortunate that safety car came into contention and took away that lead. I'd hate to think how far they could have gone if that didn't come out. But other than that, we saw some awesome racing up and down throughout the field. There was a battle pretty well going on everywhere. And everyone drove, regardless of those few little indiscretions along the way, drove really, really well. Looking forward to absolutely seeing what they can turn heading off to Long Beach next week, though. Yeah,
absolutely. There was a fair bit happening. 777 had a great strategy. They missed out on a good result just in P5 there, so they were up there. Mascord came from nowhere and was up 10 positions at one point, so they running a great strategy. And Rob Harris was in the walls with number 13, mate. You got to change that number. Can't stress it enough.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting what we do this week, guys. And there's so much to talk about. Borgie was hoping for a big race, and unfortunately that drive-through penalty when he had a little bit of contact with Jordan Ross. And I mean, Jordan Ross got caught up in 2 incidents. Not really his fault, just some slight panel contact and then spinning the car around. So twice he went back in the field, twice he came back to end up 4th. So maybe trying to conserve some fuel. It'll be interesting to catch up with him during the week. I'll send him a message before our pre-race show and find out, because just in the end dropped off that pace, got up to 6th, lost a couple of spots to Hins and Hobson, but almost got that back too in the last few laps. But yeah, big one there from those guys as well. Just looking down the pack there to see exactly, what are the finishes down there in 21st position? Like, we're talking 300ths of a second over the line. So that's another close one as well. We'll go and analyse all this, obviously, in the next few days. Big shout out to our sponsors, of course. Don't forget Jinx Shifters, fantastic supporters of the AOSC10. Also, simrigs.com and Sydney Computers, who do have certain merchandise. If you select the product, we'll get you free entry into the AOSC still. Track cams for gourmets, so giving us some great cameras to use around the track. Pure Driving School, don't forget you get a discount there if you want to check out, get some driver tips and setup and stuff. Go and message them on the Discord page. AJ Insurance Services will bring you the impact of the round. It could be a group of impacts, I think, for one car maybe. I don't know. AJ Insurance Services, and we've got an announcement coming from them hopefully in the next few weeks. 6th Gear Imagery for supplying us all the photos you see go up all over the social media, and of course Race Circuit Art Australia. And I need to thank Daniel Leet and of course Matthew Norris for joining me again in the commentary box, and it's been another fantastic night and a big one. Almost 4 hours on the mic tonight, boys.
Absolutely. It was a long call, but they're always the fun ones at our endurance races. Can't wait for Long Beach next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Thoroughly enjoyed that. And as you say, no, definitely looking to see these cars back in between the concrete walls again.
Another win for James Scott in the Enduro, teaming up with Cooper Webster this week in the Logitech G AOSC Sport. Congratulations, guys. Thanks, everyone who has joined us on the YouTube and the Facebook tonight, and we hope you subscribe and like everything that's going on in the AOSC10. We'll see you for the pre-race show during the week. Thanks very much. Good night.